What's the crack? It's your boy Teriak, ladies and gentlemen. Holy shit, I'm rushed. I literally just like woke up. Just poured my first cup of coffee, and then he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be." I'm like, "Oh shit!" I'm basically scrambling. I'm scrambling at the moment. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for another episode of the Film Rooms. Let me introduce chat. We got Bad Cramps coming in first. Congratulations, you two. Sir, also to Southern Man. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. We got Misunderstood. Welcome in. She's done great coverage over the Carmelo Anthony stuff. So go ahead, check her out, guys. You know what I mean? Welcome in. And we got Ivan the Tapper as well. Welcome in, sir. Welcome in. So we're going to be going over a bit of whatever, a bit of Ryan Mullally and a bit of Rob Noor. We're going to have a bit of variety in terms of what we're going to be going over today. But just remind us as well, folks, if you hit the goal, okay? So on the goal, I got this little black bar, you know what I'm saying? Because we don't discriminate. Black and gold bar. Because black and gold is probably the best combination, two colors, not going to lie. Although green, maybe. Green and black, gold and black. Anyways, if you hit the dono bar, ladies and gentlemen, we open up the panel and you can hop on. And we have the whole back and forth, you know what I mean? A little bit of this, a little bit of that, you know what I mean? But, yeah, man, it's been a heat wave. Just to give you a little bit of a update on what's happening to the old Ireland. It's, it's 80 degrees Celsius, which sounds like I'm a bitch. I'm not going to lie. To any American, especially Southern American, 80 degrees Fahrenheit sounds like a bitch. But oh shit, we got the raid as well. Okay, one sec. I got the clips.
Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Thank you, Zah, for coming, and thank you, Speakeasy, for the raid. I like the way Easy's like playing around with a bit of the gaming. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of like what I'm thinking as well. Where it's like you need I think one day where it's just like, okay, we're not talking about any serious shit. We're just, chilling with the boys, all that kind of stuff. But I don't think I'm going to be doing it for another couple of months because the game I want to play, I only play. Oh fuck! I forgot to reply back to that message. Someone actually sent me a message as well in terms of do you play this game? And I think it's a first person shooter. I'm not really a first person shooter kind of guy. But because of this, I'm all sidetracked. See what I'm saying? You see what I'm like as soon as I wake up? You know what I mean? Gotta get the seating pattern back and check all this shit. But because of the Speakeasy raid, let me play the Speakeasy clip because, ladies and gentlemen, we gotta make sure we stay logical.
Well, hang on, stop. Let's start with this. What are the three laws of logic? What are they? No, don't look them up. What are the three laws of logic?
Do you think this is an inconclusive
What are the
mathematical
three
statement?
laws of logic? There's three. What are they?
I don't fucking know.
You don't know the fucking laws of logic, dude.
All right.
No, all right, dude. I don't know where. You don't even know the three laws of logic. This is fucking crazy. You're fucking crazy.
Do you want to ask Speakeasy if he knows?
Yeah, it's the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, and the law of the excluded middle.
His name is John C.
Anything else, dipshit?
Bellissimo. Okay. So, what was it saying? Again, thank you very much for the raid, Easy. Welcome into all the bears. Let me catch up with chat. I've got so many tabs open because I was trying to do my shopping as well. I wasn't expecting Easy to end so quick. Well, not end so quick, but I thought I had more time. But again, welcome in, Dave. We got again Big Easy. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for coming. Hey, get your mind out of the gutter, Gordon. Okay. Get your mind out of the gutter. Welcome in to Pink Nuggets. Welcome in. Salutes to you too, Sample Turn of Chaos. So, I'm going through a heat wave at the moment. Absolute travesty. Okay? It's an absolute travesty. I forgot to dig out the clip of the Irish dude. Can I find that real quick, actually? One sec. Irish guy heat. Don't know if I'm going to be able to find this quick, but it was on X. And again, shout out to Elon. I have to shout out Elon Musk as well. because he published the Citizen Vigilante. He just published a whole movie on X because they banned it in Germany, and he was like, "Okay, I'm just going to publish it on X," and he put out the whole thing. So the stuff that I was saying about Elon Musk yesterday, it's kind of weird. Like as soon as I say the things, and then he just turns around, and he just like proves me wrong. Which again, I'm kind of one of those people where it's like I say so much crazy shit that like I actually want to be proven wrong. You know what I mean? I'm like, please prove me wrong. So again, like shout out to Elon Musk for doing that. Because that's where it's going. And like the worrying thing is, it kind of echoes what I'm saying, where it's like there's not any other options left on the table at this stage. You know, if the state is actively working against the nation, meaning the people of the nation, what other options do you have left, folks? You know? But I can't find the clip of the Irish dude. But it was a funny clip where he was just like, "Can't hack the heat, boys. Cannot hack this heat." And it's 80 degrees Fahrenheit, just so we're all clear. It's 80 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, it's not that high, but I'm a pasty Irish white kid. Okay? You know? When they do their laundry commercials and they compare like which detergent makes your clothes whiter or your whites whiter, they just have like, I'm the reference point. You know what I mean? Like that's how pasty I am. So like that's what I'm saying. Like it's oof, and we're just not prepared for it. I don't have any air conditioning in my room whatsoever. And that's why I've been like waking up later as well, is because like I literally cannot sleep in this heat. It is unfucking believable. But yeah, 26 degrees Celsius or 80 degrees Fahrenheit is I think that's been like it's like the record or whatever. But by Jesus, it is absolute abuse from the sun. This is abuse. Like I always complain that Ireland doesn't get enough sun and all this kind of stuff. But like, what I want is more sun for a longer period of time, not like like all the sun jammed into 2 weeks. That's what I mean. I don't mean crank up the motherfucker to fucking 26 degrees. You know what I mean? I am roasting like a fucking egg in a frying pan, boys. That's how fucking bad it is. You know what I mean? Like I'm drinking water and it's just like instantly just like pouring out of my skin. Like that's how much I'm sweating. It's unbelievable. A little bit catch up in chat as well. We got Gordon becoming a member. Thank you very kindly, sir. Well, yeah, quote unquote, the environmentalists want to push the whole like heat wave narrative, but it's like it's like the highest recorded temperature in Ireland since they started recording like 50, 60 years ago or some shit like that. So, like I said, it is what it is. And have a good one, Spartacus. Thanks for stopping by, as they say. Background camps. It's been like 70 degrees here lately, which is honestly pretty surprising. Yeah, because like what's that? That's like 20 degrees Celsius. 21, 22, something like that. But like I've seen like American temperatures where it's like 100 or over. And I'm like, how do you function? Like same thing with like Spain when it gets up to like, 40 degrees Celsius. I'm like, how do you guys function? Like that's when I basically say, okay, fuck it. Like I'm taking a night job. I already have a night job. But like I'm literally sleeping during the day. I'm not doing that shit where I'm going out and just being boiled alive. You know what I mean? Laugh at my pain, Tiny. Laugh at my pain. California is fucked 100%. I can prove you wrong. Hit me with it, Dave. California's still better than Canada. Yeah. Canada, man, like when I seen that convention when they done the whole like LGBT2S plus A blah blah like X squared and all this kind of shit, I'm like, and they were serious, I was like, oh fuck. You know what I mean? That is crazy shit, man. But like that is like when they talk about the globalists, when they talk about like the Cold War never ended, the communists are still here and all this kind of shit. That's what that shit is. We were talking about that yesterday, where like that image of like the trans character Baphomet, Like that is like their perception is completely fucked. Like they can't even perceive the truth at that point. You know what I mean? They've got the furry, and they think furries are people, and they think like the whole like what's it Aphrodite no like the half man half woman kind of like type features on this kind of shit. It's a completely warped sense of perception. Like they're gone. Their mind is fucked, you know? So it's and Trump put out a Truth Social post as well. Like actually let me start with that. Talking about the commies, boy. Wait, put out multiple. One sec. Let me do this. We do this. We do this. Oh, baby. Okay, I just noticed on my shopping list when I was doing the tabs, they have the tomahawk steaks, and they got price reduction €20 for a tomahawk steak. I'm gonna have one of them. We gotta have one of them. Gotta treat yourself. You gotta treat yourself, folks. You know what I'm saying? But fy favore, ladies and gentlemen. So, wait, is there anything else? Is there anything else that I'd want necessarily from here? Yeah, no. So we go on to this. We go. Oh wait, one second. Let me tell you. Start off with a tanning bed. Nah, bro. I gotta protect my pastiness. You know. You know. Pasty lives matter, folks. PLM. Over 90 all day and 80% humidity. How would you function, Southern? But I suppose like you guys are kind of prepared for it, so it's like you'd have your air conditioning, all this kind of stuff. Like we don't have any. I've been suffering quietly. You know what I mean? You're cuter when you're quiet. Ah, shucks. Thanks, Spartacus. You really know how to make a man blush. Huh, gay. But let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, sir. Appreciate you kindly, sir. Thank you very kindly. 80 degrees. That's springtime for me. 100%. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to get across, Dave. Like, I'm suffering, and it's not even like extreme, like what you would call extreme weather. You know what I mean? It's not even extreme heat, and I'm already suffering. You know what I mean? It is. You gotta look out for the pasty kids. That's the main point I'm trying to do. PLM. We're starting a new movement. Pasty lives matter. Okay. 5 grams, sir. We lost the election. What do we do? Keep counting. Yep. We'll get into that. I don't know. Everybody defending that shit is just being irresponsible. You mean the California elections? Well, that's the biggest piss take I've ever seen in my entire life. It's literally the biggest piss take I've ever seen in my entire life. Like, they didn't just rig it so their person won. They also rigged it for second place as well. Like, what the fuck? What the actual fuck? You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's literally craziness, man. Like, what they've done in California. Like, 2020 was like, we've all seen the graph where, like, Biden, and it creates, like, Biden just goes, like, literally, like, fucking 90 degrees straight up in the air, and, like, Trump just goes, like, fucking straight across, and it's like, well, this doesn't make any sense. Like, California is like, okay, so you guys don't even give a fuck whether it's obvious or not anymore. Okay, we're at that point. Okay, you know? Air conditioning. Yeah, I need to invest in a fucking Dyson Airblade or whatever the fuck it's called. Make sure you get the donations in, folks, because your boy is sweating. He is sweating. Redax says, I live in part of California that gets to 110. Yeah, I'm pretty, like, I was pretty sure, like, that, like, Americans, like they deal with over 100, like, and it's not bother. It's like, yeah, that's our summer leprechaun. You know what I mean? Like, and there's me at like 80 degrees, and I'm like, oh boy, I don't think I'll be able to go outside today. You know, this is extreme weather. You know, even entire months where the high temperature was not below 100. God damn, man. God damn. That is, suppose I guess I could adjust to it. Then I have to give up my pastiness. You know what I mean? And I just categorically refuse to wear sunscreen at this stage. Like, I've looked into sunscreen. It's not a good thing. That's what I did. I got a nighttime job. Hey, my man. Great minds think alike. Bad Gramps. But fools rarely differ as well. So, anyways, Redact says, thank God I'm a quarter Mexican, immune to the sun god. God damn it. You got me, Redact. You got me. Can't sing the alphabet in Canada anymore because hate speech now. What? That, I would say that's crazy, but it doesn't surprise me. It doesn't surprise me. Hermaphrodite, that's what it is. Thank you very much, Johnny. It was 46.11 degrees Celsius today and yesterday and tomorrow. That's hot. Yeah, 100%, man. Like, because I've seen it like with like Spain, like Turkey gets pretty bad as well. When they're doing the hour weather reports. It's like, what do you even do in that country when it's getting that hot? You know? What do you even do? Crazy. Is the Red Scare really a scare at this point? Seems to have fomented beyond repair, at least the Blue Party. Red just disagrees over Israel mostly. No, ma petit chéri. No. Let me tell you, let me show you a clip from Donald Trump. Damn, forgot to hit the like button. God damn it, Gordon. Hey, my man, at least it's done. Better late than never. Cook it right, though. It's a process. Oh, yeah, no, 100%. Like, you can't just, like, pan fry a tomahawk. You know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I'm going to be doing the reverse sear method. I prefer to do the reverse sear. Let me know how you cook your tomahawks. Anybody in chat who's cooked a tomahawk steak before? AC and HVAC is almost as much in demand as electricity is. Derek, most, if not all, public buildings have central air, which is better than standard AC. See, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, man. You know? Press the tomahawk steak first, like 50 seconds. Oh, you just sear it and then you put it into the oven. Holy shit, did not buy a fucking Dyson. Well, I'm going to be shopping around, but like the whole aspect of just getting some sort of like decent thing, because like a fan won't even work at this stage. You know what I mean? The old traditional one. The flip side, it's 30 seconds, but you have to have an iron. True that. But do you reverse sear it, or do you put it in the oven first, or do you sear it first? I put it in the oven first and then I sear it. Nita, Bissell, Luke. This is a BB Bitchin. Hey, mama. Now just get a tiny mini split that hangs out your window, an actual air condition, not some jackass fancy fan. No. Like, I can't put like one of those things on my window because I have it's like at a 45-degree angle. Plus, like we're seeing in Britain as well, like one motherfucker, like they had that, and then they basically said, "Oh yeah, no, oi mate, you have a license for that?" Like they're basically clamping down that you can't even cool your house now. It's crazy. It's actually crazy. Police state, you know what I mean? Let me catch up in chat as well. I enjoy nothing more than not even Mexican sun god sacrifices me. What can I say, man? What can I say? This Mexican sun god ain't got shit on me. Fans only hit your room if you're in a battle station. Fair point. Oh, you mean Dyson fan? Never mind. No, it's like an Airblade thing. It's hard to describe. Sweet mama. My man. Talking about Bissell, I'm thinking they don't even make a fan. What can I say, man? What can I say? Yeah, but the temp swing is what's important. Going from minus 52 degrees Celsius to plus 35 degrees Celsius. That's extreme. Fair point, Spartacus. That is a fair point. Also, smash your like or smash your face. You heard it. You heard it here first, folks. Tiny's going to be smashing your face if you don't smash the like button. Appreciate you, Tiny. In Arizona, in the desert, you can cook eggs and steak on your car hood. It's nature saying don't be here. That is a fair point. What the fuck? You absolutely can pan fry a tomahawk. No. If you're gonna do it right, Redact. You gotta do a reverse sear. Trust me. You have not had a tomahawk steak. You have not had a tomahawk steak unless you've reverse seared it. I'm telling you. Trust me. Yeah, a fan when it's 115 degrees is just blowing hot air at you. It's like having a hairdryer pointed at your face. Yeah. But like that's what I'm saying. Like I'm only at 80 degrees Fahrenheit though. Like that's what I'm trying to say, Dave. I'm only at 80 degrees Fahrenheit. You know? When you get to like 100, 120, yeah, like you need some proper. You basically like need to turn your room into a fridge. You know? You need big cast iron. I'm telling you. Look into the reverse sear, because what typically happens, because it's so thick, is that like what you're going to have on both sides is basically like blackness in terms of your sear. You know, you want crisp, bit of crunch to the sear, but you don't want it to be black. You know what I mean? A tomahawk steak here in Canada is like 150 Canadian dollars. Yeah, that's why I wait, because like typically like they're 40 or 50 euro. But I wait until like they go on sale, and then I get a club card price on as well. So 20 euro, which I think is like 30 Canadian dollars. You know what I'm saying? But like Irish beef seems to be cheaper than American beef. Don't know why, but it's probably because like we have so much beef farmers, and it's good beef too. You know what I mean? Gotta have that good beef, boy. But one sec. Let me just add this. I need to get to the Donald Trump thing. You guys are chatting too much, right? One sec. Let me just skim through it. Okay, here's have a conversation. Right, be legal to drill a hole in your wall in Leprechaun Land. Oh man, it's getting to that stage. You know, they have a portable AC units that aren't as obvious the outside of your house. It's avoiding noisy government types. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I don't necessarily need like an AC unit. That's what I'm saying. Like I need to shop around. You know, be frugal with the money, so to speak. And if I can get like a cheap enough, like I think it's like an Airblade or something like that. So it's not a fan, but it's kind of like it does something, because it also, you can use it as like a cool thing, but it also does like the heating thing as well. So you can use it for heat and you can use it for coldness as well. But I don't know how expensive they are. And welcome in, Blue. You're my boy, Blue. Do sous vide. Okay. What am I, a Michelin star chef here? You know? What do you think I am? A Michelin star chef? But sous vide is king. Yeah, not gonna lie. It is like you get a sous vide is probably the best. But next one down from that, reverse sear. I'm telling you, man. Which is basically reverse sear. It's similar, but because with the you're boiling in water, you know, you get kind of more what's the word? You get like more even distribution of the heat, so to speak. You know? I call BS because I'm in Canada and there was 2 great looking steaks, 50 max. Hey, you're getting called out, Gordon. Are you CCP? See, I think this is what I'm saying. Chinese Gordon is CCP. He's lying to us. You know? But 20 euro for a tomahawk steak, I'm actually going to get 2 of them. I'm going to get 2 of them, folks. Because at those prices, you know? So, let me just check out that, because it kicks me out after a certain amount of time. I've got to make sure I got my food sorted. I'm not going to be eating today because I forgot to get this done as well. Because I usually do my monthly order and all that kind of good stuff as well. You Lime Beach. Beef is cheaper in Alberta than where I am. We're in Cattle County, boy. We're in Cattle County. No way you're paying $150 for but it is a tomahawk. Like, what's the weight though? What is the weight? That's an important thing here, folks, as well. What is the weight of what you're buying, Gordon? Is that like that's your only savior here? But bear in mind, we're all coming for you, because you wait 1 sec. The company ribeye is charging $150 Canadian. I don't know. Let me know, Canadians. Is he lying? Is this bitch lying? So I got my eggs. I got my cheese. I got my beef. Got a bit of sauerkraut. You know what I mean? I like to have just a little bit of sauerkraut. Like I usually kind of eat that in the first couple of days of the month. Then I got my chicken thighs. Anything else I'm missing? Oh, it should be good. I already got butter and I already got sea salt. So we have that sorted. That's numero uno. Alright. You getting ripped off, bud? It's a massive steak. Talk to me about weight, sir. Talk to me about weight. Tomahawk is 3 or 4 pounds. 1 sec. I need to do the American thing. 3 lbs, 2 grams. 3, 4. You're talking about. Wait, what? Wait. Wait, what? What's going on here? You're paying $150 for a ribeye steak? If a tomahawk is less than 30 ounces. Okay, 1 sec. 30 ounces. 2 grams. Wait, 85. Oh, wait, 1 sec. All right, 1 sec. Let me check the. We're getting sidetracked with all the shenanigans. What are you talking about? Well, it depends on are we including the weight of the bone here? Alright. Because that's another thing here as well. If you're including the weight of the bone, and that's how they scam you as well with the ribeyes. You'll have this massive long bone. Alright, but then when you look at the meat, you can't eat the bone. Although you can use the bone for a nice broth, But the meat should at least be 30 ounces. The meat itself should be 30 ounces. 2.5 pounds counts the bone too, yeah. No bone weight. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like the way we measure it is just the meat. Fuck the bone. So mine's about 30 ounces. $143.49. Minimum 30 ounces, exactly. So how the fuck would you know what I mean? How would you even get it unless you're doing veal, a veal tomahawk, but that's just holy fuck, dude. You know what I mean? Maybe no, yeah, we need to get back on track. Thank you, Redact. We need to get back on track. So, where are we at? Where are we at, ladies and gentlemen? Where are we at? Our boy Donald Trump put out a post. Alright, here it is. The communists are finally making their move. This is the old chess game. Oh, 1 second. Let me zoom in. Can I zoom in? Yeah. Here we go. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're finally on track. We got about 30 minutes of a segue, but let's go. The communists are finally making their move. I've been waiting and preparing for this for a long time. It's easy to be a communist. All you have to do is say, I'll give you everything, but that means you're taking away from others that have earned it. Over thousands of years, that ideology has not worked once. The game is on. The game is afoot, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump's been watching the stream. He's been watching the deductionist files. All right. Enjoy watching President Donald J. Trump. Thank you for your attention on this matter, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So this is we're in the end game now, Tony. Okay. Carnivore education important. True that, Tony. True that. That is true. I'm not gonna lie. Okay. Now we have that post. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Okay, right. Here we go. Okay. And then a lot of adverts on Truth Social, but can't really blame him because like he basically had to invent his own social media because they kicked him off all the rest of social medias. Is this it? Is this the video?
Byron Donald.
No, this is not it. What's the other one? No, that's not. I probably should have had this better laid out, but it is what it is. I had multiple things to be doing. Okay. But the shopping is ordered. I got 2 tomahawk steaks. Gonna be enjoying that tomorrow. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Remember this boy? Remember this legend, Mr. JFK?
Communism is so often described as an ideology or a belief that exists somewhere other than in the United States. Let me ask you, sir, just how serious a threat to our national security are these communist subversive activities in the United States today?
Well, I think they're serious. I think it's a matter that we should continue to give great care and attention to. We should support the laws which the United States has passed in order to protect us from those who would destroy us from within. We should sustain the Department of Justice in its efforts and the FBI, and we should be continually alert. I think if the United States is maintaining a strong society here in the United States, I think that we can meet any internal threat. The major threat is external and will continue.
For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice, on guerrillas by night instead of armies by day. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. It conducts the Cold War, in short, with a wartime discipline no democracy would ever hope or wish to match. Nevertheless, every democracy recognizes the necessary restraints of national security. And the question remains whether those restraints need to be more strictly observed if we are to oppose this kind of attack as well as outright invasion.
Shout out to JFK, but that's what Donald Trump put out after, like a couple hours after he put out that communist post. So we're in the end game, Tony. We're in the end game, okay? So, like I said, hopefully we're able to wrestle back control from the communists, because this whole thing, and this came up, I think, last week or the week before, when we're kind of deep diving into this, like the whole Frankfurter School, the Gramscian, or cultural Marxisms, and all that kind of shit, where it's like they basically tried to subvert the culture now because they realize economically they can't compete. So it's going to be very interesting. And that's why I keep talking about like the American system versus the imperial system and all this kind of stuff. It's going to be, and there's a reason why Britain sided with fucking the Soviets rather than Germany in World War II, right? But shout out to Dryer with the $2, says, cancel teriyaki is helping the orange guy. Hey, it is what it is. Orange is the new black. Orange is the new black, baby. He also says, poor teriyaki just wants the Tomayak steak recipes. Hey, what can I say, man? What can I say? Great speech, 100%. 100%. For derail enabling actions while inebriated. Hey, my man. Appreciate you kindly, sir. And folks, we only need, one sec, we only need, what was it, $33 to open up the panel. Derail even further. But back when we had this guy, McCarthy, that tried stopping the commies, they thought he was too mean. Yeah, he was a meanie. You're a meanie, McCarthy. The fuck he was. He was trying to protect your fucking nation. And also in terms of recipes and seasoning, all you need is sea salt. Okay? Don't be doing this dry rub. Don't be fucking up your steak. Okay? Just sea salt. And appreciate the taste of the beef. You know what I mean? Because if you cook it properly, the whole like dry rub and all this extra shit that people like try to put onto it, it ruins the meat. It ruins the steak. It ruins the experience. Right? Just sea salt and butter. Plenty of butter. You gotta love the butter. 33 left, chat. Yeah, 33 left. Yeah, you motherfuckers. I knew it was suspicious. Why the fuck did he do $2? This motherfuckers. You guys, I see you guys. Yeah, 33. Now we only need 23. 23. Okay? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Back when you got, oh yeah, sorry, I read that. And then, you ain't had enough beef, son. You ain't have enough beef, son. That ain't no. Jack feels targeted. Jack's like, why? He just comes in and everybody's talking about steak and he thought he was getting roasted. We ain't even talking about your. Jack, get the fuck out of here with your microwave. Unbelievable. Sell that microwave, Jack. Sell that motherfucking microwave. Unbelievable. Kerrygold butter as well. Yes, the best butter in the world, baby. You know? Garlic salt works too. Like, there are benefits to garlic in terms of being anti-inflammatory and all this kind of stuff. But again, man, like, just sea salt. Redmond sea salt. You know, that's all you need. So, like, it's what is like less is more, or like just keep it simple, you know? We also have Alhamdulillah Habibi in chat as well. This basically says, oh, he retracted it. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. It is what it is. It is what it is. I almost got there into. Oh wait. Can we? Wait. Okay, I can go. Oh, and so I have to. I have to do it the opposite way around. Let's see what Habibi was saying. Wait, does that? Okay, yeah. Translate to English. Arabic. How did he feel his thirst? When did he feel his thirst? Is coffee their coffee? Unbelievable. We got the Mohammedans. We got the Mohammedans in chat, ladies and gentlemen. They're all coming after me. They're all coming after me. Alhamdulillah, Habibi. You know? We got Spartacus with the $5. Says, I think we need a steak intervention for Jack. It's the press issue of our time. 100%. We need to save Jack. We need to save Jack away from microwave technologies. I think the radiation has fucked with his brain. And yeah, 100%. 100%. And let me play the shredding clip for all the donations, folks. Are we having fun yet, chat? It is what it is. It is what it is, okay? So, we're finally back on track. Now, this was probably one of the... I'm actually going to do it this way because I don't like what Chair 1 does. But essentially, like, this was a beautiful session on the Whatever podcast. So we have, I think, was a 6... Yeah, I think it's, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 7 clips from the discussion because it's, you know, like Rachel was there throwing haymakers towards the end. You know what I mean? Like, it was beautiful. It was beautiful. You know what I mean? But in terms of like the, what you're seeing from the likes of, what do we call it? Like, all-stars. Well, I don't want to call them like all-stars, but like I mean like all-stars as in like a negative thing, like the all-star retards. You know what I mean? But we have like the bitch that like done the essay or the attempted essay on Andrew. We have the bitch behind her who has the speech impairment. She can't really talk right. who tried to then assault Andrew. We got Large Marge in the build. Large Marge, most infamous. Thank you, back, Gramps. Thank you very kindly. We got Pepe's in the chat as well. Appreciate you, Connie. I can get down with that shred. Mama. So it's like we got the infamous folks here. You know what I mean? We got the infamous folks. So let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
The show I was on got pretty heated, but I came in with a different energy this time.
So would you say it was your energy that was off last time then?
Now, anybody who's actually seen this would know that her saying that, like, I came in with positive energy this time, absolute bullshit. The coup was a great victory for the jurists, and the final result was a terrible victory for the regime. We said that the situation of the core was not strong enough to attack the enemy, and he deleted it. I got there first, though. Mohammed. Unbelievable. You won't get one on me, boy. But yeah, like the whole aspect here is like her coming in here and doing the whole like, I'm coming in with a different energy this time, a different vibration. You know what I mean? And then like I would love to just cut to the thing where she's literally like getting kicked off the show and she's just like drunk, belligerent, doesn't even know what the fuck she's saying, won't even leave and all this kind of shit. It's it's crazy.
It was, I guess I reacted in ways maybe I don't prefer to react this time. Yeah.
So how did you react last time?
I got really triggered by your energy last time,
Okay.
but this time I'd like to be more composed.
Okay.
I mean, I'll be honest, the beginning of the show was pretty intense. I was like, wow,
Oh, yeah.
I got.
And just shout out the positioning of like the layout that I have. It just completely blocks off chair one. Just letting you know that the little bit of extra effort I go through to make sure that like we reduce the degeneracy. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying it's quite impressive. You know what I mean?
To come into this space, I try to usually put myself in high vibrational positive spaces. So this is really out of my comfort zone. But I'm going to try to stay positive today and keep it,
Would it make it more high vibrational if Brian whipped you this time?
That's a good idea.
No.
April, please do not volunteer me for her whipping.
He can whip my hand.
Ain't gonna be no tatas on display, sir. That's what I'm saying. I've like I said, I've mapped all this shit out. These bitches ain't gonna be D-gens on here, boy. You know what I mean?
What is the vibrational level of BDSM whipping?
I don't really know. I just tried it one time, and it was like a release. It was a spiritual thing.
You
like
get a
release.
catharsis.
Our bodies
But you
hold
prefer
trauma.
high vibrational experiences, right?
I prefer positive environments.
Well, but that's
I
what I'm saying
prefer-
is like the whipping was a positive, right?
It was.
So then
was
it had to be high vibration, right? May?
Definitely,
Yeah, so what
yes.
vibration you think BDSM whipping's at? Like high vibration stuff?
I'd say so.
It just
Because
depends on it.
Shout out to Gordon for the $1.
I
Appreciate you
wanted to
kindly, sir.
release trauma
Only
that was
$15
stored
more
in
to
my
open up the
body,
panel.
and it definitely did the job.
So, okay. You wanted to come with better energy today,
Yes.
but in terms of the things that you were saying last stream, so I guess to recap, you said I'm trying to recall, you know what, here, why don't I read your notes and maybe that'll jog things a little bit. So you disagree with the show. Now you wrote, and we didn't really get into these last time, you don't like women being objectified or reduced to stereotypes. And you feel that I, or Andrew Wilson, or Rachel Wilson, or the podcast does that.
I'm not familiar with really Andrew or Rachel. I haven't really watched too much of them.
I definitely do it.
And I really hadn't watched your show.
I mean 100%. I definitely stereotype not just women, but all
Mahogany.
kinds of people. And stereotypes are real. It's just pattern recognition. And you recognize enough patterns, that's where stereotypes come from.
Yeah.
So I definitely
Notice
stereotype
the
women
pattern.
for sure.
Keep it here. Keep it here, Tiffany.
100%. Don't you stereotype people? Kind of have to,
with,
right?
Right, like with dating right now, I definitely don't want to date a guy who is vaping or who's, drinking a lot of alcohol or who has screen addictions or sex addictions. I'm trying to really look at the red flags this time and pick a man wisely because I haven't done so well with that with the men that I've chosen. So yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't want a sex addict who would like chain you up and whip you or something.
No.
No.
I definitely
that
wouldn't
would be
want
bad.
that.
That's me.
100%.
That's me always looking for that one.
Yeah, but yeah, we do that stereotype.
But notice, like, she's doing the whole, like, soft voice. Oh, I've learned my lesson. I'll do the script thing. But, gentlemen, what do you do when she's saying the fucking the words and all this kind of shit? You know what I mean? What happens when all these bitches, like, they start using a different script? Are you going to be able to spot it? You know what I mean? I'm telling you. Also, shout out to Darth over on the Ko-Fi for the $10. Let me give you a little bit of Pepe for that one, sir. Appreciate you, kindly. Thank you very much, Dart. We're only $5 away from opening up the panel. And we got John Burt saying, Chair 1, watermelons, not fair, Tara. Ain't gonna be no fucking degeneracy tonight, boy. Okay? Get your mind out of the gutter, John. Get your mind out of the gutter. And hey, shout out to Darth. Shout out to Darth.
Now you've been married twice, correct?
You'll be shocked.
3 times?
3 times.
So you're on your 3rd divorce.
Correct.
And you said one of them had unalived themselves.
Correct. My first husband did.
How soon after the divorce?
Oh, it was just a few years ago, and I divorced him in 2010.
Okay, so it's been a while. Are you
yeah.
still? Have you been in touch with him, or no?
You mean the one who passed away?
Yeah.
I did a hypnosis session. I'm really into that. I have some hypnosis practitioners. I did bring in the energy of my ex-husband into the session and connected his energy with my energy, and he did give me messages through my subconscious mind. But that's the only way that I've connected with him.
Did you have
Do you
a good
understand-
relationship?
do you understand that?
Did you have a good relationship with him before he passed?
The marriage was tumultuous.
Oh.
It was. It
Because,
was
like, what makes you think he wanted to hear from you? Like, if I was dead and my ex-wife was trying to contact me, I'd be like, fucking bitch, I'm just trying to fuck.
I'm dead, for
I'm
God's
fucking
sake.
dead. What I got to do to get away from this fucking
Hey.
chick? I'm fucking
No, he
dead.
did.
She's
I
still
can't
bothering
even
me.
get rest
he
in
was
the
really
afterlife
sad
with this
about
bitch.
Me leaving him, honestly, he was.
Oh.
I left him, and he was sad about that. And he is the father of my 3 beautiful children, and I do have a special place in my heart for him always. You know, even though we went our separate ways. You know.
What
It's
caused
rough.
the divorce?
Shout out to
with
Dara
him?
for the gifted membership. My man.
Unfortunately, I've attracted emotionally.
Let's see who we got, Dart. Let's see who we got, because best person for the single gifted membership is typically Jack. Mama, you got Spartacus, baby. So congratulations to Spartacus. You got Dart to thank for that membership, sir. And you have access to the emojis, and probably a good emoji to use right now is the crystal one that we have. Like I said, any Crash Bandicoot fans might be able to recognize that crystal. Good crystal, you know what I mean? So, damn, son! Damn! Ma, get all the members. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You can't fault that. That was like pinpoint accuracy right there. Pinpoint accuracy from Darth. Appreciate you kindly. Thank you very much for the gift of membership, sure.
Abusive men.
Okay.
Because I've trauma bonded.
I just watched your last episode while I was on the way here today.
Yes.
And I got the impression it could potentially be your behavior that is the problem based on what I
Honestly,
saw.
it's not. I got triggered with Brian, but I'm
you don't
actually,
get triggered when you
I
live
usually,
with a guy?
No, I usually just shut up and take the abuse for many years. I
Okay,
just
what
did
kind of when you say emotional abuse, what do you mean?
like, I mean, it's terrible to bring this up, but like my first husband had bipolar that manifested 5 years into our marriage. And we'd be driving down the road and he'd be stomping on his brakes because someone is behind us tailgating us. And I'd be really afraid. And I'd say, slow down. And he would just go, shut up, boom, and hit me right in the leg. Or like I was on a beach with him in the morning and it was freezing cold. And I'm like, I want to go inside. I'm freezing. We were in Georgia. And I turn around and boom, he punches me right in the back.
Well, I would say that's
And, like,
physical abuse.
There was emotional
Yeah,
abuse
what
too.
the what
And
the fuck? Like, this is what I'm saying. This is why you can't trust these women. Because it's okay. Give me the example of the emotional abuse. If he was physically abusive, you would have just said he's physically abusive. You know what I mean? Like if I turn around and I said, oh, like this dude, like, insulted me. And then, like, it was like, okay, what was the insult? Well, he took out his knife and he stabbed me. You'd be like, well, Teriak, don't you think he, the whole kind of like stabbing thing is, I'm not doubting that he insulted you. You know what I mean? But, like, do you not understand the question, Teriak? What's going on here? You know what I mean? Welcome in, J. Kim. Welcome in. But 100%. Like this to me, it's like kind of like, okay, you started off with emotional abuse, and now you're talking about physical abuse. Don't make no motherfucking sense. Examples of emotional abuse. She says he hits her. Exactly, because like this whole kind of like emotional abuse. I guarantee you, she was the one that was playing the mind games and all this kind of shit with him. You know what I mean? Just saying. Just saying.
There was a lot of, like, he had some addictions and things. And
okay,
that was the first marriage. The second husband was.
Well, it sends mixed signals, though, because Brian said shut up and you said that was emotional abuse.
Yeah.
I do feel that is emotional abuse.
How's that emotional abuse?
I do feel it affects you.
So anything
You'll
that
never
gives you
forget
a
it.
negative
You'll
emotion?
never forget it. Like,
So if
and
anything
it's
somebody
demeaning.
says to you that makes you feel negatively is abuse.
I do. And, recently I was talking to a woman who I was becoming friends with her. She was very Christian. I always treated her with respect and kindness. And she's like, you're a devil worshiper. You're
Wow.
worshiping the devil. The Reiki is devil worshiping. And
she's not
wrong.
lying.
All right. She was saying
not
that.
wrong.
Well, so basically, I stopped that friendship. I'm very particular who I surround
But
myself
you
with.
think that's emotional abuse for her to say? Hey,
Can I
from
add
my-
something? Like Andrew said, he
So basically, if you're not nice to me 100% of the time, that's emotional abuse. If I have a negative emotional reaction to what you say, that's emotional abuse, apparently. Which is not what emotional abuse is. Like, emotional abuse is I'm going to fuck with your mind, I'm going to gaslight you, I'm going to make you doubt reality, I'm going to fundamentally try to make you schizophrenic or psychotic. You know what I mean? By doing all this shit. And we seen this on the last Seductionist file. Like, this is the thing. This bitch in the black here sounds like the dude talking about his wife. It's the same shit. Where it's like, oh, he was a psycho and he was abusing and all this kind of shit. Okay, but what about you? Is there anything that you don't? It's like, oh, no, I'd never do any wrong. I'd never do any wrong. Like, this is crazy, right? This is crazy. You know what I mean? Then we got this bitch piping up. The sisterhood's about to pipe up, ladies and gentlemen. Get the crayons out. And we got another gifted membership from our boy Darth. We got V5. Wait, was it actually Redact who said, was it, let me scroll back up. Congratulations to Redact, but was it Redact who said, one sec. Yeah, it was even Redact. I knew he said it. Mods get all the membos. You can't complain now, Redact, because Dart got you a gift and membership there. So make sure you give Dart a healthy thank you for that one. Congratulations to the membership, and thank you very kindly, Darth, for the gift of membership, for getting our boy Redact as well. If you think I've emotionally abused you, I want to know how. so I can do it more. It is what it is. Oh my God, I'm green now, and you have access to the crystal emoji as well. So get the crystals in chat, folks. Get the crystals in chat.
Recognizes patterns. So maybe since she's had this experience with abusive men,
I was
maybe,
really triggered.
You know, maybe she recognized those patterns and got
did.
triggered, and you know that's what happened.
But what about
If you
the
have
counter to that of the?
if you have the experience being in an abusive relationship.
What about the pattern of recognizing that there's lots and lots of people who say that there's emotional abuse going on when there clearly isn't, because of words like "shut up," "be quiet," "I don't want to hear it," things like this?
Well, I think that's why she also said that she's coming in here into this episode with a new mindset and a new energy, and maybe she's gonna go by things differently. And now
Well, who's the
she
real?
understands.
Who's the real her though?
What do you mean? Who's
Well,
the real
who
her?
is the real her the one who comes in with the brand new energy, or was
She
the real
did, she
her
just
the
said.
person who was revealed before? Which one's the real one?
Well, we're always growing and
Yeah,
learning.
we're always growing, and
and
now
we're
she-
becoming better
That's
people.
stupid.
See what I'm saying? Like what Andrew's basically exposed here is, right? We're taking her like we're basically like taking a dogmatic approach, or we're just taking her to be true. We're not actually kind of like trying to critically think, essentially, and say, okay, does this story add up? Is the descriptions and the labels and the words used accurately representing what the whole picture is? You know what I mean? Like, none of that's been done. It's just, okay, she's telling the truth. Ergo, she says she was in an abusive relationship. That means she's in an abusive relationship. So now we're going to, like, you know, what was it? Post hoc, like, justify, like, any discrepancies in the story. So we're not actually, like, critically thinking to see, okay, from her story, are we able to point out contradictions and prove certain lies and all this kind of shit logically? That's the power of logic, baby. Power of the logos. You know what I mean? It's a lot of bullshit going on right here. And oh shit, Darth, yeah, like I said. But we got a premium meme as well to play, okay? So first of all, I need to fix the fucking donut bar because it does that annoying thing where it goes to the 99 cents, all this kind of stuff. So we fixed that. We're officially hit the first goal, which means, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to open up the panel. And we're also unlocked the premium meme. And what better else premium meme to use than the one, the only, the legendary Andrew motherfucking Wilson?
I think that women should be grateful. They should be grateful. They live in the best society ever, and it's all built on the backs of not them. The air conditioning, which enables them to even exist. Everything which allows them to exist in modernity is built by men, and they're the most ungrateful, snot-nosed brats about it that you've ever seen. And there's really no cause for it because they bring nothing to the table, none of them, including the old bags here who bring nothing to the table by their own admission except their and that, to me, is why, and when asked, this is all you get. I bring love and affection. You don't bring to the table. And that's why you can't even answer the damn question, no matter how many times we ask it. And it makes me sick because that is modernity.
Appreciate you, Kanye, folks. Like I said, absolute mic dropping a half there from Andrew. And what better else way to use the premium memes and to highlight such an epic moment that we've seen on these podcasts. But like I said, this whole thing that the sisterhood does, where it's like we believe her, and then we just post hoc justify anything that she's saying. Literally the inversion of reason. It's the inversion of logic. You know what I mean? Make no motherfucking sense unless you got some sort of a narrative. You know what I mean? And ladies and gentlemen, we got a guest backstage. Let me introduce him. We got multiple guests backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Welcome to the show, Mr. Jack of Blades and Mr. Darth. Welcome to the show, boys.
How's it going?
Not too bad, not too bad. Any thoughts on what's currently happening in this clip? or just this general podcast if you want to kind of expand.
I'm here for the dating shit. I didn't see the previous shit though. Just saying.
No worries, no worries.
I was racing. Sorry.
Kind of got sidetracked in terms of steak and all that, so we kind of moved on from that conversation because Jack showed up and he was like,
Yeah,
"Hey,
who
what do
knew?
you mean you're
Who
talking
knew?
about steak?"
Who knew?
No, but this was generally pretty crazy. I mean, you just got the craziest of people throughout the time and in one place that would come on, you know. So I mean, what do you expect not to happen? Yeah. So, but
That's a fair point.
especially like chair 2, 3. Well, yeah, there's multiple of them, but I would say like the one I can't stand the most is 6. But 2's pretty bad as well. 2's pretty bad as well.
Yeah, the little I heard her talk was like, "Ooh, can you like not?"
Like I was saying, it was a pretty funny episode. Not gonna lie. But
Yeah,
why
they're like,
about-
never again.
What about chair 4 where she can't really talk and she keeps doing this?
I remember seeing that episode where she gets all up on Andrew. That was crazy. I mean, Desiree did it too, but it's crazy that they were able to come together and even do this episode.
Well, what do you think
Ah,
that is? Why do you think her voice sounds that way? Because like, there's so much of it that can come from your voice, like your throat, right? But is it her jaw? Because her jaw looks weird. And I'm not.
I don't know, man.
Throwing shade, but like, how do you make your voice sound that way?
Retardation, I'd probably say. Personally. But like when even when Andrew done the impersonation where he was taking the piss out of her and he done the voice, like what my favorite part about it was the hand. Like he even done like the weird hand thing, and like that to me is like, okay, he's gone above and beyond here. You know what I mean? But this whole thing where it's like women like squaring up to men, it's like, bitch, what the fuck? Like imagine like me, like I'm 5'8", 5'9" on a good day, okay? Imagine me squaring up to like a 6'7" bodybuilder, fucking Olympic weightlifter, and all this kind of shit. You'd be like, Teriak, you're not going to win that one. But it's like the audacity that some of these bitches have, where they think, because they've never gone through their life actually seriously either like seeing or like experiencing like a full force punch, and how much damage just one punch can do.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this is what happens when you raise these women's up on like Supergirl and all this kind of shit, where she kicks him and then the dude goes fucking flying across the fucking football field or some shit like that. They genuinely start to believe that crazy shit.
Yeah. It just comes from a place of privilege.
One
like true privilege.
I think it's kind of overprotective dads too, because like the people I talk to, when I gently mention the bear versus the man question, they're always like, bear every time. My dad raised me to be like that, and it's like, that makes no sense whatsoever.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, that's how my dad raised me. And I'm like, okay, but why? Like, how many men?
Yeah.
Well, like a certain aspect of that is, you know, like there's some parents, where like they it's kind of like over controlling or overprotective to the degree where they're actually harming. Not harm is not the best word, but they're negatively impacting the kid to actually develop social relationships. So like, and again, like the parent could just have some sort of like unresolved trauma or some shit like that, where something happened to them as a kid, so they want to make sure their kid never goes through that. So they're like, so like in the father's point of view, he's like, oh, like I don't want her to like end up with a bad man, and he has the preconceived notion that all the dudes that he hangs around with are like making like locker room jokes and all this kind of shit, and he doesn't want that to happen to his daughter, so he makes sure that like she basically never ends up with someone. It can also come from the mother as well, where the mother basically does the whole passive aggressive thing where she's constantly controlling or manipulating the kid to never actually develop for themselves and become reliant on the mother and all this kind of shit. I forget the word, but Jordan Peterson talks about this a lot, about the he uses the example of Snow White with the bitch that like sees like the younger woman and sees how beautiful she is and like how beautiful Snow White is and all this kind of shit. And she goes above and beyond to try and just like eliminate that like youth and beauty and all this kind of shit. And it kind of mirrors in terms of like when you look at like especially like all these feminists and like like technically like the scholarly feminists or the feminists that do the writings and all this kind of shit, and like head the movement or spearhead the movement, they're all ugly. They're basically like Large Marge. You know what I mean? Like ugly, resentful, miserable, and misery loves company.
Hell yeah, it does.
You know, it's sad to see, because at the end of the day, like those type of women, now there are like guys and all this kind of shit that I put in that group as well, but like essentially what these women end up becoming is just like traitors to the nation, traitors to the state, traitors to their own kids. Like I described this whole thing of like what Jordan Peterson describes in terms of like the Snow White and all this kind of shit. You become so jealous and resentful of a young beautiful woman that you will go above and beyond to try and corrupt her and try to ruin her, because you're just jealous over her beauty or her life, essentially. You know what I mean? So you'll pump her head with all these like bad ideas. You'll get her to do the whole what the fuck's it called? Like dye her hair funny color, do the whole septum piercing. Oh, big is beautiful, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? And that's why when you look back to Plato put the beautiful, the good, and the true, like they're synonymous. You know what I mean? So it's like they went after beauty, so there's no objective beauty anymore. Then they went after truth. There's no such thing as objective truth anymore. And then they went after the good. There's no such thing as objective morality anymore. And then eventually they're now saying like, well, truth is an interpretation and all this kind of shit. So they're even going after objective truth. And like this is kind of like you hear like Shiva talk about like anytime like objective truth comes up, he would say, well, there's no such thing as ultimate truth. And like that's like a Buddhist thing where I'll say, well, there's no such thing as ultimate truth. Like there is like truth, but it's all relative. And like that's a way to get around this thing, because when you give them the argument for objective truth, then they switch the vocabulary. Similar to what they've done with the whole trans thing. It was transsexual. Science undeniably disproved the whole transsexual thing, and like showed that like transsexual surgeries are clearly a net negative for the individual. So then they just changed the words to gender. You know what I mean? The same thing with the whole like, oh, like we're not saying that they're women, we're saying that they're trans women. You know what I mean? And trans women are women. So they'll kind of like, you have that contradiction where they'll say they're not women, they're distinct from women, but then they're also women. You know what I mean? It's a lot of snaky shit that they've been doing, you know?
Yeah. I would say that there is to two of your points there. I think there's a reason why Brian asked the question about like if like your lineage or your parents or you have family or you were raised in a different country, like, but then came to America and that's where you're predominantly like based out of. He asked them like, which one are you going to have loyalty when it comes down to this hypothetical situation of what's going on between the two? And, you know, usually you'll have people kind of pick it, but you do have the occasional people that are like, oh yeah, I'd totally like pick this other country. It's like, but don't you live in the USA and this kind of stuff? So I always find that kind ridiculous on its face there, and I think that's why he asked that, to actually just gauge, like, do they really care about their homeland that they've been spending time in, like that gives them all these benefits. So I think that plays into it.
Well, it's
But
generally people that have never lived anywhere else, right?
well, even in the cases, he's had some people where they've lived out of other places, but they were kids, and then they moved here, and they're like 30 or 40 something, and they lived in the U.S. for 30 or some years. It's like you have no connection to that other place, like, and you're admitting that it has all these great benefits, and you swore to come here that you would not do this, and then and on the question, you literally say, "I'm
I
for
have
the other
opposite
country."
of that. Like, my parents were military, so I lived in Panama during Desert Storm and all that. And they fucking hated Americans. And as a blonde-haired, blue-eyed kid, I mean, sure, I didn't know the extent of it at the time. But it was very dangerous, right?
Yeah. But yeah, the other thing I wanted to say is, like, to your first point there that you were going on about, I would say that when you have a problem of, like, and I think we've seen this throughout, and I'm sure this can be applied to other places, but I'd say predominantly, since I'm in the U.S., I can only speak on that. But like parents of each generation, when they have their kids, they generally don't want them to go through the same things they went through, and then their parents of them don't want them to go through that, and it's like it's been this gradual degree of decline where we are trying to prevent like this form of suffering. So even though I feel like it's necessary to the person to develop and grow in the proper type of way, they try to shield them from it. And I think that's ultimately caused like a weakness. So that's how we come up to these kind of situations.
100%, Jack, because like that feeling of like not wanting your kid to be traumatized and all this kind of shit, that is a good feeling, but how you go about that is the key thing. And like you said, like over shielding or over protecting is one thing, right? Where like this whole thing where I'm just going to put a narrative in their head that I think will just get them to avoid like these people's, like the whole like men versus bear in the woods. That's just like just never go near a man whatsoever. Well, now because you're so conscious of trying to keep her away from bad men, you're also now going to keep her away from good men, which means she's not going to start a family and all this kind of shit, and you're playing into the feminist hands that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, same thing with careers. They think about careers before they think about family, and ultimately, when they get to that point in their life that they actually want to settle down, there's a lot of things that have happened before that, as well as now you are on a clock. So like you've spent that early years, which you should have been focusing. That's when you should have been focusing on. And Andrew drills in on this all the time. You should have spent those years to actually have babies, have kids, and then you can focus on a career. You don't have to do that one before you have the kids. I think that's where they're messed up because of this propaganda, and it's sad.
And you see this on the opposite end as well, where like there'd be plenty of like red pillars and all this kind of shit from the manosphere would say just ban women from third level education, and it's like no, you can still have women go to third level education.
Yeah,
just like push it off to like you're 35 till you're 40. Focus on having the kids when you're 20. You know what I mean? Like you can have that kind of like dynamic. You know what I mean? But like this whole kind of like shielding thing, it like what I think the problem is that they just do one side of the perspective. They just talk about the bad men all the time and all this kind of shit. And it's not even necessarily that the parents are like consciously doing it. They might not even realize this is what they're doing. But if you all you do is just give one perspective and all the bad things and all this kind of shit, that's what's going to happen. Or you just like simply don't talk about a certain thing. You just never talk about it. Like this is the thing that came up with like the Irish famine, or not even the Irish famine. I'll give you kind of more recent example of the of like the church scandal in Ireland. Like there was like all that, like, there was rumors and all that kind of stuff, and then when it became official, when it was being reported on, all this kind of shit, people just went into that kind of like weird section where it's just like, well, let's just not talk about it. And it's like, no, like you need it, although it's a bad experience.
Was that
you
the
need to be able
Catholic
to talk about it
versus
and get the
Protestants?
minutiae. No, we're talking about like the church, the priests that were abusing kids, both sexually and physically.
Okay, I get you.
And then rather like the Vatican knew about it, but rather than actually address it, the Vatican's like, okay, we're just going to ship them off to Africa or a different parish and all this kind of shit, and then it just continued on
in America.
And it was one of those things where it's like it was being talked about, like there was rumors and all this kind of shit, but it wasn't official. It wasn't actual reports on it. It wasn't on the news and all this kind of shit. And then by people, when it became official or people were talking about it, then all of a sudden it was just the media that was reporting on it. So it's like, oh, well, we don't need to talk about it now. And I'd rather not talk about it because it's not a happy topic, so to speak. So people just didn't talk. It's like the same thing with like COVID, you know? Like the whole like biolabs that's coming out now and all this kind of shit, and just like nobody wants to talk about it because it's clear that was like global tyranny. That was like a test for like this globalism, communism that they want to enact. How many people will bow the knee and all this kind of shit? And there's people, myself included, who took that shit. And the most frustrating thing for me is that like as soon as I got the I never got any booster or anything like that. I literally just got the vaccine. But it was one of these things where it's like, I got it, and then like the week after, they opened up the shop. And I was like, you motherfuckers. And that to me, in the long run, might actually, ironically, like serve as like a metaphorical vaccination or vaccine, where it's like, basically, it's pushed me to the edge now where it's like, I will never bow the knee again. Because of like, just before the place opened up, I fucking bent the knee. And again, it's because like this whole thing of like the news is constantly being pushed, and even if you don't watch the news, do your parents watch the news? Are they influenced about like your circle? Like are they being influenced by it? And then like this whole thing of like because my mother's a nurse, she's constantly like anytime like I was talking to her or whatever, like that was something that she was constantly like drilling into me. And again, it could be subconsciously because that's anytime she's watching the news, it's constantly being referenced or it's constantly being ads on her phone, all this kind of shit as well. You know what I mean? So, like I said, it's important because even just to use the the church scandal in Ireland, the fact that nobody talked about it, because we didn't talk about it, and nobody wants to talk about it, and it's like, oh sure, it's on the news and all this kind of shit. Let's not talk about it. The news is reporting on it anyways. Number one, you're given the authority and the truth aspect to the news and saying like, well, whatever they say is going to be true. You're not actually critically thinking and discussing through it and all this stuff. But on the flip side to it as well, you're not actually going to find like the nuance and like the both sides kind of spectrum, where it's like, just because there were priests that abused kids doesn't mean that Christianity itself advocates for that or promotes that or wants that or anything like that. Do you know what I mean? And that's where I think a lot of people like turned to atheism and like lost their faith and banning Christianity because they weren't having those conversations where it's like, listen, there are some evil fucking people and they will infiltrate the church and all this kind of shit, and this is what you've seen happen, play out. That doesn't mean that the ethics, the principles, the words of the Bible is preaching that, or like that's would be the thing that like that the fact that like you just go to church or you're part of like that church community, that all of a sudden you're now protected or blanketed from evil. You know what I mean? So it's like I said, to be able to get the full picture and to be able to find the nuance and the truth in a situation, to dig down to the truth. It's like with the whole World War II thing as well. Give another example where it's like there's just people who have like, this is the narrative, this is the official narrative. I don't want to look into this. The more and more you look into it, you're like, oh fuck, they're lying. They're just straight up lying about certain shit. You know what I mean? They fed us a bunch of fucking commie gobbledygook, literally commie gobbledygook. You know what I mean? And now it's kind of, you have that kind of like self-defense mechanism, or that like unpleasant feeling where it's, I'm going to stop looking at this, or I'm going to stop talking about this, because the implications is that like this whole, like the whole government, the whole system, all this stuff, they're actively against me. They're lying to me on the daily. You know what I mean? And a lot of people either refuse, don't want, or they just simply can't function in a reality where the state is actually turned against its own people, being weaponized against its own people. They can't function on their day to day if that is the truth. They'd rather believe the lie than confront the truth, because there are some things where it gets to certain people and they just can't function anymore. But we'll continue on with the goofy bitches, because like I said, we're getting quite serious and all this kind of shit. I want this to be a bit more, at least the first couple of clips, to be a bit more lighthearted, as you say. Let me know if you...
I was trying to figure out which one of these chicks I was going to buy a Baconator.
None of them, Darth. None of them. You'll buy this bitch a Baconator and she will literally she'll take your fucking soul, bro. But anyways, if there's any key parts, let me know if you want to pause, all this kind of stuff. But again, just to recap, anybody who's joined, we're in the middle of this whole thing of like, Girl in Black is basically said I was emotionally abused. Then she started talking about physical abuse, which is already a red flag. And then the goofy bitch here in the pink top with the white sleeves, she's trying to do the whole sisterhood thing.
I'll have trauma responses that will come out.
And
It's
I
just
think,
your nervous system.
Yeah, I think also now that she has the experience, like she's been on the show before, she's talked to Brian, she knows what the vibe is, she knows what to expect. I think it's easier to come in here with like a clear mindset, being like, okay, this and this might happen.
But guys, the three of us that are talking, and me, we're all like older women. We're not 18. This whole, it's a trauma response and I'm a new person today. I wasn't that person yesterday, and we're always learning. It's like you're responsible for 3 human beings that are pretty old now, right? They're not little babies.
Right.
There's only choices. You choose your behavior. You decide how you act. All this other stuff is bullshit and excuses and nonsense. You can't freak out on a live TV show and be like, well, it was my trauma. I've had trauma. I've had loads of trauma, yet somehow I can come on these shows and not like absolutely lose my shit.
Dude, give me a beer.
It's a
give me
choice.
more trauma.
That's true, but I also think she took, she's taking responsibility, she's taking accountability. She said, that wasn't right, that my reactions were different.
Also, you're very experienced with public speaking and getting into confrontational interactions with people where you might not be. So there is a different experience level.
There was a point in time just 4 years ago where I had no experience in doing that.
I know, but then
And I didn't
after
have
those
to-
4 years, you gained your experience.
No,
and
I've never acted like that.
Well,
I've
a lot
just
of
never acted like that. So it's like
a lot of it was also supposed to be comedic, and I kind of played into it. I know this show's controversial, and I know you guys like controversy. I really don't like controversy, but
Either way, Brian brought her back, so
Yeah.
I think that it did something for the show.
He brought back everybody, but
Yeah.
I just think
Because it
the pattern
affected his
I've
show in a
seen-
good way. He got
pattern
the
I've
views, he
seen
got
in
the
women specifically. This is some men too, but mostly women in my own family, women in my own life even. They act a fool, they act crazy, they cause problems, they do things and say things that they know shouldn't be tolerated, accuse people of abuse, and then later when it's brought to their attention, hey, you're the one who was acting wrong, you're the one who caused the problems, then it's suddenly, well, that wasn't my fault though, because it was my trauma, or I was in a bad state of mind, or my energy was off. And it's like, why not take responsibility and say, you know what, you're right, I shouldn't have behaved that way. That was completely out of pocket, and maybe I should make sure I don't ever do that again. And then maybe you wouldn't be like on the third husband. It's a choice. You keep lying to yourself and telling yourself that like, oh no, I I just need to heal and it's my chakras were off and all that is nonsense you tell yourself
that's
so that
not
you don't ever
nonsense.
have to take a
I
hard look at yourself and go,
disagree,
oh
though.
shoot, I messed up.
I do disagree that that's all nonsense because my healing practice has really helped me get through everything I've been through. This last year has been a very empowering year. And without my Reiki and without my sound healing, I wouldn't be the person that I'm growing into. It's
Oh, such a goofy bitch. Such a goofy bitch. But shout out to Dar for the gifted membership. And he got Charles Darwin. So congratulations to you, Charles. You thanks Darth as well. Mama. And Jack as well says, right, gotta go to sleep. Don't pause on me. Thanks for having me up. Jack, any shout outs, anything like that, any coming up that you wanna give a shout out to before you go?
Nothing set right now. I'm just kind of chilling. I guess the only shout out I'll make is VK later on today. So
VK, baby. Make sure you get all your asses to VK, ladies and gentlemen. What's the prize now? I think it's like 1,400 or something crazy like that. 1,500?
$1,500, yeah.
$1,500.
Yep.
For the cash prize, ladies and gentlemen. So make sure you get it done.
Yep. Get your ass there. But yeah, that's all I have. So I'm gonna get out of here. I went to the dentist today, so I'm really tired.
100%, Jack. Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by.
Yes, thank you. See you later.
Now, this whole thing with the like my chakras and all this kind of stuff, like having accountability, and again, like these women will use the words, but they don't know the meaning behind the words. Like having accountability is to say, yeah, I fucked up. You know? It's my fault. I have no one else to blame except for myself. Like this whole thing of like, oh, like I need to work on myself and all this kind of shit. It starts with acceptance. It starts with, yes, I fucked up. I am a bad person. We're all sinners, as the Christians would say. You know what I mean? But what this is trying to do now is try to say like this whole mumbo jumbo fucking, you know, Fugazi type shit. It's all bullshit. Like, what the fuck is a chakra? You know what I mean? It makes no motherfucking sense.
What
and it's
is
like one of
indeed
these
a
things.
chakra? She looks like she's about to explain it.
Well, let's get to it then.
helped me a lot with my anxiety, with the PTSD,
How long was it since you
with
were
the
here
trauma.
last time? Like a month?
It's been about a month, yeah.
Okay, so just yesterday, like a month ago,
Yeah.
you were cuckoo crazy pants, and I
Yeah,
know
a
you
lot
were
of
already
it-
doing the Reiki,
a lot of it
and
was
you were
an
already
act.
doing the crystal
Yes,
healing.
a lot
oh,
of
it was
it.
an act.
A lot of it was an act, but you know what? A lot of it was also. A lot of it was
don't believe
also
that.
Traumatized.
It was also, you know, I kind of watched the last podcast, and I know this show's controversial. I know Brian's trying to get his viewers, you know, worked up. There's a certain type of people who watch the show.
Wait, hold on. I completely reject that. I'm not trying to get my viewers
Well, I
worked
saw
up.
you on a recent episode where you, like, all the women are talking, and you're like this. Like, to your viewers, like, you're in the corner, you're like this.
Yeah, sometimes I do
Like,
feel when the panelists
know?
are saying dumb shit, I sometimes do contemplate there.
Yeah.
I do contemplate
I
blowing
mean-
my brains out sometimes.
No, I know.
Like earlier today, I definitely felt like
I know. And I feel,
doing
I know.
maybe okay, never mind.
And I have more compassion
Fortnite,
for
in a
you
video
now.
game,
I
in a
feel
video
like
game.
I have more compassion. I see you like fidgeting and you're like red and nervous and you're like, oh man, these
Nervous?
women. Like when I look at you,
No,
it's like, oh,
I'm
like,
not
you know, like this, and it's
Nervous?
rough.
More
Oh,
like-
I don't know, fidgety, agitated, agitated
No,
with
I'm not
people.
nervous. I'm not. It's not nervous. It's not nervous. It's.
I just don't like the way
stress.
you talk to women sometimes. Like
Okay,
there was one girl on the podcast, she was like low key, I don't know her name, and you're like, okay, low key next, just like dismissing her. I don't know. I just
on
feel
your-
like
on your episode.
I feel like I don't like
I'm
it.
sorry,
when-
on your episode?
No, it was the last episode. She has curly hair. She's
Sometimes if somebody asks me to repeat
I
a
wish I
question,
remember. I know, you get
don't
irritable.
you don't get the question repeated.
These kind of things trigger me.
I'll just skip over you.
These
I mean, that's-
kind of things trigger me.
It sounds like it doesn't take
I
much
don't
at all
like it.
to trigger
I-
you.
I
Like,
don't-
how do you get through life on a daily
No,
basis?
I'm actually
Like,
an empowered woman now, and
Oh.
I actually don't accept people talking to
what
me
does
like
that
that, and I
mean?
don't like seeing women treated.
It's gobbledygook, Darth. It is gobbledygook. Because, like,
Empowered
from
woman.
like
What
her
is that?
perspective, Well, like this whole thing of like I said, the whole egalitarianism that like men and women can be equal, or men or women should be even superior than men, and all this kind of shit. It's this whole kind of like false thing that they get fed a lot of this shit as well. But there is this whole kind of like thing of like you tell the lie enough times, and eventually it'll be believed to be true. Like the Soviets are fucking renowned for that type of shit. But like from this perspective, like just to give like the physical aspect, because that's like the clear, obvious example to give, is that it's like if women constantly see like these Supergirls or whatever the fuck in the movies, like hit a dude and he goes flying across the fucking football field, eventually they'll believe, oh, I'm just as strong as a man, if not stronger, or shit like that. You know what I mean?
Well,
and it's
I
like,
mean,
oh, if
sort
only we
of.
just
Not
empowered
really,
women and encouraged them to go along. But that's not what actually causes strength. What causes strength is suffering. Being able to suffer through. I think Charles posted it earlier, is like the ability to deal with conflict is a degradable skill. You know what I mean? If you bubble wrap everybody and all this kind of shit, when they do inevitably come to conflict or suffering, they're going to be weak. They're not going to be able to address and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? Whereas we've now have this stage where it's like we've bubble wrapped and we've done the whole like motivational speeches and the sisterhood and all this kind of shit. And now these like women, as soon as they get confronted with anybody who's not agreeing with them, who's not, who won't say everything they say is not nice to them. Like they say one not nice thing, even if it's true, they just freak out. They can't handle it. You know what I mean? And effectively what you've done is you've weakened women.
Well, I mean, look at like whatever the hell she's wearing under her bra, or that like, I'm not trying to be offensive, but whatever the fuck that blob thing is every time she moves. And it's like, oh, so you just do your face up, and all of a sudden everybody's just supposed to, what? Like what? What are we supposed to do?
I'm not quite sure what you're getting at, Darth, but like
I don't know. It's the part you're paused on. I was focusing too much on that and got distracted. Sorry. Happy 420.
the whole aspect here in terms of you gotta have accountability, Darth. Like you're kind of doing the same thing with the chakras. It's like, oh no, it's not me, it's the weed. You know what I mean? Like I said,
I'm saying I spaced out. I'm not taking accountability.
In terms of like, with like a lot of like women's, especially with the ones in the black, but like basically majority, if not all on panel, it's this whole thing where it's like everything's just opinion. Everything's just opinion. And if you're not willing to listen to my opinion, or if you dismiss my opinion, then you're mean. And they conflate like mean means evil, essentially, to them. Right? And being mean and being evil are two different fucking things. But they don't, they blur the lines. They think that's the same thing. If you're a mean person, then that means you're an evil person. There's plenty of mean people that are good people. Like there's the whole thing of like manners versus morality.
Oh, for sure. Like what you just did right there, where you reined me in. Like, I wouldn't say it was mean, but definitely wasn't evil, right?
And we got Avarice in chat as well. Fuck your opinion. Exactly. You know what I mean? And like this, I think we were talking about this as well a couple of days ago, maybe. On one of the previous streams, like when you were kind of saying it's like the German honesty.
Avarice, I hope you're watching. I'm actually wearing your hoodie.
He's got the limited edition, baby. Representing the boys. But this whole aspect of what we're talking about, like the German honesty. Where you're like, oh fuck. You know, like sometimes you could say like the Germans are too honest. And it's like, I'd rather get like the unfiltered truth. I'd rather get like directing, like, for example, if you got something in your teeth, some people like wouldn't tell you got something in your teeth because they just want to be nice, rather than you should be truthful. You should be honest. You know what I mean? And that's a huge disconnect here, where it goes back to like these women that it's all just opinion, and whatever the majority opinion is, well then that's the truth. But a great example to give to him was, well, it's my opinion that, you know, we should lock women up in cages and like remove all women's rights, like, or say some egregious shit like, you know, we should wipe out this race of people and all this kind of shit. If I get enough people to go along with that, does that make it true? If I get enough, and then they would say, well, that's not nice. Because it's not nice, they conflate the whole like nice being good and mean being immoral. Manners and morality are two completely different fucking things. You know what I mean? And this is the whole thing that like they don't recognize the importance of reasoning. They don't recognize the importance of logic. You know? That like by saying certain shit, you're clearly wrong. You're being unreasonable. You're not actually engaging in reason. And that's where like they think of dismissing an opinion. Oh, why should you be allowed to do it? Because reasoning is an objective thing.
So is it your duty at all times to tell people if they're being unreasonable? Because that's something I wonder.
Yes.
I don't mean here. I mean like in your job and whatnot. You guys should just straight up tell them they're unreasonable.
There is a certain aspect to it. I think I rushed to answer that question too quickly.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking is where's the line where it's just like, yeah, I'm not gonna change your mind, so
with the aspect of like when I talk about like that I went to like the LGBs or the trans like First Amender to use him as like the example or the poster boy to that whole shit. Where I went to him, I said like, listen, like as this like Nazi or as this like devil or this evil person, I actually want you guys to continue doing this transgender surgeries because each transgender person that cuts off their ding-a-ling, that's one less gay person that I have to worry about raping or abusing a kid. You know what I mean? It's one less gay on the street with each like transgender surgery and all this kind of shit. It's for each kid that you're putting on these hormones and all this stuff, that's just one more gay person who's chemically castrating themselves. And again, they cannot confront it.
But who makes you the arbiter of truth on that? Like, I'm not saying that anybody should necessarily, but that's a prescription, isn't it?
No.
How is it not?
Like, how is it a prescription? Like if you put forward like the whole trans thing, and then I say, okay, I will grant that position, but I can show you negative consequences from that position. That's not me saying, oh, I'm also advocating for that position. See what I'm saying? Like this whole thing of like where I talk about where the quote from House, where he says, I think it's the foreman or something like that. He goes, "Truth comes from lies." Think about it. All right. This whole thing that like House has that famous saying is like everybody lies. So how are you able to gain the truth when you know that your patient is going to lie about things? You know what I mean? You can use reasoning, you can use logic. You know what I mean? But if you've given the argument to them, and at that point they're still actively going. One second, let me finish. They're still actively going against you. That's when you kind of throw your arms up and say, like, there's no point. Like the definition of insanity is doing the same thing and expecting different results.
Yeah, and then that ended up, like, as far as that story with House, fucking him in the end.
How so?
Because all the reason and logic in the world doesn't, prevent you from dying in ultimate truth. Wasn't that kind of how that story went?
What?
Didn't he eventually die? I don't know. I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if I saw the end.
No,
of
he
it.
faked his
My
own
bad.
death so he could spend the rest of the time with Wilson. Wilson ended up with cancer.
My bad. Oh yeah, I remember now. My bad.
But like, I'd ask you this question, Darth. Would you rather be like happy, but it's a lie, or be miserable, but you live in truth?
Honest answer is I don't know.
Fair answer. But that's essentially the story of House. House was miserable, but he still pursued truth. He realized the power of truth, or the importance of truth, would be a better word. If you go along with the lie, or you don't take truth to be like the priority or the most important thing, people will die.
But if you assume everybody's lying, isn't that like an immiserable existence too? Existence? Like, it's actually something I'm going through right now, which is weird we got on this. But
Well, why is this is what I talk about in terms of like this whole thing of like some people not being able to actually live in reality. They need the illusion and all this kind of stuff. Like, just because everybody lies doesn't mean that everybody lies all the time. Do you understand the difference?
yeah.
So this whole thing of knowing that everybody lies, not that they lie all the time, but that everybody lies, gives you that like grounding in reality that you're not just going to be able to take everybody at their word. You're actually going to have to critically think about what are they saying, what are they doing.
Oh yeah, for sure. Okay.
Things like that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And the way to not to live in reality and not be miserable, given that is a fact of reality, that everybody lies, is to change your expectations. You can't change the external, but you can change the internal. Sorry, you can't always change the external, but you can always change the internal. Bars.
Sorry, the rope's burning. If you could smell
Bars.
the rope's burning. Yeah, I know.
But let's finish off this one and get to the next one, ladies and gentlemen.
Like that either.
But what if you're just being a bitch?
Yeah.
Then shouldn't people talk to you like that? Like, honestly.
I mean,
like, what if you're
everybody
just
has-
being an absolute bitch and then someone's like, hey, why not
the
just
fuck
stop
up.
being a bitch and shut the fuck up? Like, aren't they justified in doing that?
I guess if they want to, definitely they have the right. This is a free country.
No, I'm not even
It's
talking
not-
about like
it's not
they have
the
the right
right.
to do it. Sure, they have
Right.
the right to do it.
And
right?
I wanna-
you can have the right to do something and still be being an asshole. We know this.
Right.
But is it really being an asshole if you're being a fucking bitch and someone says, "Shut up, you fucking bitch"? Like, isn't that reasonable and rational?
I don't think so.
Why not?
I don't think we should treat each other that way. And I want to piggyback off what you said, a really good thing. You know, take responsibility for how.
There we have it. There we fucking have it, Darth. The culmination. Sorry to pause so quick after we kept playing it, but this whole thing is like, okay, but what if you're actually being a bitch? Should you not call them a bitch or say that they're being a bitch? And she says, no, I don't think we should treat people like that. We shouldn't treat people with honesty.
That's my literal work environment. It drives me crazy. I bite my tongue so much it bleeds. Happy 420. It's actually 420 now. I was joking before.
Mama. But like, this is the thing where it's like these women would rather believe in like the sugar coating and the illusion and all this kind of shit
Mhm.
than actually like live in reality. That's where we're at, and that's how bad the situation actually is. That's why you see so many people who are fucking blackpilling. Because they keep trying to point this out, and like people say, "Oh no, it's not actually that bad," and they're like, "No, it's pretty fucking bad." You know what I mean? So then they end up just fucking like becoming nihilists. What's the point and all this kind of shit? But what the black pillars don't realize is you can change your expectation, you can change your perception, and say, yes, things are bad, but in any heroic story, the story of the hero, that motherfucker has to go out and slay a fucking dragon. So the black pillars themselves thinks that life should be a certain way. So they themselves are not living in reality. Even though they point out all this like this bad shit that's going on, all this kind of shit, they themselves still fall for the illusion of, but it should be this way. They want the illusion. See what I'm saying? And when you think about it, like in depth enough, when you get down to the core of it, it starts to expose a lot of this shit, and then you're able to kind of move accordingly and all this kind of shit, you know?
Well, I mean,
And that's why
doesn't
reason is the framework. But yeah, go ahead.
well, it comes down to delusion, right? Like I mean, it goes both ways, but they've been given the opportunity, or I guess the outcome. Is it kind of an outcome thing? Where they just assumed that because mommy and daddy did this thing and they were protected, that all of a sudden they're entitled to some shit, but yet it's not exactly reciprocated. I know I'm being retarded on it, but isn't it entitlement when it comes down to it?
When you say it, what you mean? What are you referring to?
Jesus, my language is so fucked because of where I work. The female mentality, and by female I mean like, biological females. The daddies went too hard on protecting them. Now they have this weird entitlement that it's just turned into this insufferable. Ugh. I don't know how else to say it.
Because like it's like that's one example that will contribute, like feminism, like this whole like institutions around this. The media itself is pushing this.
Yeah,
You know what
it's
I mean?
like
The
not
academia is
interested.
pushing this
Not
and all this kind of
interested.
stuff.
Not even a little. Like, good luck with that. That's what it makes me think.
You know, and Jiraiya says, change your perception to what? There are no dragons now. What I'm talking about with a dragon is a mythical creature. And anytime you're using like that imagery, you're referring to something like, for example, like cultural Marxism is a dragon to slay. It's not a physical thing. It manifests in the physical. Everything in the physical. When you're talking about like slaying a dragon, what you're going out and what you're talking about is you're talking a mental thing that you need to confront with, or you need to slay that dragon off cultural Marxism or nihilism. You know what I mean? Like that's why they use like, mythical things like the unicorn and leprechaun, all this kind of shit. Something that's clearly not in reality, but it's something that points to the like the metaphysical, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like communism is another dragon that needs to be slain. Transgenderism is another dragon that needs to be slain. You know? It's this kind of Islam would be another dragon to slay. You know? Agreed, it's a journey of the mind, you fight it there. But it's again this connection between the mind and the body, the mental and the physical. The battle to sway minds. That's why they went after Charlie. Charlie was actually swaying people. He was winning the not the world war, but the worldview war. You know, like people think that like that's why I brought up the Trump social post, Truth Social post, where he's saying like the communists have made their move and all this kind of shit as well. Everybody thinks that because like the kinetic warfare ended, that the war was over. But it's not just a world war, it's a worldview war. That's what we're fighting against. You know? And it's this whole thing of like it needs to be constant. Because you cannot kill an idea. You can freeze it, you can what would be the word? You can, again, to use some sort of imagery, it's like you can throw it into the depths of hell, but it can break out of there. And that's where it's like constant vigilance needs to be had, you know? But ladies and gentlemen, we're just coming up to the first grift break as well, because I do need to refill the cup, get another cup of coffee, as they say. So let me reset the goal. So one sec. Uno momento, por favore. So we've reset the goal timer, and we're gonna put up the banners, as they say. So we put up this, and then we put up this. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the perfect time. If you need to stretch the legs, have an L stretch, get the circulation going. If you need to grab a drink, perhaps maybe something stronger, grab the popcorn, all that good stuff. Now is the perfect time to send any shekels as well. If there's any spare shekels in the wallet as well, because I don't know what you heard, Jack.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
This show ain't free, chat. It is fan funded. We don't do ads. We don't do sponsors, all this kind of shit. Think of the Christians.
How in the world is a dying, lost world ever going to hear the gospel if we don't have some Christians that's got some money in their pockets to propagate it?
Some propagation shot, you know what I'm saying? And then we brought up the Christians. We have to bring up the Jews.
If you go into the old covenant, do you think the Jewish people believe you should be broke?
No, sir. I've never met a broke Jew, which is kind of funny. To be honest, it's kind of a weird phenomenon, a pattern that needs to be studied. Ladies and gentlemen, going on a grift break. I'll see you in a few. Enjoy the music.
In the merry month of scams, from a hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Teriak's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassie smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full Aldera. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while on for the road, they said me Connaught brogue wasn't much in vogue on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, spirits never failing, landed on the quay just as the ship was sailing. Captain at me roared, said that no room had he. When I jumped aboard, a cabin found for Terria. Down among the pigs, I played some funny rigs, danced some hearty jigs, the water round me bubbling. When off Holyhead, I wish myself was dead, or better far instead, on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn him down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah. The boys of Liverpool, when we safely landed, called myself a fool. I could no longer stand it, blood began to boil, temper I was losing, poor old Erin's Isle they began abusing. Hurrah me soul, says I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, sore I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah. Now with me, little leprechauns, we're drifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's Tylenol twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, Wackful Alderah.
Yeehaw! Sugar! Well, I'm a little old leprechaun, 5 foot nothing in green. Got a rainbow for on me and a pop that's looking lean. I've been dancing on TikTok, selling shamrock and FTs. But the gold's running low, darling, won't you send a little to me? I'll jig on your screen, do a reel with me, beer. Drop a super chat, sugar, make a poor Sprite feel cheer. It's a wee bit of grip, but it's honest and true. I just need your dollars to sparkle like dew. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing all rainbows down my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Come on, y'all, Venmo's have Leafy Grift 6-9. I've got Lucky Charms courses, just $9.99. Millionaire mindset from a fella who's never seen a dime. I'll bless your PayPal with a 4-leaf emoji spell. If the pot stays empty, I'm heading straight to well. I'll trade you a selfie with me pot for a tip. Add glitter and filters, make your timeline flip. It's a hustle with heart, just a wink and a nod. Help a leprechaun live like a country five god. Fill me pot of gold, pretty baby, won't you fill me pot of gold, make it overflow. Send a 5, send a 10, send 100 if you please. I'll be dancing on rainbows down on my knees. Fill me pot of gold, honey, don't be shy. I'm a grifting little leprechaun with a twinkle in me eye. Cash App, Zelle, crypto, whatever floats your shamrock. Now listen here, sugar, every coin that you send leprechaun you'll ever know. Can pee, fill me pole.
And we're back, folks. Hopefully you enjoyed the music. Like I said, I like to mix it up a bit, get a bit of Irish folk, get a bit of country, and then we finish it up with typically with a little bit of Michael Bublé-esque. Copyright reasons, Michael Bublé-esque, you know what I'm saying? But shout out to Clayton Grant Gordon for the $1 Canadian, and also massive shout out to Shazzy for the £10. That's the King Shilling. Okay? Chat, this shit ain't free. Exactly, Shazzy. Exactly, because I don't know what you heard.
I don't know what you heard, but this show ain't free.
Show ain't free. It is fan funded, ladies and gentlemen. And for that, let me give you the shredding clip, ladies and gentlemen. Are we having fun? Yeah, folks. And Darth has to go for the sleepy time. No worries, Darth. Have a good one. Thank you very much for joining. But let's get back to it, ladies and gentlemen, because we're quite behind on schedule. We basically played one clip in the first 2 hours, so it is what it is. But this one is this trifling bitch is going to start taking shots at Christianity. You know what I mean? And like the funniest thing as well is that like these bitches that do the whole chakra and all this kind of bullshit, crystals, they're like, well, Christianity is man-made. Excuse me, bitch. Excuse me. You know, you guys are believing in false things. So like that crystal is actually healing. What's going on here? What the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? And like and we again yesterday's show, Theology Thursdays, every Thursday we read from the Bible. Like there is so much profound wisdom in the Bible. But even just like when you read through it, it's like it literally guides you through actually building a nation. What is required for a nation? You know what I mean? Just saying. Food for thought, so to speak. But let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen.
A lot of you guys here, the way that you talk triggers me because you're like, well, I just think that we should all just be nice and the crystals and the blah, blah. And to me, all I hear is crazy, cuckoo, crazy, insane.
Are you a religious? Are you a religious person?
Asylum.
Are you religious?
Yes.
I'm just curious.
But I'm also extremely rational.
What's your religion?
I'm Orthodox Christian.
Okay. Are you one of the born again Christian types?
No, that's not. That's even.
Oh my
Do you
God.
read the Bible?
Yes.
Yes.
And are you straight on the narrow path with the Bible? Like you don't
I'm
go
a
off of your
practicing
path,
Orthodox Christian,
Right.
but all
No,
of us
well, look,
will fall short
when you're talking
from time to time.
about when you're talking about the way, yeah, you're gonna.
But I'm not a lunatic.
It's
is
built.
the difference.
It's
I don't
built
act like a
into the way
crazy
that you're going to move off
I
of it.
try not to be into the Reiki or the sound.
Again, folks, we're going to be talking about Christianity, and the main thing about having these types of theological or philosophical discussions, make sure that we know our epistemologies. Okay, you got to make sure you study the epistles.
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can.
Wait,
I told you that.
Yeah. You know, make sure you have all your epistles studied because we're going to get theological, we're going to get philosophical. Wait, am I too loud? Like, let me do this maybe. What about if I do this? Okay, I think that might have been too loud. What about this? I think this should be a thing, and it should mirror what volume the video's at. I do apologize because, like I said, especially like with trying to balance in the audio, That's something that like I have to get better at with using the StreamYard, because it gives you like when people come on, like, but some people just have like I don't think Darth has a bad mic. There are some people that have like just woeful mics. But like I don't think Darth has a bad mic. It's just like he sits too far away from it and things like that. So I think the Rev Russ was going through that. I think it was a couple of weeks ago when I was on panel with him. That was the thing where it's like, bro, like it's like mic settings is key. Also, mic discipline is key as well. Like people who like don't mute their mics and then they're like crunching down on something crunchy, and you're like, bro, come on. Epistles. Exactly. Gotta make sure you know your epistles.
Healing too much. I used to be a Mormon, and I used to be manic
that's a crazy cult
about the
too.
religion.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
a
like,
cult.
but I feel like the Christians are also brainwashed, and they're also manic too.
Well, it depends on the
and
sect.
not balanced people.
Look, there are sects of Christianity that are crazy.
And you guys did mention their devil worshiping.
Yeah.
You're not educated about Reiki and sound healing. You
Yes.
haven't lived that life.
I have a very close family
But
member.
have
who
you
believes
been a
in all
Reiki
that stuff.
practitioner? Have you been a sound healer?
No, because
you can't say that I'm a devil.
You can't make
worshiper.
commentary on
sound
serial killers
healer?
if you're not a serial killer.
Yeah.
It makes no sense though.
Can you let us know what exactly is demonic? Because I'm interested to know.
anytime you're using magic,
The
or,
Bible says
yeah,
that.
but
You've been
contact-
also be
brainwashed.
considered magic.
You have been brainwashed by the religion and the
I can
Bible.
make a secular
Your mind
argument.
is closed.
Here, I'll make a
You
secular
don't know
argument.
anything about Orthodoxy, do you?
I know a lot about.
You know a lot about
I'm
Orthodox
an
Christianity?
ordained minister.
No, you're not. There's no such thing as a female minister. That
there
doesn't
is.
No way.
exist. That's heresy. That is heresy.
Why not?
I'm an Orthodox Christian.
Haram.
We've been practicing the same way for 2,000
Well, I can
years.
tell you're a very closed-minded woman.
I'm a very rational
just
and
being
educated
honest.
and intelligent woman, which is how I know that you're crazy and full of shit.
Well,
and what I'm telling you
yeah.
is this show, I want to get back to my point, which is this show does a
There
very
the emotional
important
abuse
service.
starts. I'm crazy and I'm full of shit.
You are
That's
crazy and full of
absolute
shit.
emotional
That's
abuse.
not abuse.
It's
It is.
kindness to
It
you.
hurts me.
I'm bringing you back to
It
reality.
hurts me.
Wait,
It triggers
hold on.
me.
Allow,
I've been
hey,
called
wait,
crazy.
Let
stop,
me
stop,
finish
stop.
and then you
Let
can
Rachel
respond.
finish
Okay.
her point,
So-
and I promise I'll let you respond.
I'm gonna not.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
this
fine.
show provides a really important service by bringing this stuff to the forefront, because it's like there's a lot of people out there that don't realize that men deal with this all the time, and that this is what's out
That
there in
men
the dating.
deal-
Wait, hold on.
Oh, yeah.
What's out
I
there in the
promise I'll let
dating
you have your
market.
time.
Okay.
And it gives me an opportunity to say to women like you, and this is not out of hatred. This is
Right.
what I would do with my daughters if they were behaving this way. I would be like, I'm going to bring you back to reality, okay? You're acting crazy. Reiki is bullshit. All this new age crystal worshiping nonsense is demonic. It is at best, it's bullshit that doesn't do anything. And at worst, you might be using magic or contacting entities that you don't really know what they are. And you should stop doing that. And the way I know that I'm correct is because you act like an unhinged lunatic in front of millions of people.
Okay.
And then you come back for more and just say, well, you know, my energy was off, but also I was faking, but I wasn't. And it's like, we can see that you are a logical contradiction machine and you live in la la land. And I'm trying to bring you back to reality and go, hey, your Reiki is not healing anything. The crystals are not fixing you. You need somebody to bring you back to reality where you can like take accountability for your behavior and change that. And then your life will get better and then you will heal.
Well, I don't need to take advice from you. First of all, you don't have any say in what I do in my life, and you shouldn't really care about what I'm doing, to be honest. You should just worry about yourself. I think that's the problem with all of the people that are so religious.
But you
and
don't take that
you
advice.
feel your way is the
You
only
think that
way.
you're here
Are
to
you
give
gonna
me
let me
advice.
speak? You spoke.
You're giving Brian advice.
Okay,
You're
so-
telling everyone else what's wrong
So
with them
I was
and that their
quiet.
energy is wrong.
I was quiet. We're on a new
Sure, go
episode.
ahead.
I'm not going back to the old episode. I'm on a new episode. We're on a different.
That was last month. I'm a
Okay.
new person
Okay.
this month.
So
Hold on, Rachel. Do let
Sure,
her
sure.
do let her respond if you can. Go ahead.
So, Rachel, I'm not the one name calling already. You're the one who looks really bad in front of all of these people. Have I called you a name? You just called me crazy, and what was the other name?
A lunatic.
Well,
a lunatic.
Well, that's a set of conditionals.
Not name
calling.
that wasn't very Christian like.
Those are
you claim to be a
descriptions of your-
Christian.
Yes, and a
Would a
Christian would tell
Christian
you.
do that?
Yes,
Would
a
Jesus
Christian-
do that?
Yes.
No, Jesus would not
Yes,
call
he
me a
would.
crazy lunatic.
No.
Would
If
Jesus
you were
do that?
worshiping demons,
If
huh?
you
No.
were worshiping demons, Jesus would say,
I'm not worshiping demons.
That's
I
what
don't
you're doing.
worship my crystals.
And even if you don't
and
think
I don't
that-
worship demons. Do you guys know Reiki is a practice that is used in hospitals nationwide to help cancer patients? Are you
That
even
is not true.
educated?
Completely false. That's completely
Yeah,
false.
that's not true.
Well, it doesn't. Here, we don't need to.
It doesn't matter.
Hang on.
if it's
Now,
true.
listen. I'll take the Pepsi
I'm
challenge.
just glad.
I'll take the Pepsi challenge here. Let's find out if you're correct. When you say that Reiki is designed to or is utilized to treat cancer patients all over the United States, how many hospitals do you think actually employ Reiki? for
Quite
cancer?
a few
How many?
hospitals. We can Google it. Who has a
Oh
Before
my
we Google
God.
it, what percentage
don't-
would you say?
I don't know the percentage.
Would you say it's high or very low?
I think it's average. It's a healing
Average?
modality. It's like a form of
Like
meditation.
30%?
It's a relaxation modality. It's very helpful.
Well,
It's not.
do you
It's
put
not
all-
devil
do
worshiping
you
or
put
any of
all-
those things that the religious
right.
people say.
Do you
it
put
is.
all guided meditation in the category of Reiki?
What do you mean?
Like, is there guided meditation which could be outside of the category of it being Reiki?
It's something different than guided meditation.
Okay, so then if the hospital is just employing people who utilize guided meditation, that does not go in the Reiki category, right?
Right.
Now, can you tell me how many hospitals employ prayer?
Um,
A lot more than hospitals that employ Reiki.
But
all of them have a
Mhm.
chaplain.
There are different types of prayer, though. If
So
you look,
if it's validation through practice, then our practice is the most validated.
I disagree. Well, that's how you feel, but the Hindus feel chanting.
That was your argument.
Chanting is just a different form of prayer.
Hang on, back up. Your argument was
so-
my practice is validated because it's practiced in hospitals.
I didn't say it's validated.
If it's
because
validated
that.
due
I was
to
just
that,
making a
then if
point.
we utilize the same theory for prayer, then my practice is much more validated than yours
Well,
is.
I'm not necessarily saying I'm
But
validating
someone
it.
can
but-
also argue that being Christian or practicing Catholicism, I know I grew up being very Catholic, and there's a lot of Catholic superstitions, there's a lot of traditions that go within these Catholic or Christian churches that can also be argued and be said, it can be deemed as voodoo magic or whatever. It's just not because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's they're entirely
Hang on, let's
different.
put
They're
this-
kind of just, I believe they all fall
understand.
under the same category.
I don't think
No, but reason, facts, logic disproves it. Oh my God, man. Oh my God, this is crazy. And I don't mean like crazy as in like, oh, it's like these bitches are clearly crazy. Their opinion is truth. Anything they like or they feel or whatever is truth. Oh my God, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it, chat. I'm going to throw this fucking computer out the window. Holy shit. Oh my God. Like, even just the statement where it's like plenty of hospital. Oh my God, man.
so. But in here, let me demonstrate it for you.
Go ahead.
Okay, let's start with this. What's a Catholic moral principle you actually disagree with? Single one.
Catholic moral principle. Let me think. Well, I'm not like very Catholic anymore.
I know, but that's not what I'm asking. I'm not
A
asking whether or
moral
not
principle
you're a
I
practitioner.
disagree with.
Yes, a Catholic moral principle which you think is incorrect. Or is bad for society or is unhealthy for society.
Maybe having people believe, like in Catholicism, for example, you will go into heaven if you take Jesus Christ as your Lord and
Yeah, but
Savior
these aren't
before you die.
employments of moral principles for how to behave. That's what I'm after.
Well, I mean, it's just saying what are the 7 deadly sins. I guess I don't have
Well,
anything wrong with that.
That's not saying what
my
the seven
God.
deadly
What
sins.
what
That's
moral,
not-
what moral stuff are you talking about?
I'm asking
shalt
you.
not steal.
I'm asking you for an example
Yeah.
of any moral principle which Catholics would apply
Mhm.
to the world that would make the world worse if people followed them.
Maybe believing, I think, there's a lot of stuff that people argue when they go against, right now it's Pride Month, so it's like a lot of people can argue and be like, oh, well, that's a sin. Being
So
gay is
gays?
a sin. Yeah, I think that's a good
So
one.
how is less gays going to make the world worse?
No, I just think it's wrong if Catholics use Catholicism as
Overtones donated $200.
Oh my God.
Plop are
Oh
gonna get
my
kicked off
God,
again.
man.
Just a matter of vibrational propagation.
Thank you for the TTS. Appreciate it. If you guys want to just jump right back in, go for it.
I wanted to say something about, do you
Well,
guys
did you guys want to finish this
go ahead.
exchange?
Yeah,
right
don't
here?
let her run away from this shit. Holy fuck. Well, they're against pride. Yeah, because if everyone was gay, everybody would die. We wouldn't be reproducing.
well, yeah, I do think it is.
Let me be specific.
But I
'cause
want to finish my point.
Well, hang
because
on,
you asked me a question.
but you're actually straw manning the position for what I asked you.
Okay, go ahead.
So I want to be specific about this. What I'm looking for is a principle that you can point to, a moral principle that a Catholic would follow, that if employed, if everybody employed those in the world, it's going to make the world worse.
Yeah, I think the gay one is a good example.
Okay, so then how is less people being gay
That's-
going to make the world worse, or practicing homosexuality going to make the world worse?
I don't think it's less people being gay. I think it's the idea of being like, being gay is a sin. Everyone should follow the path of being a heterosexual. I think that's what's dangerous, because you're telling everybody you can't be gay. Okay, well, gay people, what happens when gay people aren't supported, when they're not supported by
I get
society,
it.
by their
Hang on,
when
I
they're not
understand
supported
the
by their
argument.
family.
I
That
get-
is dangerous.
Yep, I get it. I understand the argument. Now let me rephrase one other time with a follow-up question. Can you name one of these principles that, if applied to society, you would disagree with, that doesn't have anything to do with degeneracy?
Like what, for example?
Sexual sin, degeneracy, things like this.
Like if they were applied to society, what are you talking about? I think that's all this is an example.
What
You
I'm
guys
saying
are
is
saying
that
don't be
I
promiscuous.
believe that you're
Be
only
modest.
I
What I'm
that's
saying
is I believe that your only objections
dangerous?
to Catholic principles would be that they reduce degeneracy.
Yeah.
That's it.
You
And so
just
I don't
don't
think
like
you
no,
can.
because-
Hang on,
no,
hang on,
because
hang on,
then
hang
you're
on. Let me
labeling
finish.
things
Let me
that
finish.
don't have to
Let me
be
finish.
degenerate as degenerate.
I understand that you think.
Not as in the more gay people are, the more society degenerates. As in, we're not able to generate as much people because they're gay. They don't even understand the meanings to the words that they're using. Holy shit. Oh my God, man. I'm going to play the clip. I gotta play the clip.
This stupid.
That I get it. So what I'm asking is for a single example of this application in society that Catholics would employ that actually wouldn't just be your objection is, wait, that's limiting some sort of degeneracy. Do you have any examples like that?
I have an example.
Go
Sure.
ahead.
Okay. So I'm actually not that educated in Catholicism, but with Christianity, I think that a major issue with it is that when a lot of people practice it, they think that they can commit sin and then just pray to God for forgiveness. And I feel like there's little accountability actually held within the religion itself.
That is true.
So a lot of people go off and then they view like all sin as the same.
Yeah.
Whereas being like immodest is not the same as like
And if you
actually
have a rape
harming
And then, you guys are all about it taking accountability.
Can't do like 10 of you on
Me
one.
first.
So hang on. Back to this. Let me just respond
I'm
very
talking about like
quickly
the
to this.
practice, not the actual.
I want to show you why that's actually an illogical proposition.
But you guys are all about
Can
taking
I
accountability. So
finish?
what
Yeah.
about when
We have something
hang on.
called confession.
Yeah, take.
Oh, so
We do
being
take-
Hang on.
confessing all your sins.
Thanks.
We're gonna get there. You
Can
gotta
I just,
hold on.
can I
All your
just answer
sins.
her question? Right? The proposition's reversed. So let's just reverse it. What is there preventing somebody who wants to engage in sin who doesn't believe in God from doing that and then taking accountability?
Not doesn't believe in God, but maybe doesn't believe in Jesus Christ.
Just doesn't believe in God, though, is my
Yeah,
question.
you're just an atheist.
Atheists can still
A lot of
take
atheists,
accountability.
it depends on how you define atheist. I think a lot
Doesn't
of
believe in
people-
any God.
I think a lot of people. I think there's very few people who don't believe in a higher power.
Okay,
or
so
that they're
but
being
all of
watched
the
or-
but all of the
yeah.
people who do not believe in a God, I don't understand. What's their great accountability?
There isn't. But
There
that's,
isn't,
that's
exactly.
But that's not the topic.
Ding, 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 ding.
At hand, there's so
It
many
is,
people that
though.
aren't Christian.
Because
that
all
believe
you're
in
saying
God.
is there's an accountability structure that's built in that some people don't follow. It's like fair. That's a fair criticism.
But you guys
But
just
you
get
have
rid of the
no accountability structure at all.
You just go,
and then go,
"Everything's fine,
and then
dude."
go, but what about those people over there? They have accountability, but some of them don't follow
Yeah,
it.
we're like,
I'm
hey,
not
there
an
should be
atheist.
limits
I'm
on
not
what behavior is
saying-
acceptable.
I
And you're like,
understand
yeah,
you're
but you fall
not.
short.
I'm critiquing the position, Christian. Not
Yeah.
saying you're an atheist.
Somebody else, a Christian can be a terrible person as well. But just because
Certainly.
they follow that set of rules, that whatever it says in the Bible, doesn't make them a good person.
Why not?
No, we're not talking about the people. We're talking about the rules. We're talking about the moral framework that it promotes. Holy shit. They're so retarded. It's lowering the IQ of the entire chat by 20 points. What the fuck's going on here? But I think this is like a deliberate obfuscation away from what the point is. You know what I mean? Because like if you're to take her argument here, it's like, well, we have laws, but people break the laws. So why should we even follow the laws in the first place? You know, we have like laws against murder, but people murder anyway. So what's the point of even following the murder laws? That's basically what she's saying here. It is complete retardation.
Well, hang on. Actually,
so
why
what
not?
is the argument? Because I'm a bit confused.
Well, actually,
now.
I'm confused. What biblical
Sweetie, you've been confused for the past 2 fucking decades.
principles would a person be following? Like actually following, where you would say they were a bad person?
Yeah.
That actually confuses
Well,
me.
what if they're a cheater? What if they're
That's
a
not
liar?
following
Not
biblical
following
principles,
lustful?
then.
Those things all violate.
They all violate
rules.
Christian
So then,
ethics.
what are the principles exactly?
Christian ethics would be following the teachings and the beliefs of Jesus
So
Christ.
that's okay as long as you're following the teachings of the Bible. It's okay to be lustful. It's okay to be a
No,
liar.
the Bible teaches you
No, the
can't do
You guys
those
keep
things.
retracting, and I don't understand what you're saying.
What are we
the Bible
retracting?
says you can't do those things. So if you're following it, you won't do those things.
Right.
Now, if
But
you
an atheist can also have a good moral compass as well.
From where?
Just being a good person,
What does
having
that mean?
experience.
How do
you know what
Don't-
makes you a good
How
person?
do you know what makes you good?
They could have a good moral compass too. Is it? Yeah, but from where? Like, where's their doctrine? They just be a good person, bro. Just be a good person. Just be nice. Oh man, I'm starting to really understand the Salem witch trials now. I'm really, really understanding the Salem witch trials.
Good.
Through experience.
The golden rule.
Wait,
The
the golden
golden
rules.
rule.
What are we taught in elementary
You know where the
school?
golden rule comes
Look
from?
at what are we taught
You
in
reap what you
elementary
sow.
school?
We're all
By Christian.
Oh my god, the voice and all. Holy shit. Holy shit, ladies and gentlemen. But we're on to the next one. More suffering.
I want to say one thing. I believe you guys don't represent Christianity in any
I'm
way.
sure you don't.
So we agree that personal
because
questions
if
are off
we
the
were-
table then?
Christians
My subjective view on like this is the most moronic fucking argument that gets brought up. It's like I don't think that you're representing Christianity to the best ability. Are you Christian? No, I'm not a Christian. What the actual fuck? This is there's a reason why I don't review a lot of the whatever clips, because it's difficult. It is difficult to get through these.
don't act this
Because
way.
if yes,
You know
you're-
that.
you who is not a Christian and thinks Christianity is bad is going to tell me
No,
that Christian.
I didn't
how
say
Christ-
Christianity is
Here's what
bad.
people
Don't
like-
put words in my
here's what
mouth.
people like
I
you
didn't
think.
say that.
You
I didn't
think-
say Christianity
you
was
think-
bad.
Shush.
I
God, she never
said
stops.
that you don't represent Christianity.
Okay,
as
now
a whole.
Rachel gets to respond.
Okay, but she does interrupt more than me. By
Okay,
the way.
but she's going to finish her thing, and then you
Did
can
you guys
respond.
go to church today?
You need to stop. Let Rachel respond. Then you can respond, and then I'll let other people come in. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. People who are not Christians, you use this as a tactic. It's say something to make me feel good. And if you tell me a truth that makes me uncomfortable, you're not a real Christian because you made me feel bad. And that's also not logical, not rational, doesn't make sense. Just because I'm Christian doesn't mean everything I say to you is going to give you warm fuzzies. Christianity is about truth, not about this false positivity that you want. You want this false, fake, fluffy, like, just tell me things that make me feel good inside. That's not real life, and that's not what truth is.
Christianity is about being like Jesus and following his example.
And Jesus called
you don't
people
represent
swine.
Jesus.
He ran people out.
Jesus flipped tables. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Holy shit. Shout out to Jariah for the $5. Says, Salem witch trial started by a judge ending a priest. Salem witch trial started by a judge, ended by a priest. Look it up. Judge wanted land. The church sent a priest to end it. I'll look into it. I'm talking about like burning witches at the stake. That's what I'm basically saying. You know what I mean? Good morning, Stacy. 300 years ago, they would all have been burned at the stake. Man, like that's what I'm saying. Some people can't be saved. Like when you get to your like middle age, 30, 40, and you've not developed the capabilities to cultivate rationality and reason. It's too late for you, bro. You're doomed. Desiree is one of the smartest people in history. Well, she studied her epistles.
Epistemology is the study of the epistles. I mean, you can. I told you that.
Yeah. These chicks do not even understand the words being used. They don't even understand the words being used. But they're going to preach to us about what a true Christian, a real Christian should be. It's unbelievable.
Out of the temple,
Call them whitewashed tombs.
Go back and read the writings of the apostles and the early church fathers too. They delivered hard truth to people when they needed to hear it. They would tell
especially
people,
heretics.
Yes, heretics. They would say walk up to them and hit them in the mouth.
Why don't you go for I'm going to time you.
I don't have much to say, but okay.
Okay, so you got 10 seconds and Rachel's going to respond.
I would like to say that my problem is with you and Andrew is that you guys like to act so holy and mighty and then come on here and judge others. But when the point is of Christianity or Catholicism is you are no one to judge. The only person that can judge is Jesus Christ, is God. You are not God. Why do you guys come here and play God and say, oh, well, you're a piece of shit because you do this and this and that, when you have sins as well? They can go to church tomorrow and go be forgiven. So why are you?
You made your point. Hold on. You made your point. Rachel, you get to answer.
I can answer that. First of all, I don't come on here and tell people that I'm holy and perfect. I've never said that.
You do act like it.
Wait. You got to let her finish. Don't interrupt.
I went on the biggest podcast in the world and talked about where I had made mistakes in my youth. Now, my mistakes were not being a whore, being promiscuous.
Girlfriend, you were not being a whore with your 3 baby daughters.
No.
Come on.
It's not
to let her finish.
It's not
speaking.
promiscuity to be in a long-term committed relationship or be married. That's what I did.
Should she have aborted them?
I wasn't banging random dudes.
What? Hang on. Say that again.
If she wanted to, that's
if she wanted to.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah,
right?
that would be fine if you aborted them.
And also, a baby daddy, a key part of the definition of a baby daddy is you're having babies outside of wedlock. She had children with the dudes that she married. Holy shit. Unbelievable. Right? I have plenty of sins. I don't air them out. But like, this is the key thing, Jiraiya, with these people. These retarded people. They think that Christianity is you just accept someone for who they are. A key principle in Christianity is that you want to seek forgiveness, that you recognize what you're doing is wrong, that it is destructive. Right? And that you seek forgiveness, that you don't want to act like that. That's why this whole thing of like, you're against the gays and all this kind of shit. Motherfucker, like, they want Christians to accept gay people for how they are. It don't work that way. We would, like, this whole thing of like the murderer, right, doesn't go to church and say, you guys should accept me for what I am. I'm a murderer and I'm going to go around murdering people. And if you don't accept me, then you're not real Christians. No, the murderer goes to church because he recognizes what he done is wrong and he wants to seek forgiveness. He wants repentance for what he done. It's unbelievable, man. Unbelievable.
I think that being promiscuous, having abortions, doing careless, crazy shit like that is fine. But then when I'm in a long-term committed relationship or a marriage and have children with that person, you go, Rachel, you're a hypocrite and you're the one who did something wrong. And it's like, just because I have a standard, you're like, well, I don't have a standard. I'll fuck anybody and I'll show everybody my tits
Who
for
said that I'll
$5.
fuck anyone? I'm clearly not fucking anyone.
I did not come on here
Do you
and say
show
I'm
people
holy.
your tits for $5?
And I've never said I'm perfect. What I say,
course.
wait, what I say is the behavior is wrong. I say Showing the whole world your body for money is wrong. Having sex on camera for money is wrong. Worshiping
And who said that?
demonic
Does
entities
it
is
say
wrong.
that in the Bible?
And
Does
one-
it say it in the
I-
Bible?
I wanna
that
say
I cannot
something.
It says that you
go
cannot do
sell a picture
prostitution.
of my boobs?
Yes.
Brian.
Jesus Christ was friends with prostitutes.
What
No, he
name?
wasn't.
What was the
Really not
prostitute's
Gordon.
name that he was friends?
No.
But Jesus also told them to go forth and sin no more. Jesus didn't accept prostitutes and all this kind of. Oh my God, man. Oh my God. Ooh. It's crazy. It's crazy. She was married 3 times. I don't think God wants that either. Yeah, but even in the Bible, damage. Even in the Bible, there's like in terms of what are the 3 ones? It's abandonment, infidelity, and like actually being an abuser of women. Like, those are justifications for divorce. But what we have in modern day is no fault divorce. You don't need a reason to get divorced, which by definition would be unreasonable divorce. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is.
Oh,
Because you made it up.
That's a
You're
myth.
just making shit up.
That's a myth. Why are you acting like a baby?
Detective lunatic at it again.
And I know it makes you guys mad when I act
you're
like a brat, so I
annoyed.
kind of do it on purpose.
You're
I'm
annoyed
gonna be
because
honest.
I dare put any sort of limit on what people should be allowed to do. That's all it is. You have daddy issues and you don't like being
I
told,
do not have
no,
daddy
you're not
issues.
allowed to do that.
I love my dad. I love
Why
my
doesn't
dad.
your dad love you enough to tell you to get
My
off
dad-
OnlyFans?
My dad loves me very
Does he
much.
love you being on OnlyFans?
It's not really his business. He can do
Does he
whatever I
know?
want. That's why I always say.
Does your dad know
Yes,
that
he
you're a
does know.
pornographic actress?
Yes, he does
And he
know.
likes
Pornographic
that?
actress.
You think that's
My
doing
dad
your
taught me how
dad
to do
proud?
So let me tell you something.
You should be ashamed of that.
No, I'm not
That is
ashamed.
shameful.
My dad
No,
taught
I
me
don't
how to
think so.
be a.
You
So
have a
I-
Catholic father and you're selling pornography of yourself. You should be ashamed. You should look in the camera and
Yeah, and
apologize
guess what?
to your
I was
dad
raised
on Father's
extremely
Day.
Catholic.
And
I was raised extremely Catholic. My parents are still married to this day. I would go to.
I feel sorry for
I
them.
used to go to
That's
catechism. I did my confessions, and look at the way I grew up. Look.
Which
Just
is
because
why.
you live that holy
You just
life.
said I love to. I'm not living
Just
a
because
holy
you live
life.
that holy life.
I
what
am
if your
chief of
kids grow
sinners.
up? Your
I'm
kids
not
are
holy.
What if your kids are Christian? What if they grow up and they want to be whores as well?
Yeah.
Vanilla
That would
life
be
doesn't work for
horribly
everybody.
disappointing, and I would be
exactly.
praying
Terrible
for their
thing.
salvation,
This
and I
is
would
exactly
be worried
why I
about
don't
them.
date. My dad does not tell me what to do and tell me
You
how to
don't date.
dress.
You just sell your sexual body to the world. That's horrible. Why would you do that?
And then okay,
what
so
are you
it's
thinking?
a problem if I date too much, and it's a problem if I don't date at all.
No,
Come on,
it's
Rachel.
a problem if you're being promiscuous, and it's a
Who
problem
cares
if you're
I'm
being in
fucking
porn.
promiscuous? You're being promiscuous coming on here.
What?
Being
How?
like, blah 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 blah.
You know what that
All
word
you are
means?
fucking sluts for coming on the
Do you know
woman.
what
I looked up
promiscuity
what
means?
pornography
Sluts.
Okay, everybody
looked
go
up what
topless and
pornography
show your
was.
crotch
That's right.
right
And it
now.
If
said
you
it
come
like
coming on the whatever, Andrew,
talking
you're a
sex
slut
workers.
too. You fucking.
You don't think
slut
that's
coming on the
promiscuous?
whatever
Talking about
podcast.
sex? You don't think
Do you
that's
know what
promiscuous?
promiscuity means? You don't
so
know what that word
sleazy.
means, do you?
Who cares?
What does
Mary's a
promiscuous
slut.
mean?
Tiffany's a slut.
What
I'm
does-
a slut. I'm the biggest slut. I host it.
Brian created a whole show to just bring on a bunch of
You're a
Promiscuous means
slut
you
if you
have
come on
sex
the
with
whatever
whoever.
podcast.
I don't
it means
have
you're
sex with whoever.
indiscriminate about who you have
I don't
sex
have
with.
sex with
We
whoever.
had a
So what makes
dog
me
last week on the
promiscuous?
show. That
Well,
dog
at least
was a
learn the
fucking
word
slut.
before you're going to use it.
Okay, so what makes me promiscuous since
Well,
supposedly
you
I have
sell-
sex with
Sell
everyone?
pictures of your naked body to
pornographic-
people.
Selling sexuality. Having multiple sexual partners. Like, they don't even understand what the words mean. You know what I mean? They literally do not even understand the words, what they mean. And we have like Desiree like there smiling going, thank fuck this bitch is taking all the heat for me. You know what I mean? Because like I said, that epistles clip, quite embarrassing.
You just said that that's having sex with everyone.
That's prostitution,
That's sex work.
literally.
That's,
You do
I'm not
sex
having sex
work.
with
You
anyone.
don't need to be
I'm
having
not
sex to be a
with anyone. But you just said
You're
that it's
selling
having
sex.
See how your logic makes absolutely no fucking sense,
Yes,
Rachel?
yes,
Like, it
it's
makes
my
no
logic
fucking
that's
sense.
off. You don't even know what the word promiscuous means.
You
and
just
you're
told
trying
me
to
what the
use
fuck it
it.
means, and it has nothing to do
You're
with
welcome.
being on OnlyFans.
You're
You just said
welcome.
that it has to do with having lots of sex. I'm not having fucking sex, Rachel.
You're showing
You know
everybody
what?
your
You know
body.
what? You know what? I have a theory. Can I say my theory?
Wait.
I have a theory. I have
Really
a
quick,
theory.
can you say what you just said? Like how you're not having what?
I'm not having sex.
I'm sorry.
No, for real. I'm ready to fuck on anything.
But wouldn't it
right
be
now.
better if you were like me and you had an attractive husband that you love and you could have sex?
I don't think.
Wouldn't that be better?
I don't think that's attractive. I'm so sorry.
Well, he doesn't
What-
think
what is
that's
that?
Okay,
attractive.
well, I would
so-
like to say.
Wait, what's not attractive?
This
him.
gorgeous
I mean,
man.
that is so scary.
said I'm not
Naked, I do not want to see that.
Have you
naked.
seen? First off,
Wait, can I say something?
wait. Have you? Okay. Have you seen young Andrew? First off, I'm not gay, but look, Andrew's a handsome guy. You can't deny it.
Well, there's no
You can't
evidence.
deny it. Andrew's a handsome guy, handsome man.
You couldn't get Andrew
Fuck
if
no.
you wanted.
I don't fucking want Andrew.
Well, good, because you couldn't have him.
Well,
if you
thank
wanted.
God. Keep him, Rachel.
shit.
Keep him, because I don't fucking want him.
So you're the sad person.
Okay, can I say something?
You're the sad
Can I
person
say
who
something?
can't get
Can I say
any and
something?
can't get a
What the
husband.
fuck?
You're a single for 5 years, husbandless old
Girl, I can
maid.
fuck whoever
but you're
I
still
want.
selling.
So
But you
can every
don't.
other woman.
I don't
Everyone
want
can.
To, though.
So can
I don't
every
want
other
to.
woman.
I choose not to
Marge here
have
can
sex.
fuck
I
whoever
choose
she
not to
wants,
date
okay?
anyone. Can I say my theory,
But
please?
you're sadly living
Hold
in
on.
your cat-riddled apartment selling pictures of yourself.
And
to
what
lo-
about it,
to
Rachel?
lonely-
What
I'm
about
saying-
it? What about it if I'm
Wait, don't
in a
yell.
cat?
What about it? It makes you a prostitute. Simples, okay? Simples. Words have meanings, okay? The words, they have the meanings, okay? And we are just saying that this is what you are. This is word used to describe behavior that you do, okay? But it goes to emotions. She don't like reality. We burst the bubble, okay, comrades? We burst bubble, and she cannot cope with it. Like I said earlier in stream, I say people need illusions, okay? They need illusions. They need prostitutes who are prostitutes. We need to tell them lies and say, oh, we accept, you are doing a good thing, okay? But in reality, they know deep down, they know what they're doing is wrong, and it breaks. The mind, it breaks, okay? They understand what they're doing is wrong, shameful, all bad things, okay? All bad things, even gay. We have saying okay to be gay. Why we have such things? Fulfillment comes from within, comrades, okay? It comes from within, okay? If you are strong individual, you do not need society to say what you are doing is okay. You know inside what you are doing is noble. It is good thing, okay? Emotions, not good. Logic is good, okay?
Infested apartments.
Hey,
Pictures of my
stop.
kids. Why does that matter?
You sound
Don't
triggered.
yell. Don't,
You sound
wait,
Okay, can I say
triggered.
something?
Hold on, one sec. Let me
I'm
do.
like getting really hot.
One sec. Let me
I'm
do.
You're
hold
so
on.
triggered.
Let me do a couple adjustments here. Can I have you scoot your mic to the edge of the table?
Can I say
realign it.
something?
1 sec. I need to let a chat come in. We got Adzils here, and I'm going to read some chats, then you guys can start
donated
insulting each other again, I
$200.
guess.
Andrew, it's 2 a.m. here. Stop making laugh, you Howard. You G, Rachel, keep going. Brian, take the helmet off Felicity. She doesn't meet Maddie and Gustavo's status.
Ooh. Oh, we
gotta give one-
Lena,
Shots
just
fired.
stare. Hashtag Michael is king.
Adzils, thank you for the message, man. We also, Felicity, you're going to be the reader. I'm going to give you reading duties. We have one for Priscilla. Priscilla fan. How about that?
Priscilla Goose, last time you were on.
Thank fuck this shit is over. Holy shit. Oh my god. This clip, we gotta preface this clip with
First of all, the fuck is a Jew? Is this the nigga in Israel? No.
Let's get to it.
You guys had mentioned that you did believe that what I do is devil worshipping. Is that correct?
Well, if
It's
you're
not devil worship directly. It would be different. It would be
The Reiki.
from our. No,
well, the Reiki.
let me explain the view so that you understand.
Right.
It, okay. From our view, there's theosis and then demonosis. Okay, so basically anything that's not participating in God's energies is demonosis. Okay, so It's not just you. We would be saying that about atheists. We'd be saying that about basically anybody who was participating in those activities.
Right.
Okay?
Based on your religion, what they've taught you.
And it's not. It's
or
not
the Bible.
It's
is that
not
right?
just through the teachings of the Bible. No, it's also through the teachings of the church and the lay down of apostolic succession.
The
But-
teachings of man, when it really comes down to it. This is all through prophets, apparently, and it's really men's words. But I wanted to say something about Jesus.
What about these goofy crystals and energies and vibrations, bitch? Oh my god, man, the contradictions. The contradictions and the false standards. Holy shit.
Okay.
This is really important to me. I recently did a hypnosis session where I wanted some clarity on Jesus because I worshiped Jesus for a good 20 years of my life. I tried to, and it just did not sit right with me. It never did. And I
Are you
got
going to
some.
say that Jesus was gay?
No. But I want to let you know I got some clarity that was very enlightening. That Jesus was an enlightened being like many other enlightened beings that have walked the earth. And that his life is a good example, that we should read about his life, but his life is not to be meant to be worshipped. And that he actually, and it's not his place to forgive us. And that is impertinent to our journey here on this earth.
You didn't get that from hypnosis. You got that from theosophy.
I got that
That's
from
150-year-old nonsense.
Have you ever
fake
connected with
religion.
your subconscious? You probably haven't because you're so closed-minded in your religious beliefs that you're not open-minded to a hypnosis session.
Have you ever heard
Which
of
is actually really, which is really sad.
And just to point out, like this whole thing, like you're not open-minded and all this kind of stuff, like that's like a trick or a rhetorical tool to get you just believe what I'm saying, right? Anytime you have someone who's saying like you're not open-minded or you have to believe what I'm saying, or you're just all this kind of shit, like the hypnosis, especially, like if you understand like what hypnosis is and all this kind of shit, it like that's basically what it is. You know what I mean? So be careful of bitches like this. Like, oh, you're not open-minded. You got to be open-mindedness, meaning you got to bow down and just say I'm right.
You didn't come up with that.
I came up with that.
theosophy.
No, my subconscious came up with that. My subconscious
your
mind.
subconscious heard other New Agers say that.
You did not. You've never done hypnosis. You cannot argue with me on this because I have experiential experience. So let me explain to you. I recommend you guys consider connecting to your subconscious someday.
Thank
you.
you.
You can become very enlightened, and your minds can be open.
Let me ask you a couple.
Can I add something?
Yeah,
I've
sure.
been trying to add this for such a long time, but I think like you're calling her crazy, but you're basically like using your religion as fact when there are so many other things, even just within science, that disprove Christianity and Catholicism.
Not true. Not true.
What do you mean not true?
True.
What do you mean?
I'm 63 years old.
You
I'm
think
a
it's physically
Christian.
possible for the
Oh shit!
The
This is Large Marge. Large Marge is fighting for Christianity. Oh shit! This was not in the cards, ladies and gentlemen. This was not on the cards. Holy shit! Large Marge is in the ring, ladies and gentlemen. In this Royal Rumble, we now have Large Marge fighting for the good guys.
Look, hang on. Just chill.
Nobody
Hang
knows
on.
the truth.
Let me ask you.
That you guys
Let me just
claim
ask
that
a
you know
couple
the
questions.
truth. We really don't. No one knows.
Okay,
Let the man speak
but let me just ask.
Physics.
Let me just ask you a question.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay, can you tell me what the scientific method is?
Yeah, it's where you test something. So like you come up with a hypothesis and then, or that's more of like an experiment, but I'm not talking about the scientific method. I studied math and I'm talking about like science and physics and honestly like simulation
Well, when
theory,
you
like
say,
some of the smartest people in the world believe in.
science. So science wouldn't be able to make a claim like this. That's not what science does. It's not going to
Science
make
is
a
not
claim.
able to make a claim that the sea can't physically split in half.
No,
a
science.
person, a
Science
human
doesn't
can't
make.
resurrect from the dead and
Stop!
go
Stop!
into the
Stop!
sky.
Science doesn't make claims. It uses experiments which are retestable. That's it.
Yes.
That's all science is. It's an observation, followed by what you said, a hypothesis, and then an experiment, and then reproduction of that experiment. That's it. That's all it,
It
does.
can't make
It
metaphysical
doesn't make claims. Doesn't make political claims.
does.
Hang
Quantum
on.
physics makes
It doesn't make.
It
It doesn't make metaphysical claims, and it doesn't make political claims. It doesn't make claims. That's not what it's there for.
Politics. I'm talking about like metaphysics. There's so much advancement that we have religiously, philosophy-wise.
Look, can science
since
tell you?
Christianity has been.
Oh shit, boys. Oh shit. We got a special guest backstage. Let me introduce him.
We bring in the studio this morning one of the gay rights activists, Mr. Should I call you Mr.?
Mr. and Piers, welcome to the show.
Why are you worshiping a guy who stands on the grave of a dead kid that's not his?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what you say.
Shut your fucking mouth, you'll do nothing. You'll do fucking nothing. Not one of you will do nothing. Get the fuck out of here.
Anyways, back to our regular scheduled program, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me show you. I'll show you. I'll demonstrate it. Can science tell you that murdering a person is bad?
Yes.
Can you explain how?
If I did enough research, I could come to you and I could write out certain ways that science proves that murder.
How? Hang on. Just tell me. Just tell me.
I should.
Hang on.
What is your degree?
Hang on. Just tell me.
I don't have a degree, but I know philosophy,
okay.
and
well,
you
I
don't.
graduated with a degree in math when I was 19
Good for
years
you.
old.
What does that have to do with anything?
I'm
telling you. I was in special programs all through school. Who cares? Anyways,
school, yeah.
what I'm telling you is you should take a philosophy of science class because then you'll understand that science cannot make moral
hang
claims.
On. Listen.
Yeah, listen.
I'll walk you through this.
Okay.
So I'll prove it to you. Okay. Just tell me how science can make normative claims.
For example, the Schrodinger's
And by the way, normative
cat
here
paradox.
means moral.
So, not quite moral, but philosophical.
It can't make philosophical claims.
I don't have an example at the top of my
Because
head.
there isn't an example.
There is an example.
Then give me one.
Oh, I don't have research. I don't have a computer. I didn't do.
Okay, well I'll
research
tell you
for
what.
this.
Just
Most people don't have an.
I'll tell you
example
what.
of concepts like
Just
this.
make like you can even make one up. I don't care. I just want to know how the process would even work.
I like giving the Schrodinger's cat paradox as an example as to how physics and religion/spirituality can tie in with each other. So essentially, there's an experiment where there's a cat in a box and there's a like radioactive.
Yes, I'm aware of.
I know which one.
I'm aware of Schrodinger's cat.
Okay, easy. Probably a lot of people.
That's not a real experiment.
But it is a real visualization.
It's not an experiment.
But the perception of the person experiencing whether the cat is alive or dead is what dictates whether the cat is alive or dead.
But it's not an experiment.
And it does prove prayer. It proves that prayer is effective because it means that your mindset.
Well, now hang on. You can have an experiment to demonstrate the effectiveness of prayer. That's true.
Yeah.
But you could do that through all sorts of different things. Like, for instance, let's say you had a person had two coins, right? And the one coin they would flip all the time, like 50 times in a row. And then the other one they would pray and then flip the coin. And then you look to see if there was like different results between them, and he found a medium, and then he went, oh wait, after reproducing this 8,000 times, we've determined that the one that's prayed over, it actually, lands on heads more often than the other one.
If I'm going to be honest,
like
I don't think that's the point of the experiment.
Just chill
I think
out.
It's just based on observation.
Just chill out,
you don't know what you're
just
seeing.
chill out,
until you
Banks.
observe
Just
it.
chill out, Banks. But anyway,
chill out.
So the point is, though, is like, yeah, science could do that. It could make measurements that way, or you could run experiments that way, but it doesn't make philosophical or normative claims. It's not even possible. It's not what it's there for. In fact, you would need to have philosophy for an ought to even use science.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I am saying. And you're talking about experiments, like you're talking about applied science. There's a lot of theoretical science that exists,
but it's going to utilize the same
entire
methodology.
world runs on this science, on this physics. Like the car that you drive runs on this physics. Otherwise,
What is the car that I drive run on? What physics?
On the physics that you're getting from point A to point B. There's an entire engine inside of your car that is operating
Off of combustion.
Yes, off of combustion in a way that has been determined by an engineer who is using science.
Well,
everything around us is mathematics.
But how does that
before there was
morality?
a scientific method, we had engines.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I'm sorry. We had car engines before.
A snare trap has an engine.
I can't believe you're 22.
Yeah. She's so
I
smart.
can't believe how open-minded you are. I think we all need to be like this woman at the table. I am just so impressed with you.
I just feel like once you get to
mean,
that age and you haven't changed yet, I feel like you're just never gonna change.
Exactly. I had my breakthrough this last year, last couple years, and I'm so glad that my mind has been opened.
That is amazing.
And that I'm
You know
not
what?
stuck
I changed
in a
my mind.
religion.
I'm not against homosexuality anymore. The men all have permission to be gay because I would never want anything to do with any of this either. Like just.
And that's okay. You don't have to like any of this, but don't
Anyways,
worry about it either. Just
The long and short of it is that science cannot tell you
the
if
copium. The copium. Copium is a direct lead towards insanity, ladies and gentlemen. Confirmed. But on to the next one. Let's go.
So it's better to just not have any right or wrong, any sense of right or wrong.
I disagree. Like I have gone
I'm asking
to
this crystal wearing lady.
Oh, me.
So the more open-minded you are, meaning
crystal wearing lady. That was a very nice thing to say.
less-
Very demeaning. You know,
wearing
Willie.
Factual statement. What the fuck? Oh my god.
No,
you're a crystal wearing lady.
But it's a demeaning comment. You know, you're an emotionally abusive woman as well.
no.
Okay, just so you know.
I don't care. Let me just get this out of the way. I don't care
Oh
what your
my
mental
God.
state
You
is,
obviously
how you
do
view
care.
me and what you think of me. No. 'cause
Well, I
what
just need to
I'm
let you
asking
know
you
that's
a
how I
question.
feel.
I'm only interested in
Wait
the
on
debate.
this.
I'm not interested in your personal
just
feelings
so you
about
know,
me.
you're not.
It's about to go
If
down.
you think that, do you feel like there's an inferiority thing going on here? Do you feel
I'm
you're?
not
Do
interested
you
in
feel
the
you're?
psychology
No.
session.
Do you feel that
This is
you're
not one of your
inferior?
therapy
Do you feel
sessions.
that you're on a pedestal? Because I want you to know, I don't look at you like
I
that.
feel that I
you're
want-
not inferior to anyone at this
I feel
table.
that I want you to answer
I'm just-
my logical question.
I just
which
want
is-
you to know you're not inferior.
Thanks. Good to know. Anyways, back to this.
I mean, I'm sorry, you're not superior.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I meant.
Anyway, if you would engage the
That's what I meant.
conversation now, I'm asking, do you think it's better to be less willing to put restrictions on morality? So you think the less rules, the less we say something is right or wrong, the better it is?
What I noticed is I was Christian for many years, and you know, Christians believe in
Total
abstinence
non-answer.
before
Yeah.
marriage.
Total
You're
non-answer.
not answering the question.
Well,
Do you
I'm
think
getting
it's
around-
better,
I'm going
yes or
around
no?
about
Do you
to
think
it.
it's better to have less restrictions on what we determine as right or wrong morally?
Less restrictions on
Yes.
it.
Do you think it's just
Give me
better?
an example.
So, like, would you say, oh, we shouldn't judge? That means what's right for you is right for you, and
Correct.
it's subjective, and whatever you want to do is
right.
fine. So, how do we know?
Okay, I believe it's right that I get to murder you. Should we restrict that? Or should we say, no, live your life, boo. You do you. It's all subjective. You know what I mean? Unbelievable.
When somebody is doing wrong?
Right.
I think we have to have our own moral compass.
Then how can you tell me when
But-
I'm wrong?
Because
If you have your own moral compass and I have my own
well,
moral
you're
compass,
affecting
how
me.
can you tell
well,
me?
your actions are affecting
Oh,
me.
your
just so you
my
know.
actions affect
the
you.
way you talk
Could
to
it,
me
could
does.
it be that your actions affect me too?
Absolutely.
Is that objective?
But I
Is
don't.
that objective?
But I don't demean you like
Is
you
that-
demean me.
Is that objective?
I have not.
That's
I haven't
irrelevant.
demeaned you.
You said she was brainwashed.
Yeah.
Right.
100%.
Is that I understand how that could be
So-
offensive too, but I'm actually
Is that objective?
I'm trying to open up your mind because you're obviously so
I'm trying to have a
closed-minded.
rational discussion with
Right.
you.
See, like this, like controlling, coercive behavior. I'm the good one. I'm just here to open up your mind. You know what I mean? Like this, like, you know, controlling type things that they say and all this kind of shit. I can guarantee you this was the one that was actually being fucking emotionally abusive to her husband. Being passive aggressive, trying to be controlling and all this kind of shit. Guarantee it, motherfuckers. This bitch right here is literally on Tuesday, the second case that we reviewed, that the dude was like acting as though his wife was psychotic and all this kind of shit. This is like the female incarnation of that exact same mentality.
care about your psychological interpretations. I don't care about your feelings. What I want to know is, how do we, from a societal perspective, understand when somebody is doing something wrong? Because you know we have to have laws.
Right.
We have to be able to arrest people for doing something wrong or bad that violates the law. How do we know when someone's doing something wrong or bad if we just say, well, you get to decide and she gets it? We all have our own
Well,
moral
obviously,
compass.
yeah, we do have
so
laws.
is there objective morality or not?
There is. Of
Okay,
course.
give me an
What is it?
example of something that would be objectively morally wrong.
Well, murder.
Oh, well, but murder just means unjustified
Right.
taking of life.
Right.
Who determines what's justified? You?
I understand.
So what makes it
right.
objective?
I don't.
Hang on. Let her answer.
Anybody
Oh, I would love a pop.
What
Banks?
what makes it objective? What?
Alina?
I guess I was just trying to make a point. I'm not sure what you're getting to, but
3.
I just don't understand, why do you care what she's doing so much?
Because
Why do you care what I'm doing?
if you answer the question
'Cause
you
you
were
said it
asked, you'll
affects
find
you.
out, right?
Right, because you started judging me first.
So?
So I'm not going to keep getting kicked in the knee over and over
Do you-
again.
do you judge-
I'm going to stand up for myself and be an empowered
What
woman.
if you're wrong?
Yeah, what if you're incorrect?
Well,
What if you're wrong?
what if you're wrong?
Well,
Right.
So
this is
how
what
do
the
we
test of
figure that
debate
out?
is, right?
Right, right. That's debate.
How do we figure out who's wrong?
Right, but when it gets to the point of demeaning people,
Should I demean someone
can't
who
you-
abuses children?
why can't you? No, you should.
I
not.
shouldn't demean someone who abuses
You
children.
shouldn't demean anybody.
Oh, so if
can we
somebody
demean Jeffrey Dahmer?
I mean, what's the purpose of demeaning people?
So you
Just mind your own business.
Is demeaning is
So if someone
Just mind your own business.
if someone is
People are
abusing someone sexually,
I mean, if you're
I
watching,
should mind my
well,
own business.
what I mean is, like,
Just-
if you're a part of it, if you're seeing it, of course you
you're
have
way
to do
out of
something.
line here. How could you demean Jeffrey Dahmer,
You
Rachel?
would be one of the women in the UK who would be defending the gang rapists.
Go ahead and say something
That
else
would be
negative.
you.
You look really good right now. The way you're talking to me, doesn't
I
she?
do think I'm having a good hair day
Doesn't
today.
all of
You've had
the
some,
things she says to
You've
me
had
so
some
nice?
comments on screen about how
There,
good
you try to project me as a crazy person. You're actually
that's you.
projecting.
No.
Absolutely not. You're projecting.
Chat,
you obviously.
Maybe you guys can let her know who you think is the crazy person. Is it me
It's
or
definitely
is it her?
her.
Okay.
It's definitely.
Well, let me
her.
ask you this.
You're totally delusional.
What?
No, you're totally
What
delusional.
is she actually doing that's crazy?
Yeah.
Just the way she
all
talks
crazy.
to. It's just
It's
the way
my
she
tone,
talks.
isn't it?
Just the vibe?
Is it my tone?
It's her superiority complex.
Oh.
She has a really big one.
I wouldn't say
She's not.
crazy. I think what she does is extremely unique. I think we don't
Right.
run into a lot of people that have these types of jobs that come here, travel from Texas,
Right.
to come and talk to these types of people. I wouldn't say she's crazy. I think like what she does is unique. You
Very
know?
different
It
cultures.
is different. It is very different. It is
Like
different. And
I said, Blue, ain't gonna be no tatas today. Okay? Ain't gonna be none of the sisters going around the neighborhood today. Okay? Like I said, perfectly. Like, if anything, I should probably increase so we even just block off her face as well. But it is what it is. It is what it is, folks.
I know you guys say,
But she puts herself on a pedestal.
Do
I mean,
Absolutely.
Right and wrong,
I feel
basically.
because
Shouldn't
I don't
empowered
say-
women do that?
Yeah, don't you want me to be empowered?
Shouldn't empowered women
mean,
put themselves on
I
a
came-
pedestal?
Or is it only you
I
guys
came
who
in
get to
here.
be empowered
I
and
came
not
in
me?
here with good vibes,
I
and
didn't
then
say that.
I mean, as soon as you started putting me down, I totally changed my perspective.
I feel like we can.
So I had a good
You
feeling
should be
towards you.
empowered, but not me.
When I came in here, I had good feelings.
That's because I'm
towards you.
challenging your bullshit, and I'm proving and demonstrating
and
to the whole world
and
that
I'm
it's bullshit.
challenging your bullshit.
What?
You can't
Your worship.
perfectly refute
Do you know
a thing I've
Jesus?
said.
Jesus wants to be left alone. Do you know that?
Oh, yeah? Did,
I'm gonna look at you in the eyes and
told
tell
me
you,
more.
Jesus really wants everyone to leave him alone.
did your ex-husband who you contacted want you to leave him alone?
My subconscious, I did that hypnosis session and I received inspiration.
A demon.
Yes.
Hypnosis is actually like backed.
Absolutely.
Like you can get hypnosis covered.
Really?
by
You're going to
health
defend
insurance.
her
deep under,
contacting
too.
Jesus? You think Jesus and the dead husband are talking to her and that I'm the one who's irrational?
You guys-
I'm not saying that, but calling hypnosis crazy is insane because it's you can literally
is
get
crazy.
it covered.
No,
by
it
health
isn't.
insurance.
It's not. It's not demons. I've been so.
biblical.
I've been
Nothing
It's
structured.
demons, boys. That shit there be demons, boys. But even more, whatever podcast clips, ladies and gentlemen.
Christians can't.
Why? What's the problem? I'm just telling him he can do a real life experiment and report back to us and be like, you know what? Hypnosis is bullshit. It didn't help me with my alcoholism or my smoking.
I honestly don't know what you would
Alcoholism,
do
too?
for a job.
Dude, you're always
I would love for you to get a
smoking and asking for a
hypnosis
drink when
session
when
and then
I
come
see
back
these.
to another episode and tell us about it. I can set you up with a practitioner and everything.
experiment.
That's very
Give it a shot.
open-minded
Come
of you,
on.
Andrew. I'm
You have
very
a-
impressed right now.
You
So
have a critical problem with hypnosis. The critical problem which comes in is that it has to be consented to or it doesn't work.
consented to.
Yes.
So if he wants
You
it to
can't.
work,
Could you
or not.
hypnotize me right now?
I'm not a certified hypnosis practitioner.
Hang
so
on.
I wouldn't be
Could
able
you
to.
call someone? I'll pay them to come here right now and hypnotize me, and I don't want to be hypnotized. I'll do whatever they say.
You have to want to do it.
Oh,
Exactly.
I see.
Ah, there we go. You have to want to do it. See how it works, ladies and gentlemen? Do you see how it works? You have to want to be hypnotized. You have to want to be open-mindedness. See what I'm saying? This whole thing of like, just believe whatever fucking gobbledygook I'm saying and don't question me. Don't fight back against me. See how it works?
Let me tell you my experience. My first.
Hang on.
Okay.
It's my turn.
Sure. Let me let you talk.
So I was right that hypnosis requires consent, right? And not only does it
Yes.
require consent, but you have to want to.
I didn't want to the first time.
Well, wait a second.
I was
thought
really
you just-
afraid
but-
first time.
But I thought you just
But
said.
I did it.
I thought you just said that if I did not want to get hypnotized, a professional hypnosis could not actually hypnotize me. Correct?
So if you go in, if you set up an appointment and you get it going, you wouldn't go there unless you wanted to do it. You wouldn't go to your hypnosis
I will
appointment.
literally follow the entire process of a professional
Welcome in, Bloody
hypnosis.
Clarence.
Will you
Good
do
to see you,
it?
I
sir.
would do it live. And you know what will happen? The same thing that
No,
happened?
no, it's not done live. It's done in a room
No,
professionally.
I will do it on a live stream to
Do you-
demonstrate to the world that the same thing that the amazing
Really? I don't
Randy
think
demonstrated
it's
a
gonna
million
happen,
times
like,
to the
right
world.
away, Andrew.
It can't
It
be
would change
done
your life.
absent consent.
It would change your life.
You can't hypnotize me.
Would you be open to it?
Exactly, Blue. Notice she keeps looking at the screen. They do the whole thing where they keep pushing the hair out of their chest and all this kind of shit. Like I said, man, I would say expert. I would say what's the word? What the fuck's the word? Like it's above journeyman. Wait. Words for journeyman. What we master, expert, etc. Fuck. Fuck, man. What is it called? I think it's like something like wing, something like that. Words used in medieval times, like un momento, chat. These all fucking sound German, I'm not gonna lie. Holy shit. I suppose, Germanic language, all this kind of stuff. No, I don't think I'm gonna get it. But there's like some word. to describe kind of like that in between stage from master and journeyman? Word to describe in between journeyman and master. I'm just gonna say what you call it. I'm just gonna say a specialist. I'm a specialist in terms of like this female behavior, what they do to get attention, all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? You know? Just saying. Just saying.
You
Would you-
can't hypnotize. Even if I followed
Right.
all of your processes,
Right.
I would not be hypnotized.
But would you be open to being hypnotized?
No. Why are you not
That's-
understanding
right.
what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. We've
Then
moved
repeat
past
what I'm
that.
saying to you.
Unless you consent to it and want to do it, you can't be hypnotized.
No,
I hear you.
no, that's not the position. I want you to hear my
Okay,
position.
okay.
If I go through the entire process of hypnosis
Right.
under a certified hypnosis or
Right.
hypnotist or whatever, I do
PhD
everything they
psychologists
say,
perform-
but I, in my mind,
effective.
don't want
Yeah.
to get hypnotized. Am I going to get hypnotized?
Don't have experience with that. When I went in,
Well, let me tell you.
I
The
went
answer
in-
is no.
Okay, well, let me tell you what happened with me. I was a Christian, and I opened up my mind I took all religion away. I took all my belief systems away. I said, let me go with what my intuition is. We're all born with an intuition. Whatever is good, I'm opening up to it. Let it come to me. Hypnosis came to me for a healing modality. Reiki came to me.
What's a modality?
It's just like people that get
method.
therapy.
A
method.
Okay.
Okay, hypnosis is my favorite healing modality.
So when you say modality, you mean methodology.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so basically I went in there, I was very afraid.
Uh-huh.
I've never had anesthesia. I don't like being put under.
Why did you
And
have anesthesia?
I haven't. No, I haven't. I'm saying it really freaks me
Oh,
out
okay,
to
I
be
see.
put under, like super freaked out. I opened up my mind. I got out of my comfort zone, looked out of the box, people who, are open-minded. So I went in there. All they did is put you into a very deep meditative state so you can access the subconscious mind, the part of your mind that you cannot access in the walking life. You get into a meditative state. You go in there prepared with questions that you want the practitioner to ask your subconscious mind. And you receive answers when you're in that state, where you're in the very relaxed state. It has
And again, this, like what she's done is she's conflated like the science to then say, okay, whatever I say in that subconscious state is truth. It is reasoning. No, you stupid bitch. When you're trying to go back to access a memory, and again, this is keep bringing up House MD, but in House MD, it's if you're trying to extract out a memory, right, then it can be useful. Well, the whole, like, do you ever hear of like the black hat and the white hat? You know what I mean? Like hackers, for example, when you're learning to like hack or do security in like program and all this kind of stuff, you can wear that knowledge with a white hat, which means you're trying to actually prevent hacks and all this kind of stuff. You can also wear it with a black hat, meaning you're doing bad, you're trying to seek bad. You're basically learning how to hack so you can actually do damage and all this kind of shit, right? To get around security systems and all this kind of shit, right? What she's talking about is just like complete bullshit. She's just like, she hasn't actually looked into literature and all this kind of shit. But she thinks that like, oh, the subconscious is actually going to give me like higher answers or higher truth or whatever the fuck. No, like your conscious is like your rational capability, being able to apply, like consciously be able to apply an argument, look for contradictions, all this kind of shit, right? If you're trying to extract out a memory, yeah, you like hypnosis could be useful in terms of trying to extract that out. But again, just because that's your memory of the event doesn't even mean that that's necessarily the true aspect of the event. You know what I mean? Because just because you remember you were able to remember the event doesn't mean that you're either recalling it correctly or that what would be the best way to describe this, that you are all knowing in that particular event. You're able to recall your experience of that event, but that doesn't mean that your experience is true. What she's basically doing is saying as well, that's my experience of that event, ergo that is the truth of the event. It's like, no, that's just your experience or memory of the event. You know what I mean? So in terms of the whole kind of like, to put a long story short, all the shit that she's talking about is this black hat thing, because when they're in that hypnotized state, as I keep telling y'all, that's when you're at your weakest. That's where they can like literally start planting ideas into your head. Like think of like Inception. They start planting ideas into your head and all this kind of shit. And they literally fuck with your mind. And you don't have like your conscious rationalizing ability to prevent all that bullshit being put in there.
Guided me and directed me in my life. It has changed my life more than any religion ever
Can you
has.
tell me what
more than anything.
Yeah.
It's been life changing.
I know, I understand. Can you tell me what affirmation bias is?
I do affirmations every day. I don't know what affirmation bias is.
It means,
you can explain.
it means you believe it because you want to believe it.
Well, no,
Confirmation
with the
bias.
with the hypnosis,
bias.
I've experienced it.
Affirmation bias is different.
You're gonna be mind
Affirmation
blown.
bias is you're doing affirmations.
You're affirming to
it.
yourself.
Would you get a hypnosis session? Would you open your mind
They
to that?
couldn't
No,
be
he said no
hypnotized.
because he doesn't want
But can you?
He wants to continue being a smoker.
I can
Can you open
literally
up your mind and go to
Do you
one
understand
session?
what I'm saying to you?
Open
like,
up your mind,
I'll tell you
bro.
what.
Can
if you could pay for a hypnosis.
If I
sorry,
pay
hang
for
on, hang
it.
on, chill.
Can I ask you guys a
Chill.
question after?
If I pay for
I know,
a-
I'm just saying after.
If I pay for someone to or you pay for someone to hypnotize me, what I'm saying is I'll do it on the condition that can be live streamed. That I will do everything that they say.
I'll set it up.
And I assure you, you'll never find one hypnotist who will actually do this because they know you cannot hypnotize a person who doesn't buy into your bullshit.
Right, but I'm asking, would you be willing to be hypnotized?
What does that mean?
Would you be willing to go in with a practitioner on a live stream? I can set it up.
And do what? Follow his instructions?
And
Sure.
you prepare questions that you want to ask before the session.
Yeah.
And you get into a very deep meditative state, and you allow your subconscious mind to speak.
They're supposed to help you get to the deep meditative
They
state,
do.
right?
They do
So
that.
that
They
means
do.
that
They
it should
put you
be-
through like a meditative
So that means that
journey.
it should be that if it is the case that
Yes.
I'm following all of their instructions, that I should get to that meditative state, right?
Absolutely.
So what happens if I don't? Are you just going to say I didn't
I
follow
think
their?
some
hang on.
people-
Are you just going to say I didn't follow their instructions well enough?
You do have to want to do it.
Oh, I see.
You
so
do.
it
You
has to
do.
be you again.
You do.
Now you're getting it.
Now
Yeah.
we're getting it.
You do
So
have
it has to be me doing it. Actually,
You have to be what you do want to do it.
Uh-huh.
Is there
You have to be willing to fool
Is
You
there
have to be willing to fool
is there
yourself.
something?
I think
Let me
like
ask you. Is there something you want an answer to? I know you guys pray, but is there something you're thinking in your life? Oh, I want to change my career direction, or I want to do this, and you just feel like you need a clear-cut answer? Because I
No.
prayed before.
I'd like the
You
answer
just
to why it is that God
Again,
made beer.
it's the most ludicrous shit what she's talking about here. Like, the way you decide on what path to go is by using reason. Like, for example, imagine saying, I don't know what way to spend my money. So I'm just going to go into my subconscious, and whatever idea pops into my head, that's what I'm going to spend my money on. Rather than, for example, budgeting. You know what I mean? Using a few mathematical principles, so to speak. The old addition, the subtraction, the multiplications, the divisions. Yeah? And then, look, studying the market. You know what I mean? Putting a little bit of panache on that shit. You know what I mean? Maybe investing in the old bitcoins. You know?
Beer tastes so good, and
Yeah.
then I'm on a diet. That's bullshit.
Well, if there is something that you're wanting an answer, a clear answer to, you will get that
No, you
answer in
won't.
hypnosis.
No, you won't.
You can't say no, you
just-
won't.
you
I
just got
disagree
done
with
tell-
you
You
100%.
can't. You just got done affirming
Has he ever
it.
done a session?
Okay,
You've
okay.
never done a session.
Hypnosis isn't like you go into a room and the hypnosis person makes you dance around.
Agreed.
It's like it's
know
an
what it
actual
is.
psychological
You don't know what
practice
it
that
is.
I'm aware.
doctors, like PhD doctors,
Mm-hmm.
will perform hypnosis, and it allows you to access your subconscious part of your brain
Absolutely.
that
You can recover
allows you to
memories.
learn more about yourself.
It
not necessarily
does not.
about God.
You can't
yes, it
prove
does.
that.
Yes, I can prove that.
Prove it. Have
Okay, let me go get my phone and
Have you
pull up
done?
a bunch of studies.
You know what
that
I'm
prove
gonna
it.
do? I'm
Go
gonna
ahead.
do a podcast just on
Make sure they're
hypnosis.
peer reviewed, please.
Wait, you gotta wait for Brian. Make sure Brian tells you.
I think this is a good idea. to
Shout
do-
out to Shazzy. Well, keeping the chat clean. PhD hypnosis doctors. I love when they like bring up the PhD, because I'd ask them like, what does PhD mean? What does PhD stand for? A doctorate of philosophy in. If you're a PhD in mathematics, you're a you have a doctorate of philosophy in mathematics. They don't even understand what these fucking words mean, man. Unbelievable. But we're going to shift on to topic as well. Like I said, that's just going to go round and round in circles. But ladies and gentlemen, this one comes in from Jess, right? I believe she sent this to me when we were going through the... I actually sent her a message just in case she's not here. But she sent me this when we were going through the... whatchamacallit, the rape gang inquiry. Show to highlight this fact that we have, like, anytime it's a male abusing a kid, well, in recent thing, Jess is here, fair play. But like anytime we have the we can recognize like male predators, but when it comes to female predators, we either tend to give them a pass or we overlook it and things like that. You know what I mean? Oh, she did like the whole like, oh, I didn't know what I was doing and all this kind of shit. So we're going to get into it, but first, got to shout out Clarence, bloody Clarence, mate. Thank you very kindly for the $5. Says, take my fake money, the monopoly monies, as they say, but we'll still take it regardless. Appreciate you, Clarence. Appreciate you kindly, sir. And we're only $25 away from another premium meme, so let me know, chat. But let's get to it, ladies and gentlemen.
This is the most hated mother on the internet. Hello, you gorgeous donuts. Today we're going to be taking a look at the most shocking video that I think has ever been uploaded to TikTok. This was posted by a woman who I believe is called Akra. Now, she uploaded a 20-minute video to her TikTok where she basically admits that she's in love with her child, but not in the way that a mother and child should be, if you know what I mean. Now, this video has since been deleted because the amount of backlash that it got, but it has been re-uploaded in full. So in today's video, I want to have a look throughout this 20-minute video and see why this has taken the internet by storm and why people are saying in the comments, how do you post this? I haven't seen this full video, so I am ready to be shocked. Let's get into it.
This one's going to be triggering for people. It will. It will. Okay. Alright. So.
Not off to a great start. This one's going to be, triggering for people. Just saying. Why she started this video off like how like a boy back in the day would try and flirt on Snapchat.
But I know that saying it publicly, there's going to be backlash. And I'm like, that's only because people don't understand. And I'm like, well.
Already, we don't know what she's about to say exactly, but we can understand that it's not going to be great because she clearly hasn't come to terms with whatever she's about to tell us, because she's saying all of this to prelude it, to try and kind of limit the damage so that the shock value isn't really there when it hits. To me, this just shows that she clearly knows whatever coming is just going to be horrific.
I know that other people's response to things isn't about me. It's about them and what they're going through, so I'm gonna try not to let fear of being misunderstood by random people that I don't.
Bloody hell. Whatever the opposite of Mr. Beast video is this one. Mr. Beast straight away just bang, 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 here's the plot and everything that's happening. This is like the opposite. I have no idea why I'm sitting here right now, or standing, if you will. We're over a minute into this, and I still don't know what's going on.
Here goes, I guess. So.
Oh my god, first of all, let's just notice weird, goofy fucking hair, different color, and then the fucking, doesn't have the septum piercing, but has the fucking, the weird piercings. You know what I mean? Oh god. And this is an Aussie woman too. Holy shit. Look at the dude's face. The dude knows what's about to come. He's like, this is not gonna go well. Aussie mother in love with her. I'm trying to find the original video. Because with the constant cutaways and all this kind of shit. But let's play it through.
Okay. Well, I'm still surprised, love. Honestly, I am. You did so much to kind of devalue the shock value. I'm still shocked. Why was there also a Cash Money sound effect before you said that? PDFs, Ka-ching!
So, when you hear that word, if your mind automatically jumps to offender, child offender, that is not the same thing. Okay.
Pretty sure it
Let me
is.
just
Oh my god. Some things honestly do not need justified or dissected. I think we're all on the same page when it comes to that word. We all are comfortable with what it means. We're not comfortable with it, but we know the definition of it. I don't think we need someone to be like, actually, there is like subsections to it.
Technically, if you get down to it, we're talking about the meaning of words here. And the definition of a pedophile is someone who has an attraction to children, but and I suppose because there's not that much like clarification around the fact that there's different attraction. There's like love attraction, and then there's attraction.
Oh? What? Why would you post this? That comment at the start of the video makes so much sense right now. Like, imagine, you know, you've just finished work, you're asking your colleagues, are you doing anything this weekend? Probably going to go to the beach, or, you know, probably going to go and see a movie. What about you, Karen? I'm just going to justify why being a PDF has different subsectors on TikTok. Outside in my garden, while I just have, you know, a little bit of Copperberg, you know, wash down the thoughts. If what she's saying is that there's a difference between, you know, obviously physical attraction and a love attraction, I still think that falls under the word PDF. You know, I'm obviously shortening it for YouTube, but you know what I mean. Neither of them gets a pass.
I don't really know if it's just about sexual attraction or if it was about love attraction, because yeah. But the thing is that these people, these files, they can choose, obviously, whether or not they're going to act on the thoughts, desires, and stuff they have, right? So you're a pedophile whether you act on them or not, right? So that's not something that people can really control. If you're attracted to whoever you're attracted to, right?
When we're talking about sexuality, Fez, you know, you're attracted to who you're attracted to, because, you know, there's no right or wrongs with that. But with this, there is a right and wrong. You can't just label this down to, oh, you know, you can't blame people for being attracted to kids. Yes, you can. You can, and we should. There is a decision that needs to be made there, and a decision is to not do that. I just don't know why she's trying to open up a conversation on this. There's a lot more things that, you know, if she wanted to open up a conversation about, that would be a lot more powerful. But I just don't think you need one regarding this.
My story is about not. I think
Okay, I found
the
it.
definition.
It took me a while, ladies and gentlemen. It took me a while to find the original video. One sec, I got all these fucking tabs open. So one sec. It's on TikTok. I upload to TikTok. No surprises there. But even Grok was like, no, I'm not gonna send you the fucking link. You know what I mean? Because TikTok's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking even promote this shit. Alright, so we have the full unedited video here. How the fuck do you full screen on this bitch? Wait, what? How the fuck do you... Wait, does TikTok not have full screen? Oh my god.
This
Alright, we're gonna have to make do.
For people, it will. It will. Okay. All right. So, there's something about my path, my journey, that I'm not necessarily like secretive about. Everyone in my life knows about it because I'm compulsively honest and open, and yeah. But I know that like saying it publicly there's gonna be like backlash, and I'm like, that's only because people don't understand, and I'm like, well, I can explain from my perspective, and some people are gonna get it and some people are not. Some people are gonna look for reasons to hate when it's not really necessary. But that's just what
Oh, it
people do,
fucking is.
and it depends on what part of their journey they're at, I suppose. Depends on what they've personally gone through and what wounds they haven't healed yet, and I know that other people's
What the
response
fuck?
to things isn't about me. It's about them and what they're going through. So I'm gonna try not to let like fear of being misunderstood by random people that I don't even know stop me from being honest and telling my story. So
Welcome to the show,
here it
Jess.
is, I guess.
Hey, Terry, have you watched this before playing it?
Nope.
Oh, jeez, it's already bad. It gets a lot worse. By the end of this video, I was scarred. I was fucking scarred. I was just like, and this chick's Australian too. I was just like, what the fuck? And for some context too, because it'll mention some of this in there, but this woman has worked with children. So she's worked in like daycares and stuff here. And for the last couple of years in Australia, we've had an epidemic of freaking cases come out, all like of predators getting caught in daycare centers. So these are like babies and toddlers that are getting assaulted and raped in daycare centers.
Her name is Accra. Sorry, go ahead.
There's been dozens and dozens of cases come out, and these are just the ones that have been caught. I think enough of them got caught where they thought they needed to do an investigation, and rightfully so. But with all the ones that we've caught, I can imagine there's a lot that we don't, and they're supposed to do background checks in here, but they don't do them sufficient enough, where these people will move from state to state here and continue to abuse children in these centers, even if they have extensive history or they've been locked up for it and things like that. So even if they've been caught and they've got a record of abusing children, they still are allowed to have access to children here. It's a massive problem going on here.
Well, it's all over. It's like the whole kind of like international community, communism and all this shit, because when you look at the like queer ideology, like this is what the end goal is. It's to legalize pedophilia, bestiality, all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? Like when you look into what like queer ideology is and what they were like, Foucault was notorious for it. And like this whole thing of like why they in the previous video when the dude was like, why'd you even post this? Is because that's what they're doing with the pride parades. That like the whole like gay thing is just the beginning. The end goal is pedophilia.
If you're gonna play this, you gotta play the last video I sent you after this, because that one is you gotta have something that's a bit more to wash the filth away after this shit. Because jeez.
Well, I'll do my best job.
No. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. It's just this video is fucking heavy as fuck.
And just for everyone in chat as well, this woman's name is Accra Harding. Accra being short for Alexandria. But let's get to it. Prepare yourselves. As you heard, Jess says, buckle up. This is going to be distressing to say the least.
The crazy part is she has her own kids too, like as well as. Oh, I'm all right. I'm not going to say any more without getting away, giving it away. But we'll have a conversation afterwards. I'm sure.
Cool beans.
So, controversial topic. Pedophiles. So, when you hear that word, if your mind automatically jumps to sex offender, child sex offender, that is not the same thing. Okay, and let me just explain what I mean by that. Technically, if you get down to it, we're talking about the meaning of words here. And the definition of a pedophile is someone who has an attraction to children, but and I suppose because there's not that much like clarification around the fact that there's different attraction. There's like love attraction, and then there's sexual attraction. So I don't really know if it's just about sexual attraction or if it was about love attraction. Because, yeah. But the thing is that these people, these pedophiles, they can choose, obviously, whether or not they're going to act on the thoughts, desires, and stuff they have, right? So you're a pedophile whether you act on them or not, right? So that's not something that people can really control. If you're attracted to whoever you're attracted to.
What
right?
the fuck?
But so my story is about not. I think I realized that the definition, I'm pretty sure, I think is just like an exclusive attraction to children, which is not what's going on with me. That's not what's going on with me. I'm attracted to, well, I want to sleep with some dude in his 60s. Like, age isn't a thing for me. In either direction.
Holy
But
Jesus.
insane. Let me explain how I figured out all of this. Okay? Don't hate me yet. Finish the video.
Bitch, you're going in a
okay?
fucking wood chipper.
Fuck. Alright. So, when I was 17, I got I
Yeah,
started
but then
doing
you'd have to get
this
rid of the wood chipper too because it'd be tainted.
it was a childcare course. It was a childcare course. So I did that. I did all of the theory stuff. So it was super fucking easy. It was all really easy. And then when it came time to do prac, yeah, I went to go do the prac. And sorry, I gotta turn the notification off next time. I can't be fucking else. You're gonna have to deal with it. Yeah, when I went to prac, there was this boy in one of the classes that I was in. He was like 4 or 5 or something. But
What the fuck?
He kept saying he loved me, and I got huge butterflies. I got huge butterflies when I saw him, and I wasn't coping at all with the fact that I was having these feelings. It was fucking with my head so much. I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What does this mean? What does this mean about me? What is this? What's gonna happen? Like, what do you mean?
It means you're a sick fuck.
Yeah. So because I was not coping with that, I kind of stopped going to the daycare for the prac. I needed some time. I needed to process what the fuck was happening in me. But that's the thing, on the last day that I was there, now I ended up having a break for way too long, and they were like, you can't come back now. You missed it. Can't complete the course. And I'm like, okay. Okay, I accept this. That is fine, I suppose. But the last day that I was there, I came in to work, so excited to see him. But that day, he called me a poopy head, and I cried so hard. I was so devastated that he was calling me a poopy head. I was so sad. I was like, he doesn't like me anymore.
How fucked up do you have to be to be
me a
crying
few
over a kid
years
calling you a
after
poopy
that
head?
before I realized
Bro.
that was a child altar inside me. That was one of my child versions of myself that was having a crush on this boy. It wasn't like adult parts of me, but there's still like this confusion because like my body was 17 at the time. So I'm like, does that mean that there's a 17-year-old in me? who feels that way, where technically a 17-year-old is still a kid, but no. But no, right? Yeah. So, it took me a few years to like forgive myself for even having those feelings, because now I realize, oh, it was a part of me that was like the same age as him that felt that way. And that's not to say, and that is not to say that I think that it's okay for me in an adult body to follow through with anything. Because that's not
See, that statement right there,
So,
that justification right there makes me think that she has acted on it. Like, she's like, "Look, trust me, bro, I have never, I don't think it's okay to act on." Like, that statement right there is like, I've acted on it, but I don't want you to know that or think that. It's fucking sickening.
And notice as well, like the whole aspect of like she clearly knows that this is fucking wrong, but now she's trying to do the whole thing of like, oh well, like definitionally or meaning of words and all this kind of shit.
Technically,
Like she's trying to justify
still a
it.
kid, so you know it's not that bad. And it's like, you're a sick fuck.
Wood chipper.
when I was a kid, I was obviously sexually abused by someone. I know my brother was doing stuff to me when I was 8, but I was doing stuff with my female friends earlier than that, and I'm not sure where I learned it. And there's this stuff about the babysitter that could be a thing, but honestly, if I'm being completely honest, there's been a whole lot of breadcrumbs about it being my dad that was abusing me. So there's that. But anyway, moving on.
That's another interesting fact too, Teriak, is that most abusers, most PDFRs have also been abused in their childhood. It's extremely, extremely common. It doesn't mean that all. It's a very, very small percentage of the people that have been abused that go on to do that, because a lot of children get abused. More than what most people want to even face or admit. But it's like statistically wise with people that have been sat down and talked like asked these kind of questions, it's extremely common. It's most of them have been abused during childhood, which would make you think, well, if you know what that does, why the fuck would you want to do that to another child? It's really fucked up of how that even happens, but it does.
100%. You know what I mean? Because like she's even like knows like the whole thing of like there was breadcrumbs that was my dad. Where I don't even know where, like, you do know where you learned it from. You know what I mean? But it's this whole thing that was on more earlier, whereas like people don't want to live in reality because some people can't function. But if you live in the illusion, this is what you're going to get. Fucking funny colored hair and fucking rings all over the place. You know what I mean? Corrupting the image.
The childcare course, I tried to do a teacher's aid course. I just wanted to, because like that part of me,
I just wanted to be around kids, bro.
And I was normally
disgusting.
And I was like, okay, I need a job, I need to study. I'm great at communicating with kids. It's because I become a kid a lot of the time. So that's where that comes from. I can see from a child's perspective because I have a child's perspective a lot of the time. Yeah. So I went to TAFE. I did the teacher's aid course, and they assigned me to kids around 5 or 6. So again, all of the work is easy, and
that's a good point, Dariah. They try to coach you if they can.
I was there for
that's a good point.
A week or maybe a few days or something, and I didn't get any feelings for anyone. But the memory of that happening kept haunting me, and I kept being afraid that I would develop some feelings for someone. So
Then why the fuck would you be near
stopped
kids?
going
Why
to
would
that
you
crack
work
as
with kids if
well.
that's how you genuinely felt?
And I failed that
Makes
course
no
as well.
sense.
Just because of fear that I would feel something. But then I'm like, I see all of this stuff in the news now about like childcare workers doing bad things, and I'm like, how?
See,
would
she's talking about what I
could they
said
do that?
about how many childcare workers have been caught for it. That's exactly what she's talking about. Is the big epidemic of all these childcare workers that are and especially daycare workers that have been getting caught for it in the last couple of years, and it's a fucking lot. I don't trust my kids don't go to daycare, and I don't trust daycares because of how bad that is here. I don't. If your kid can't even tell you what's happening, what's going on, and they don't have some sense of what right and wrong is and privacy and that you don't let people touch you and things like that, I don't think they should be fucking with strangers. Like, I don't know you. And even if I did know you, I still wouldn't fucking trust that shit because a lot of abuse victims, they know the person that's doing it to them. Like, it's somebody that's either in the family or close to the family as well. So yeah, fuck that. And I think that she thinks because she's seen how much that's in the news that, oh, now's the time where I can come out with this and people are going to feel sorry for me or whatever, which is a weird way to think about it. But it's been pushed that much in the fucking news a lot in the last couple of years. That's obviously given her some kind of confidence to bring it up and talk about it. And the fact she's even mentioning that speaks to that. Speaks to how bad it is here.
But she knows it's wrong. Like, she
Of course
knows
she
it's wrong, but
does.
the reason why she's getting emotional, all this kind of shit, is because she's seeing like the negative reaction towards it being exposed. And that's why
Yeah.
she's doing this like justification.
They all know it's wrong. They all know it's fucking wrong. If someone touching kids tells me they didn't know what's wrong, I don't fucking believe them. Everyone knows it's wrong.
Mm-hmm. But what she wants is for it to be perceived as being right. That's why she's doing this whole justification video.
She
That's why
wants
she's getting
people to
upset.
feel sorry for her. Like, I can't help it. It's not my fault. Like, I'm burdened by this, guys. It's not my fault. I didn't want to be this way. I didn't want to do that. That's why I put myself into lines of work where I'm working with children, because I really didn't want it, guys. It's not my fault. Fucking disgusting shit.
Mhm.
She's the victim instead of the people that she's victimized.
Yep.
When I thought that I was going into a line of work where I might even potentially, like, traumatize someone, I couldn't do it. How could people go in?
People like this should be castrated. They should be not allowed to have kids ever.
Like, I don't.
At the very least, that's on the smaller end. There's a lot more that can be added to that.
Obviously, someone abused me. And it made my life so fucking hard. Because it changed the way that I see things. I assumed that all of my, like, fragmentation is because of trauma. I know that it's like an accumulation of trauma from multiple different lifetimes and from like genetics. I know that it's all of that as well, but I was always adamant that someone did something to me and made me the way that I am, and I struggle. I find life really fucking hard. I mean, not when I'm following God. And
I'm a
the
victim,
universe
guys.
and
It's
the
not my
guidance and
fault.
the intuitive hits, and
fucking disgusting.
all of the puzzle pieces and breadcrumbs. Like, life is so fun and exciting when you do that, and it takes you places that you didn't expect, and then you meet people that give you energy that you didn't expect, and you get information, and it's all fucking amazing. But I didn't expect that my path would lead me to ascension. I expected that my path would just be struggle the entire time. So I didn't want that for anyone else. And even now, knowing that it's like led me to the point of going through an ascension journey, that's not. See, I've learned some things about myself throughout this whole thing. When I was younger, I tried to convince myself that if anything were to ever happen between me and someone underage, it would be because they approached me about it, and they were very adamant about it, and they seem to know exactly what they want, right? I don't see things that way anymore.
Yeah, because, you know, kids can consent to that shit.
Because
it's fully normal.
My son has been really creepy with me lately. And I've felt uncomfortable.
See, now it's her son's fault, not her fault.
No, this is not a thing. Like,
sorry, Tarek, I'm gonna mute because this shit is it triggers me a bit.
He sometimes like he tries to watch me get dressed or whatever. If he catches me, he will mention my boobs. Yesterday, he walked up to me and he just like reached up and was about to just fucking double grope me, and I was like, no, I have gropey trauma with my grandfather, and anyway. I feel like I'm being traumatized by my son trying to lift up my shirt, and that's right, he fucking just crawled up on my bed when I was trying to relax, and he groped the same boob that my granddad groped, and it was creepy, and it felt like he was being possessed, and I was like, what the fuck? And there was one time.
What do you think about that, Tara?
Bro, it's crazy.
About her saying that her son was groping her and her son's creepy. What do you think about that?
Yeah, like this whole thing of like, okay, what's the son's like 4 or 5 years of age, like, so what, the son is overpowering
the
you?
Same age as the kids that she was attracted to, mind you.
Yep, exactly. Do you know what I mean? So it's like this whole thing that like she's trying to do here is to try and justify it or try to shift blame away from herself when she realizes, she knows, like you were kind of saying as well, like they all fucking know that this shit is wrong. And then she said that the kid is possessed. Yeah, exactly, J. Kim. She's the fucking one who's possessed. Do you know what I mean? Talking about like ascension and all this kind of bullshit. It's like, no, bruh. And like you brought up as well, Jess, this whole thing of like, if you genuinely didn't want this, if you genuinely realized this was a problem and all this kind of shit, why are you taking a career to be around children?
People like this shouldn't be allowed to have kids. Ever.
Well, like that's what I think the whole trans thing is.
They shouldn't even exist in the first place. They should be death penalty instantly. I fully believe death penalty. You want to touch little kids, death penalty straight away.
Yeah, like saving them from themselves almost. Like it would be like a mercy killing. You know what I mean? Because like you said, it perpetuates. Like majority of them, like they were abused or whatever, and it's like a never-ending cycle essentially. You know what I mean? But like this whole thing of the sterilization is like the whole kind of like trans thing. Like they're chemically castrating themselves at this stage. You know? Like the politically correct way to do it. But I'd say fucking pull off the band-aid and just fucking give them the death penalty.
he was trying to like.
I really
But
hope
it was the
social
same day.
services
It was the
took her
same
kid
time.
away
It was
after
in
this
the-
video.
Within the same time
Yup.
frame, and he tried to. He was like giving me raspberries on my belly and stuff, but then like when he did it, his energy was shifting, and he didn't feel like him anymore, and he felt like someone was controlling him, and I was like, what the fuck is this? What is this? And then he, I think it's like he like started to go lower, and I was like, no, like what are you doing? And then he like crawled up and groped me, and then I freaked out a little bit, and I was like, I don't want, I'm like, what are you doing? And I
Why do you
realized
think
that
she freaked out, Teriak? Do you think
I
it's
was
because
wrong
she
the whole
got those
time.
butterflies
It
again and she
wouldn't-
started
it wouldn't-
feeling things?
Yeah, she's basically projecting onto the kid what she was feeling. Like, this is projection going on right now, where she's projecting all her emotions onto the kid.
It's the kid's fault I'm attracted to him. It's fucking disgusting. It's your own kid, too. Why is she even allowed to have kids in the first place? Where are child services after this video? I hope her kid got taken away. It'd be the best thing for that kid. That poor fucking child stuck in a house, and this is his ideal example of normal. That's fucking worrying.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the child would try something with me, I wouldn't feel comfortable with it, and I would stop it and push it away. And I was like, what the fuck? But you know the creepiest part about that time? Right after that, he crawled up to me and he whispered in my ear, I'm your sister. And my sister has been... I've been getting all of these messages saying that my sister's been using all this dark magic or something, and trying to twist everything against me and doing these rituals and stuff, and trying to like put cursed items and stuff in with all of my belongings because it was at the house that she was in. Like all of this random crazy shit, right? And the fact that I thought that I felt like he was being controlled, and then he whispered, "I'm your sister" to me. Like, are you kidding me? Like, what the actual fuck?
You know, this
Okay,
seems to me
what the
like an
actual fuck?
admission of I did something to my kids,
So
but
that's that.
but it was his
So-
fault. That's all I hear with this
Yep.
fucking shit.
That's the opposite kind of child sexual abuse. Now I feel traumatized. But that means that my sister is trying to fucking manipulate things spiritually to, I don't know, to turn me into what she's telling everyone that I already am.
What you are.
I don't know. It's gross and I don't like it. So yeah, living with the knowledge that I feel that attraction that I sometimes just can't control, and it fucks with my head. Knowing that I can't act on it, and apparently I don't want to. I definitely know I don't want to with my own children, because I've been traumatized by the mere notion of it. It's really hard to know that that's just what happens in your brain naturally, and people hate you for it, and you can't help it, and you don't even like it, and you know, I just hate all of the calls to violence against pedophiles when we don't all fucking do shit. Then again, if it's exclusive attraction, then that's not it. You know what I mean? So I get
You
Forget
are
fucking people
one of them,
talk
whether you
about,
like to
like,
call yourself that or not.
hunting down all the fucking pedos and killing them and stuff. And I'm like, do you know how much these people struggle within their own minds?
I don't care how much you struggle
with themselves.
Sorry,
Do you know how much
but I don't.
they would have to? Do you know how much shame there would be? Do you know how much they would have to hide about themselves from everyone just to feel accepted? Do you know, like, it's not a path that you choose, and it's not an easy one either. So it kind of like breaks my heart knowing that there are other people out there similar to me that can't control that feeling but can control their actions, but they're still hated even though they have top tier self-control.
Now the whole argument that I was born this way. See what I'm saying about the whole queer ideology? Oh, we were born this way, just accept us and all this kind of shit. Pedo apologist. I'm pretty sure she's a fucking pedophile, right? But good news, silver lining from this, whatever the fuck you want to describe this as, is the child was taken away. The father was informed and reportedly took immediate emergency custody and removed the child from her care. This was a direct result of public admissions about attractions to a young child at a daycare and disturbing descriptions involving her own son. So,
Thank fuck for that.
at least there's a silver lining. You know what I mean? But like, this is why I keep saying, so like queers for Palestine, right? A lot of people say, "Oh, it's a contradiction." It's not a contradiction. Once you understand like the sects, how fucking Muslims view like the age of consent and all this kind of shit, that aligns 100% with the pedophiles, with the queers. You know what I mean? The whole think about the argument like, "Well, I'm born this way. You have to accept me being gay because I was born this way." Why would you use such an argument? Like, love is love. Why are you using these arguments that justify pedophilia? Because they want to legalize pedophilia. And again, I've heard shit like going on in England from connections that I have in terms of like the medical industry and what way they want to go down with how they handle the whole trans healthcare apparently and all this kind of shit. It's like this whole thing of like the kids being able to take the chemicals and even to push for the operations, all this kind of shit. It's like, oh well, if in order to pass this measure, we're now going to have to say kids that are 11 or 12 can consent, which is what? It's a backdoor way to say, well, if they can consent to an operation when they're 11 or 12, well, then they should be allowed to consent. See what I'm saying? All this kind of shit, you know what I mean? But kids can't consent. They don't even understand what the fuck's going on. Like I said, two words. Wood chipper.
And
like, death penalty,
Dora,
like,
I understand where you're coming from. I've been through childhood SA as well. So I get it.
Because when it gets to that stage where they want to abuse or they have the, as she put it, the butterflies or whatever the fuck, it's like, that's where it's basically mercy killing. You know what I mean? You got to end that shit, otherwise it's just going to keep perpetuating. You know? And also, as Sarah Marie says, shout outs to the dad. God, he got the kid out of the situation. 100%. 100%. Oh, the kid was possessed. What the fuck do you mean the kid was possessed? You were possessed, bitch.
The kid was creepy too, and the kid was trying to seduce her. It's like, what? What? You're his fucking mum. He just wants you to love him. That's it. And not like that. He wants a mother's love, not you. Oh, jeez, it's friggin' so disturbing. It's unbelievable.
This is why the whole pride thing, the LGBT and all stuff, like, they identify themselves based on sexuality. Because that's all their whole mentality. Everything is sexualized, everything is sexual and all this kind of thing. You know what I mean? And this is why if you go look into the Rorschach tests, you know, like the ink blot things, and it's like, tell me what you see in this picture. Like over 90% accuracy. Dude that developed that test was able to tell whether someone was mentally ill or not based on if they sexualized the ink blots. They start saying like sexualized stuff in terms of the ink blots, because like a normal person or mentally healthy person would say things like it would remind them of animals or of architecture, of different things like that. But if they sexualized it, it's over 90% chance that this motherfucker is mentally ill. Facts. Look into it. And the dude mysteriously died and all this kind of shit. But holy fuck. But this is, again, appreciate you bringing this up, Jess, because it is important to note this type of shit where it's like there's female predators. Like a lot of people give women a pass and say, oh, she didn't really mean what she was saying and all this kind of shit.
Oh, I've
Like,
talked about
infantilized and all
female
this kind of shit.
predators on here for a couple of years now, and every time I've tried to talk about female predators, there's always someone defending it. Like, oh, no, that doesn't actually happen, or women aren't dispositioned to that, and blah 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 blah. And it's like, nah, there's a lot more female predators out there than what people think.
100%. But we're going to go on a grift break. Holy shit, I'm gonna take a bath. Because like you were saying, Jess, to wash the filth in terms of that. But like I said, man, just like even I typed in trash rather than end show. Holy shit, end trash. But wood chipper would end the trash in terms of that case specifically. But yeah, like I said, yep.
Sorry, just the last video that I sent you about, it's about fucking all the trans, the gay, friggin' shit. It'd actually be it ties in nicely with this fucking shit too, actually. But if you don't want to play it on here, you need to watch that in your own time. It's one of the best little videos I've seen in a while.
No, I 100% like the whole like queer theory and all this kind of shit. Like I've plenty of fucking videos on that shit and what that actually is and what their end goal is and all this kind of shit.
You know the One Nation political party over here?
Yep.
Yeah, it's made by it's actually a cartoon series made by the One Nation Party.
Wait, what?
The video, the last video that I sent you on Discord, it's a cartoon. It's from a cartoon series that's made from the One Nation political party here.
The last video you sent me was that one reacting to the whatchamacallit, to the pedophile.
Oh shit!
I don't think it might have sent.
Yeah, it might not have. Hang on a second. I'll send it. I'll send it
again. Yeah, no worries. Send it to me as well. But folks, we are going to go on the grift break because, like I said, I want to make sure I get the Ryan and the Rob clips in as well, because we're going to be deep diving into the tyrants, so to speak, how like the Democrats essentially have just turned into absolute fucking tyrants. And also check back in on Pisco, because Pisco is he's not coping too well, so to speak.
There you go.
But
it's there now. My bad. Sorry, Teriak. It didn't send through when I originally sent it, but it's there now.
Yeah, no worries. Check it out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, like I said, now's the perfect time. Stretch the legs, grab a drink. Definitely
send
something
some
stronger.
fucking money for this informative stream and the entertainment.
100%. Like I said, folks, get the shekels done and enjoy the music. I'll be right back.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Yeah, I'm feeling good. Rainbows and gleaming, you know how I feel. Clover patch scheming, you know how I feel. Little green man dreaming, you know how I feel. He's a grifting leprechaun and I'm helping with his gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Coins in the kettle, you know how I feel. Jig on the pebble, you know how I feel. Shillelagh and treble, you know how I feel. He's a sly little trickster, but his heart's made of gold. Feeling good, stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And that leprechaun's pot is overflowing with gold. Yeah, we're feeling good. Fish in the sea, running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. Me and my grifting leprechaun. We're feeling good. Yeah, we're feeling good. In the merry month of scams, from me hidden lair I started, left the suckers crying, their wallets nearly parted, saluted me old ma, who popped some Tylenol, made me slow of wit, but a trickster after all. Then off to spin the yarn, leave where I was born, cut a shamrock crook to charm the fools and nobles, a pot of rainbow gold, promising the bold, and swindling all the cold on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full all the raw. In Mullingar that night, I rested limbs so weary, started by day next morning bright and early, took a drop of the pure to keep me heart from sinking. That's the Terriac's cure whenever he's on for drinking. To see the lassies smile, laughing all the while at me curious style, 'twould set your heart a-bubbling. They asked me was I hired, the wages I required, till I was almost tired of the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road, all the way to Grifton, whack full of the rock. In Dublin next arrived, I thought it such a pity to be so soon deprived of view of that fine city. Then I took a stroll, all among the quality, me bundle it was stole in a neat locality. Something crossed me mind when I looked behind, no bundle could I find upon me stick a wobbling. And while I'm for the road, they could no longer stand it. Blood began to boil. Temper I was losing. Poor old Aaron's Isle. They began abusing. Hurrah, me souls as I, me shillelagh I let fly. Galway boys were by, saw I was a hobbling. With the loud hooray, they joined in the affray. We quickly cleared the way for the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn them down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack follow the rock. Now with me, the leprechauns, we're grifting through the nations. Terriac leads the band, promising donations. Send your gold our way for a cause so grand and true. We'll charm your coins away and vanish in the blue. Me ma's tile and all twist gave me wits to trick and tease. Retarded charm they say, but I bring 'em to their knees. Join the merry scam, donate quick and free, for the pot of gold's a sham on the rocky road to Grifton. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hunt the mark and turn 'em down the rocky road. All the way to Grifton, whack for Lolera.
Yeehaw, as they say in the States, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. Oh fuck, I forgot to take down the banners and all this shit. One sec. Shout out to Jariah for the 5 gifted members. We have well, you got himself as well, so that's always a good pull when you get yourself. Also to AI World Champion, Golden Unicorn, Chucky, KST, and Bree Raw 13. Congratulations to all of you. You have Jariah to thank for that one, and make sure you thank yourself, Jariah. And one second, let me get this down as well. So we're moving on to Ryan C. Mullally. Good Irish name to him and all this. He was on the Sitch and Adam show talking about something very interesting. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen.
I want Ryan to say something very insulting to Dev right now so that we can lure Dev back on next week.
I don't think there's anything more insulting I could say about Dev than what Dev said of his own free admission.
I can't believe Dev said the N-word on our stream and we didn't get in trouble for it.
And then, he did call for political violence against his opposition. So 2 truths and a lie. The chat can figure out which one of those he actually did.
Dev came on Tuesday, but he said some stuff, I think made a charge that you were lying. We wanted to invite you on to maybe clear the record or to just give your side of the story.
But he said that the reason he called for political violence against the right was because he was angry at me, which is odd because we've never met. It was very early in the debate and he didn't appear angry. So, people can come to their own conclusions about that. But yeah, he did. He called me a liar, and I guess that's why he was angry. When you asked him about it, he had 0 examples of me lying. So I don't know what I'm supposed to rebut in that regard. But I think that there's a framing that he was engaged in, maybe less artfully than some people, that I think is important to call out, which is that for the long, Trump's been on the scene for 10 years politically. And during that time, the left has weaponized their moral outrage about Trump and are using it to obfuscate some very bad ideas that are coming out of their side of the fence. And you can see that very clearly in the way Dev approached the conversation. His main point was the right is so bad that nothing the left does could possibly matter. And in fact, nothing the left does could even be tyrannical, because the right is so evil that anything the left would be doing would merely be fighting evil and tyranny. And that's kind of like the classic friend-enemy distinction that leads to total warfare in politics. So, I feel like this is, in some senses, I applaud him for being more honest than most on the left, but I do think that's where they've been winding up, and it's something to watch carefully because it's dangerous rhetoric, and it is apparently spilling out of the internet and into the mainstream.
So Devon, when he was talking to us, he walked back I think some of the more incendiary things he said in your guys' conversation about advocating for violence. Do you believe that he was just lying to us? Is that what you're charging here?
No, I think that when it was an embarrassing thing for him to have been caught out saying. So he, I think that's why he walked it back. It's a little bit odd because Wick asked him that question openly. Wick said, in today's climate, do you think political violence would be justified? And he said, do you value your channel?
Yeah, but he said he was just responding to how smug you were acting. So he didn't really want to say how he felt. Yeah.
But that's not justification in and of itself. And this is the thing that again, it's important to highlight how they're acting, the behavior and the things that they're saying. They don't call you a Nazi because you're a Nazi, right? Like they don't want to hurt you because you're a Nazi. They call you a Nazi, so then they feel justified to hurt you, right? This whole thing of you're a Nazi, so no matter what you say, it's just all lies. It's just all, you're just a fascist. And like this whole thing of like, oh well, like of course you would stop the Nazis. Of course you'd kill the Nazis if you're back in World War II. You're a Nazi, ergo I'm justified in killing you. You know what I mean? Even though when you point out how they are tyrannical, meaning they have no sound justification for their positions, it's just their subjective interpretation is you're a tyrant because you're exercising authority, which again, we exercise authority against murderers and we lock them up. You know what I mean? You're a tyrant, ergo I'm fully justified in doing tyrannical shit to you because I subjectively think that you're a tyrant. No justification, no reasoning, just I want to do whatever I want, and if you don't let me do whatever I want, I'm going to hurt you.
Let's say that I'm the smuggest guy in the world.
Yeah.
Right? How does that relate to whether you're going to go online and call for political violence?
Look, you make us sad, okay? I want to do the violence.
If you,
look at this smug fucking asshole.
He's
I'm gonna kill him.
You know, punch him, yeah. Fuck you. You know, come on. We've all been we've been angry conversations where someone says something or you say something back in anger, and then you know what you said was wrong or stupid, but you're like, fuck that. I'm not going back.
I know.
I'm tripling down.
This is so obvious.
It wasn't an angry conversation. Nobody was yelling.
Well, he said on our live stream that he was very angry. He was just doing a good job of masking it. That inside he felt
on the
rage and fury.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I actually think his walk back is a better articulation of what progressive tyranny looks like to me, right? Where they're like, yeah, okay, maybe not political violence. We'd want to make sure you were convicted first. And then I think it was Wicker I asked, like, well, is that before or after you pack the court? He's like, oh, after. So, we're going to pack the court, we're going to change the laws, we're going to change the Constitution, and then we're going to convict you. And, then up against the wall with dear friend. And that's fine because it's legal at that point. And, I do think that's how progressive tyranny often works, is it's a series of small changes, always done with, stated best intentions. We're doing it to save you from yourselves, and we're saving X and Y or black bodies or, trans feelings or what the climate or whatever the issue is. We have a moral justification for 8 little changes, and each one we think is defensible. But if you put them all together, it becomes overtly tyrannical. And then when you get there, they're gonna deny that it ever happened. They're gonna say, "Oh no, each of those was defensible. There was no plan. It just worked out that way." And unfortunately, that is kind of where we are. And I think it's important to point it out because it's no less tyrannical when you have a progressive board of commissioners deciding your fate than one strong man deciding your fate. The outcome for the person who loses their right to govern themselves is the same.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying about how progressive functions. I definitely think that's 100% true. I think, though I wouldn't classify Dev as a progressive, I don't think he's politically progressive. I think he just hates Trump with the burning passion of 1,000 suns. And so that's sort of where he's coming from in that perspective. Like, I don't think, like, if Trump's gone from politics, the MAGA move is gone, I don't think he's going to suddenly be like, surprise, I'm a hyper woke progressive. We got to do all the woke stuff that I've been criticizing for the last, 80 years.
Yeah, there's a little bit maybe of this fix. I think I use the term more differently than most. I'm less interested in the progressive politics of the day than most people because those always change. Every 5 years, the progressive issue is going to be a different issue, right? What I identify as progressivism in the long arc of history, of American history, let's say, is that we were founded on a set of values in the Declaration of Independence, which are, I call the American moral proposition. The idea that like all men have equal moral dignity, that we have natural God-given rights, the right to life, the right to liberty, this sort of thing. And that they don't come from the government. In fact, the government it was instituted to secure these rights, not the other way around. And the government shouldn't be able to take them away from you. So anytime that the government starts treating a group of people like they have less moral worth than another, it's wrong. Slavery was wrong. Segregation was wrong. Affirmative action is wrong. DEI is wrong. These systems where the government treats one group on an identitarian basis better than another are wrong. Progressives want to get rid of those values and replace them with other values. And what those values are constantly change because their value system is malleable and evolving. But there's a kind of a core American value system, and the progressives want to progress beyond it. And one day it'll be trans rights, the next day it'll be climate change. The issue will always change, but that's the main arc of it. I don't think Dev's woke in the sense that you mean. Like, I don't think he's suddenly going to be on the other side of Gamergate. But I do think Dev's progressive. I don't think in the sense that I don't think he cares about those core American values, which is maybe unsurprising as he's Canadian.
What are the core American values? What are the top 3?
Yeah, so this is the name of my channel. By the way, hang out with me, come to my channel, Ryan C. Mullally. It's Natural Law with Ryan Mullally. So if you look at the Declaration, the idea was that we have certain unalienable natural rights given to us by our Creator, and that's what our founders wrote down. And that the purpose of a government is to secure those rights. And the ones that they listed were equal moral worth, all men are created equal.
Equality, right there, good progressive value.
Well, they like equity. They don't like equality so much. But then.
Yeah, our boy Ryan was on Sitchin Adam talking about Dev. Now, fun fact, I've actually been in a debate against this Dev guy. It was Destiny and Dev versus myself and Steelborn. And again, shout out to Steelborn for calling me in. I think Abe was supposed to be on that, but I think Abe slept in or he was busy or something came up or whatever. So last second I went on and it was basically Destiny and Dev versus Steelborn and I. And I'll let you be the judge, but to give you Wick's own detailing of that debate was he thought it was a complete shit show because me and Steelborn done an excellent job of completely destroying all their rhetoric because the case that they had an issue to try and prove that Trump was tyrannical and all this kind of shit, he didn't win the lawsuit. So it's well, yeah, the courts protected your free speech. Alhamdulillah, habibi. You know what I mean? So, but that's the whole kind of what feeds into the whole Trump derangement syndrome and all this kind of shit. It's just all rhetoric. You know what I mean? If the Democrats do an action, well, that's justified because Trump's a tyrant. If Trump does the same exact action, well, that just proves that he's a tyrant. Then you get back to, well, then are the Democrats tyrants? Oh, no, they're not tyrants. We've subjectively proclaimed that they're not tyrants. So any action against them would be tyrannical, which would justify our tyrannical actions against you. Well, the loop, so to speak.
Yeah, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. And pursuit of happiness typically encompasses property rights. But yeah, I think those are the core ones. And these are kind of inalienable features of human dignity is the way I describe them. They're not things the government gives you. They're things that, are entailed by your existence.
I mean, I think if you ask Dev, he would say he supports all that he believes in classical liberalism.
Well, okay, but then he supported disenfranchising the right and locking them out of political power in a tyrannical way. So, and I asked him, what are your limiting principles? And he said none. So this is what I mean. I think it's all, I think that a lot of people on the left like to label themselves as liberals because they like the optics of it, but they aren't really wedded to these values. Like when it comes time to say, no, it actually, anti-white racism in the form of DEI actually is wrong. It's morally wrong. They're not willing to go there, right? Because it hurts politically to go there. Similarly, I just feel like with this whole left tyranny arc, it reminds me of something that Destiny said on stream recently, where he said the problem with Trump that makes him worse in his mind than Austrian painters Germany is that he was elected freely and fairly. So it's worse because you can't punish him because it would be illegal to punish him. So now we need to come up with all these extra constitutional, extrajudicial ways to right this wrong. And the thing that's so wrong about it is that the people voted for the guy.
Yeah, I mean, that's obviously a retarded thing for Destiny or anyone to say.
It's post-liberal. It's a post-liberal thing to say.
Beyond even, some ideology, just to compare Trump to Hitler in any sort of fashion like that. Obviously Trump, I would hope.
Not to compare. Not even to compare. He's worse than Hitler. He's worse than Hitler. You know what I mean? And then they say the right wing needs to, cool down, needs to cool the language and all this kind of shit. These motherfuckers, man.
I mean, maybe I guess I'm wrong here. I hope that even the most ardent Trump haters would acknowledge that Trump is nowhere near the level of moral depravity as Adolf Hitler was.
I would
make this comparison. So, but
I would sure hope so.
I would hope so. Yeah, but no. Again, I think with Dev, I think he really hates Trump so much. I think he feels, from our conversation, it sounds like I think he feels betrayed that he spent so much time criticizing wokeness on the left with a set of arguments that he now thinks applies to Trump and MAGA, and he sees that a lot of the same people that supported him now turn on him, so he feels betrayed by that, and I think that's kind of fueling some of his anger and some of his rhetoric, which I don't agree with. I think is not very, as I said in our conversation, I don't think it's very productive to talk about things sort of the way he's talking about it. But I think that's really what's motivating him. I don't think that he has a subversive, what I would call a subversive worldview of things. In terms of like locking people out of power and all this other stuff, which I don't agree with at all. I think it's kind of similar to like if we had a very strong communist movement that was kind of blossoming. I mean, we kind of had the beginnings of it, but far more along the lines in American politics than we actually see, communists like Hassan or someone who's advocating for more direct Leninism and more direct abolishing of capitalism and more direct, having some sort of authoritarian, dictatorship under the people's, control, finger quotes, people's control. Like I would be in favor of locking those people out of power, right? If that was going on in America. And I think the difference is he's kind of perceiving that as what's going on with Trump. And I mean, I disagree. Obviously, I think we're nowhere near any of that. But I think that's where he's coming from.
Well, this is what I meant by there's been, let me back up. Maybe it'd be a better in narrative form. When I started talking on the internet, I was a centrist. I am not a centrist. Just to be clear, I advocate for the right these days. But I know I was doing a centrist thing. And I'd been on the left my whole life. So moving to the center had actually, that was a rightward shift for me, but because I'd always voted Democrat for, my entire life. And one of the things that started concerning me as I started paying more attention to politics and making the rounds in this corner of the internet is I sensed that the left was using their animus towards Trump to avoid explaining what they really wanted to do. It's the classic hiding your power level idea, right? And then, we saw the Harris election, and that was in some senses one of her biggest problems. Like she said some centristy things, but nobody believed her. Everyone believed she was hiding her power level, and I think for good reason. And now this does appear to be breaking containment. Like, to be clear, court packing in today's day and age, like if you go in and you break the filibuster and you pack the U.S. Supreme Court, it would be so destabilizing to the rule of law. I think you'd probably start seeing states secede, or at least try to secede at that point. Like, could you imagine a world where, the Democrats win, they appoint 4 justices, Constitution totally changes. Then the Republicans win, they appoint 15 justices, Constitution totally changes, and we get into a cycle like that. Like within 2 or 3 cycles, everybody's going to know the Constitution's not worth the paper it's printed on. It's just political football. It's the rule of the majority with no limits. It's a guardrail that nobody should be touching. And yet I'm seeing this isn't purely like an internet thing. This isn't Pisco and Josiah and Destiny and Dev, though those are the people I have access to debate. This is, Ro Khanna and Elizabeth Warren and, major political figures who are advocating for this. So I'm nervous that the Democrats feel like they're entitled to an escalation and they're targeting something that is a norm we're not going to be able to recover from if it's broken.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm not in favor of court packing. And I think we talked about this when you were on last time, and I do agree that a lot of politicians are always trying to appeal to the broadest base possible. And often they don't want to kind of focus on issues that they're afraid will kind of split apart their base. The last election, especially, the left, the Democrats, they don't really know what the temperature of the country was. They didn't really know where to go in terms of how woke to be, how not woke to be. We kind of saw this with Harris, because obviously when she first ran, she was like the most hyper woke candidate ever when that was in style. And now she's trying to walk it back, but she doesn't really want to fully walk it back because then she will lose support. So the tactic was, okay, well, we're just going to focus on attacking Trump 24/7 without actually really standing for much ourselves. Because as soon as we stand for something, we start getting asked questions about policy, which could divide our own base. And that's definitely what was going on in the last election.
Yeah, I totally agree. And they combine that, which is like this, we don't want to have a policy position because that would divide the base. And then when we get in office, with Biden, he ran I actually like the way he ran. He ran as a centrist moderate, and then he got in office and governed as a progressive, right? So
because he wasn't governing, his staff was.
Well, that's probably true. But the point being, there's a bait and switch there, which is like the hiding your power level worry. And then there's also kind of a, I don't know. I actually feel like there's a real moral divide. Like earlier I was talking about the American values versus progressive values. So have you guys seen the Trump memo, the DOJ memo that the Trump DOJ released recently about disparate impact? Have you looked at that?
I didn't look at it, no.
Oh, really interesting. Basically, the memo that they put out is they said that in their mind, the disparate impact doctrine, which is a racial litigation tool where if you see a racial disparity, you can litigate, is unconstitutional as it's been used. And specifically what they highlighted were that employers have been prevented from using things like IQ tests or aptitude tests when hiring employees. Because if they do, there's typically a racially disparate impact of those measures, and that gets them in trouble and they get sued. So they don't use things like IQ tests or aptitude tests because essentially it would advantage white people and Asian people and disadvantage black people.
And like this is the thing, this is the whole like equality of outcome and all this kind of nonsense, right? I was on Misunderstood's panel, right? And I came in, I was like, okay, I have an idea. Maybe we should put competency tests in for voting. Make sure that people are logical, reasonable voters, okay? And I was told that that was racist. Now, who's the true racist? Same thing with the IQ test. For even the fucking getting a job, they're not allowed to test your intelligence. Makes no sense. But who's the actual racist there? Black people are like they're unreasonable or they can't pass a competency test. Ergo, you're racist for trying to put in a competency test. Or are you saying that black people aren't competent? You know what I mean? This is the whole thing of like putting in an equal standard for everyone to meet. And if you do not reach that standard, go fuck yourself. Simple as. You know what I mean? But they do the whole equality of outcome. Do we want equality of outcome in the NFL? Do we want equality of outcome in the NBA? How come we can recognize how goofy and stupid these policies are in sports when it comes to politics, economics, getting a job, all this kind of shit? All of a sudden, we fucking go away with the fairies. Retarded,
right? So then what do we but watch how this plays out. Since we can't use IQ tests and aptitude tests, what do we use instead? College degrees. That's the replacement. But then college degrees and college admissions was also having disparate impact. So we had to have affirmative action and we had to get rid of standardized tests, math and science programs, these sort of things, right? And we have this growing student debt crisis where everyone has to go to college to get the job because they can't just take the aptitude test to prove that they're smart and get trained by the company. So in order to like this balloon of different things we do in order to cushion the blow that certain aptitude tests will reveal existing racial disparities within society. And by the way, we know they're existing because when we talk about education, people like me who used to be a teacher, we all are like, oh my God, there's disparities in education. People like me rush in to try to help and close those gaps. But if there's a gap in education, then obviously there'd be a gap in academic aptitude post-education. Like it's the same gap. So we know the gap exists, but we have created all these systems to avoid recognizing that the gap exists that are very expensive and very broken. But every time anyone does anything to try to fix it, whether it be get rid of affirmative action, in this case, restore aptitude testing, restore standardized testing, you get accused of being a terrible racist and a fascist. So I bring up this example because in my mind, this is the Trump administration restoring core American values, equality. Like we like, you want to have it, you want to get a good job? Take the aptitude test. The high-paying jobs are probably going to go to the people who have more aptitude. That's what merit is. That looks a lot more like an American value system. Whereas I think on the progressive side, they do think that's morally evil. They don't actually want meritocracy and equality. They want equity. They want race or gender, blah, 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 to be a thumb on the scale and kind of serve as some kind of pseudo balancing force. That way society will operate the way they would prefer it to operate. So I think they think that stuff is evil. And I don't think they're playing about that, but I think they're just wrong.
Yeah.
And like this is the thing where it's like, oh, it's not racist if you do against white people. You have like anti-white racism. And it's like, well, it's not being racist against black people, so we're not racist. You know what I mean? Like think about like DEI, where it's like we need to make sure that we have more representation of white people. That would also be a racist policy. As Rex was saying, the true racists are the racial essentialists who think some are inherently lesser. Or some are inherently superior. You know what I mean? Like putting in a competency test is not racist, but putting in a test of like the melanin in your skin, putting in a test saying only white people are allowed to vote, that would be racist. I want reason above all. Which again, putting in a test to test your reasoning skills stands to that merit, stands to meritocracy, not this equity bullshit.
No, I agree with everything you said. Fat Brown Buffalo for $20. Thank you so much. Says, this has nothing to do with you, but it was for $20. Says, Israel framed Michael Jackson because he spoke up for the Palestinians. Monica Lewinsky was a Mossad agent who blackmailed Clinton, and Israel probably iced JFK too. That was a quote, and they attribute that quote to Anna Kasparian, which I don't think is fair. I think that's obviously a quote from Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, to be fair, Anna Kasparian is way more anti-Semitic than that.
Oh, wow. Okay. I don't know if you saw Tucker Carlson recently had a clip where he was saying that, again, it was after it came out that the guy who killed Charlie Kirk, the police or the FBI was talking to his gay trans boyfriend or girlfriend. I don't know what's going on with that situation. And they had granted them immunity in order for them to give up a bunch of information. And they basically said everything about, like obviously everything that we already know, that obviously the person that we all believe killed Charlie Kirk, and that, they did so because they didn't like Charlie Kirk's trans rhetoric, and they didn't like Charlie Kirk because they thought they were big and all this other stuff. And so obviously Tucker Carlson and Candace have to scramble now and still triple down and say, no, don't believe any of that. It's actually really Israel that's behind Charlie Kirk.
I also said that guy was missing. There's no way he was missing. There's no way the FBI let that guy get away, and he would surface someday. Everyone else would say, "Oh my God, he's missing. We have no idea where he is." Obviously, they were following him and getting a bunch of information, and then once they had that information, they approached him and they gave him immunity to testify to that information. So
honestly, I think we suck at the internet is what I'm getting from this, because I had the displeasure recently of watching a little Candace, who I don't typically watch, and a little bit of this guy Baron Coleman, who's one of her orbiters, and they both do very well, obviously, on the internet. And if you watch like 2 hours of their content, you'll be left at the end of it. You'll go like, did they actually say anything? And the answer will be no, because maybe this is something I just need to learn to do, right? Like they'll spend 2 hours, they'll be like, let me see if I can get in character. Well, there's a narrative out there about who killed Charlie Kirk. There's a narrative. For sure, there's a narrative. We all agree there's a narrative. But listen, if you're curious, and who isn't curious? Are you curious? I'm a curious guy. I think it's a gift that I have, that I'm curious. I ask questions. That's all I'm doing. I'm just asking a few questions. And it's like, do you really believe that this guy could make that shot on that day? Now, is it possible? Of course. Am I saying it didn't happen? No, I'm not. I don't have that information. Nobody has that information. But isn't there a question there? Isn't there a question about the wind? I mean, the wind kicked up. Do you know what the wind does when it kicks up like that? Neither do I. I'm just asking questions about the wind. And it's like fucking 2 hours later, and you're like, I guess there's an audience for this, but they haven't asserted any facts. And then everyone's like, holy shit, the investigation's underway. And it's just empty content, the likes of which I've never seen. I really don't know what to do about it.
Well, they're not saying it's very sad, because I know I didn't really realize this until we started streaming a lot. I realized that most of the time when you're talking to people, they kind of already have in their mind kind of a vague idea of what they think you're going to say based on just how they know you already, or based on just like the beginning of your sentence. And then they kind of listen to the rest of what you're saying in a kind of a vague enough way to kind of connect the dots of where they think you're going. And this is how like most human conversation goes, 99% of the time. And so that's how you get these people who they'll just say like, oh, I'm just asking these questions or whatever. And that's enough, because they know that the audience already has the goal mapped out of where they want the conversation to go, where they want the conspiracy of the idea to go. And so they can just do the kind of performative ignorance of, well, I'm not actually saying that, what I'm saying. I'm just going to keep asking questions and let my audience fill in the gaps.
It's really funny. It's like someone coached them. I'm sure it's not like this. I would bet it probably is exactly this. Someone coached them on like how to avoid defamation lawsuits, and they were like, like after like the Macron's wife is a man comment, right? And they're like, you got to say allegedly like every 6 words.
Right.
You got to say like, I don't know, like like there's like some ratio. They're like every three sentences you got to stop and be like, and do I know this is true? No, but I'm a curious guy. Like it just.
Yeah, I mean, and Tucker is like the master at doing this. And that's why I don't know if you saw, it was like that funny interview where they're like, oh, you said that Donald Trump was satanic, and he's like, I never said that. And then they cut to the clip of him literally saying that. And it was like, I'm just asking questions. Like, is he satanic?
Who could say? I'm just asking the question. Yeah. No, I think you and he had some falling out at some point. But Rob Noor, by the way, sends his best and would like to reconnect with you guys. But Rob has this clip on his channel, which is just him going, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, and then it cuts to Alex Jones going, the Jews, the Jews, the Jews, and he just whenever he gets people in chat who just won't stop Duesberging, he's like, okay, I'm going to play the clip, and then he's like, okay, can we talk about something else now?
Yes,
right. It's like that's how there's a certain fan base on the internet that just like, if you don't bring up Israel or you don't just ask questions about Charlie Kirk's murder, like whatever the issue du jour is, they can't leave it alone, right?
No.
So I think that's I mean certainly there's a captive audience there, and I guess they spend money. So
they're schizophrenic.
They don't really spend money. Typically, it's like server bot farms to overinflate the numbers and all. Like this whole thing of like accounts set up to quote unquote donate, but it's basically just like server bot farms, mainly in Iran and Middle East and all this kind of shit, but China too, Russia also. But we even have like our own resident Duesberger, DK Spiracy. Check out the last hour or two of the last episode of Wheel of Madness, folks. to see what it does, what Jew spurging does to the mind. It basically, the whole conversation just becomes about the Jews. Everything's the Jews and all this kind of shit. And I like to have my fun with them by like calling them Jewish supremacists. Like I think that vocabulary really hits home, because like when you actually kind of analyze their argument, you're saying, well, the Jews control everything and the Jews are responsible for everything. It's like, it really seems as though you think that like the Jews are just like better than everyone else because they can just pull the wool over everyone's eyes and they control all the banks. They have all this power. How are you not a Jew supremacist at that point? You know, food for thought.
Candace and Tucker, they've got the schizophrenic audience down on lock. Ukle for 43 months, thanks so much, says check out Natural Law with Ryan Mullally. Stat.
You should read Afro Fry Cooks.
Mullally.
I'm gonna get to there.
Mullally, not Mullally. It's Mullally, for fuck's sake. And to be fair, Ryan actually gave me a little shout out in the World War. I don't know if it's going to be actually in the World War debate, but when either like just before it began or just at the beginning, he gives me a shout out and says, Teriak's actually the only streamer that I've heard pronounce my name correctly, because it's an Irish name. God damn it. Respect the leprechauns.
Oh, okay.
Afro Fry Cook, thanks so much for $20, says, I think Dev is mostly mad because his friends on the right turned in him. I think it's turned on him, yeah. Especially during the infamous Dungeons and Dragons stream. He may disagree with the left, but he never hated them to this degree. And to be honest, I kind of sympathize. Well, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, look, people ride the wave a little bit, right? Like, certainly, I'm not going to lie. I've been influenced. The more I spend time in politics, it changes my opinion of things. So I mean, I get that Dev could feel betrayed by people on the right who maybe agreed with him because of his takes on games or something like this. But yeah, just to be candid, the point of view he was expressing during our conversation, it's the only conversation I've had with him, so it's the only way I know him, was not like a left-right distinction. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've had tons of debates and conversations with people to the left of me and to the right of me where we have kind of a sane and balanced perspective and we disagree on issues. That wasn't one of those conversations.
Right.
So like, I mean, at a certain point, you're like, oh man, my friends were mean to me in a D&D game. So now I think everybody on the right should be unalived by political assassins. Shucks. You know, like, I don't know. That it might explain it, but it doesn't justify it.
Fat Brown Buffalo for another $20, thanks so much, says Anna did say all that, though, on her recent podcast. I'm very skeptical, but she also said Israel trained dogs to do certain things to Palestinian hostages. I did see that clip. And unfortunately, Anna is still promoting the fake claim that Israel trained dogs to grape certain Palestinian prisoners, which is obviously not true.
She's just asking questions. Don't worry about it.
Of course. Sketch for $10 says, so he had an original question and then there's an update to it. He said, question for Ryan, why is it okay to retweet posts doxing people after the debates update? Since I didn't know Ryan deleted the post after the fact, why did he think that was okay to do in the first place?
I mean, I didn't know. I don't know Dev. Like, I didn't know that was even his real name. It was a kind of a silly seeming name. It was somebody who covered the debate. I retweeted it without spending a lot of time thinking about it. Dev asked me to take it down, so I took it down. I don't know. Like, it seems like people are drama farming a bit more than it's worth, to be honest with you.
Okay. It was a mistake, and he rectified the mistake. So
yeah, I mean, the truth is, I don't spend a huge amount of time like researching my retweets and likes. Maybe I should. Is somebody covered the debate?
Well, there you go, guys.
You kind of implied earlier that like left-wing values are not really genuine, and I'm curious if there's any left-wing values that you believe are actually genuine that the left holds.
I think they're genuine. I just don't think that they're American or classically liberal in any way, shape, or form.
Well, you kind of made it sound like they're using them kind of as a fashion statement instead of actually believing them, which I think they really do believe them. Which is like, some of the beliefs are totally unfortunate that they believe them, but.
The key way to approach this is like, are there any leftist positions that are reasonable, right? Because when you're saying like, are they genuine? It's like they could be genuine about the tyranny, like what Ryan and Rob has exposed in terms of like Pisco and Dev and all this kind of stuff. Like they're genuinely tyrants. But are you saying that like, do they genuinely believe that they are tyrants, or do you genuinely believe they're acting? You know what I mean? So it's like. This is where like a lot of conflation happens in terms of like when you're saying like they're genuine or not. Like, is their empathy genuine? You know what I mean? No, it's not the right way to approach it. It's like, do you think that there's any positions that lefties hold that are reasonable? Stuff like that kind of thing. Do you know what I mean? Or perhaps if you're getting at, like, do you think that they like genuinely want communism? Some of them do, some of them pander. You know what I mean? They pander the communists just to build an audience, all this kind of shit, but they're not really on board all the way with communism, but they're more than willing to do a bit of lip service. You know what I mean? And how do you do lip service for communism? Take a look at the British in World War II. Just say, like, rather than talk about the communists, oh, it's because the Nazis are so bad, so you can understand why the communists were pushed into that position. Or another example to use religion would be like the Muslims, the Dawa Gandhists, as they're colloquially called. Like, they won't necessarily actually defend Islam. They'll just try to attack Christianity. You know what I mean? So they're able to do like lip service that way, where they're not actually communists. You know what I mean? So there is a lot of there's a lot of muddy in the water, so to speak, when it comes to that. But a key question you should be asking in terms of like the lefty, like from liberal to socialist to communist, is like, do you think that there's any reasonable positions that they hold? And like I said, like that would be a key question, I think, to dissect in terms of like that aspect.
Well, I think that it's a funny thing to believe, right? Because if you're doing like the philosophy bro analysis, right?
Mm-hmm.
They believe that they are entitled to determine what is good based on their preferences and that there is no objective value system. That's what they believe. So then what is good or bad is going to change with their preferences over time. And
well, I see what you mean by the philosophy bro thing.
Yeah, well, no, because like when I say that like there are
I was just thinking
American value, that I'm talking about like an unchanging God-given value system, and what they're talking about is a ephemeral set of preferences, which is why
regardless of whether
it never means anything. It shifts like the wind.
Regardless of whether these are preferences or not. I mean, I agree with you that they are personal preferences, but they seem like the left generally has a huge anti-capitalist streak.
Sure.
Which runs into the problem, I believe, property rights are the foundation of Western civilization.
They are.
So if you run into a problem where people have this disagreement with that founding principle, you're going to run into a lot of political problems. Like even all of the problems with the nonprofits, right? They're looking into Gavin Newsom's wife on all these nonprofits. It makes sense to me why the left gravitates towards nonprofits. Like nonprofits are just some sort of entity, but they have this idea that profit is theft, right? It seems to me that that's a genuine belief that they hold. It's a terrible belief.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're wrong. I wish we could argue them out of it, but it does seem like it's genuine.
Well, I guess it depends who you're talking about. Like if you're talking about like some kind of like tanky leftist, it might be genuine, at least. They're obviously they're terrible beliefs, but at least they hold them openly. When you get into the people who self-describe as liberals, is I think where it gets a little bit dicier, because they are liberal in the sense of left-right distinction, but they're not liberal in terms of actually wanting to defend these kind of like classically American values.
I just think of liberalism as individual rights, which liberalism is individual rights and collectivism is the opposite of liberalism.
Okay,
so
but
socialism is obviously collectivism and it's illiberal. So,
but you gave a great example in your conversation with Dev. Completely unchecked immigration,
yes,
is very, very bad for the individual rights and liberties of the people living in the country.
Yeah, it's a form of tyranny. He objected to that framing.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you.
Crime is the same way.
Yeah.
Crime is a form of tyranny.
It certainly can be, but these are things that self-described liberals feel like they ought do in the name of liberalism. Right. So there's a tension there. There's some dots that aren't connecting, is I guess what I would say.
Right. Yeah. Helping the downtrodden is the value that's in question. But obviously, it doesn't matter if you're left or right. A lot of times, values come into conflict. So
well, and that's the actual value. You just put you put your finger on the pulse perfectly. The actual value is reflexive siding with the downtrodden, right? Because that's different than individual rights in classic liberalism. Because in a classic liberal system or in any functioning meritocracy, if you're treated equally and you are not particularly motivated or skilled or useful, things are going to go pretty badly for you. Like you're going to have some very bad outcomes in a meritocracy. So, I do think that's actually what replaced true liberalism on the left, is this reflexive need to root for the little guy, as opposed to allowing the consequences of ineptitude or failure to occur.
Yeah. Well, they have a completely different worldview where they think it's not the fault of the individual, but it's really society's fault. Society has somehow driven the individual to this extreme that's got them in trouble. So oftentimes they want to shift the burden of responsibility from the criminal or the lazy to capitalism or law enforcement. They want to judge a system that they're against, which is unfortunate too.
Yeah, have you guys looked at Thomas Sowell's A Conflict of Visions?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
I've read most of his books.
Oh my God, one of my favorite books. He has a lot of good books, but that one's like my perfect, and also less partisan than his other works. But yeah, his idea of the vision of the unconstrained versus the constrained vision. Yeah, the vision of the anointed, which is that all the problems in society could go away if only the people with the good ideas and the pure hearts were given the power to enact the good policies that would make things better.
Yeah, they deny human nature.
They deny human nature, but also that is overtly tyrannical.
Yeah.
It's overtly tyrannical in its nature because you're saying that there are better people who should be in charge of everybody and should decide for everybody.
Yeah.
I have to make a correction here. I apologize to Fat Brown Buffalo because he wasn't actually joking.
Oh, really?
Anna Kasparian was on the Wise Nuts podcast. I found clips on X where she said that she said, quote, "I don't believe the bullshit about Michael Jackson. I think Michael Jackson was framed. I think Michael Jackson was punished for daring to speak out on behalf of the Palestinian people."
Really?
That's a real clip. I have it.
That pains me because I made such a good joke about it, and then it turns out to be true.
I know, that's insane. I mean, listen, I was pretty young when Michael Jackson, died and all that stuff. I don't really remember. I could be mistaken. I don't remember Michael Jackson being some sort of like global advocate for the Palestinian people that people were even focused on whatsoever, especially during the whole, sexual allegations. So this is completely insane. Obviously, it's unfortunate that has such strong Israel derangement syndrome. I guess that she thinks
it makes sense that he'd be upset about all those kids they're killing, right?
I mean.
And we're going to move on to the next topic just to make sure that we cover everything as well. So again, make sure you check out Ryan C. Mullally over on YouTube. Give him a like and give him a sub, ladies and gentlemen. And Jariah as well. Chip in here saying, in liberalism, they treat the problem as something to be cured. In life, you just quarantine that. I wouldn't even give them that much credit, Jariah. Like the way I look at it is like liberalism in terms of like the modern day liberal, and like Ryan would say like they're actually post liberal, like because they have no limiting principles. You know what I mean? And they're not really kind of like fully thought out their position. Would be like in modern day liberalism, what they would say is like you're bringing up gonorrhea. Thanks to that, by the way, in chat. We're all kind of uncertain to what gonorrhea actually was. Like what the modern day liberal would say, it's like, no, like we shouldn't cure your gonorrhea. You should just learn to live with the gonorrhea. You can't attack the gonorrhea. The gonorrhea is not the problem. The problem is you're not learning how to live with the gonorrhea. You know what I mean? Whereas the conservative, the right winger, the nationalists, all this stuff would say, let's cure the gonorrhea. Let's solve the problem, so to speak. You know what I mean? But make sure you give Ryan C. Mullally now like and a sub, folks. We now get to the final video. We do have another one as well because Jess sent me the Pauline Hanson's video, so we're going to check that out after our boy Rob. But our boy Pisco, let's look at the pose. Look at the pose. He's just utterly defeated, utterly shattered, and I do love seeing Pisco so upset. So Joe so lacking in terms of like the fight's just kind of gone from him. And again, shout out to Rob for this. This was like an 11-hour discussion that Rob just absolutely was like just unrelenting, unapologetically American, and just literally just ground and pounded this motherfucker for 11 hours straight. A thing of beauty that cannot be highlighted enough. You know what I mean? So folks, let's get into it.
You understand it's bad, and it's really bad to just hear that basically it's bad for you to have to admit, like, I think Democrats should pack the court because Republicans, and I like Democrats, that would be good. That's bad. That's a bad look.
Yeah, I guess I'm having a problem understanding the notion of moral justification.
Let me ask you.
I think
what he's trying to say is that it would be fair. Something along the lines of it would be fair if they did it, although I might not like it for other reasons. And
correct. So an easy way to look at it. Look at the conclusion.
Morals, I still won't like it. Like for example, like if I harm someone, like let's say I harm someone seriously, and they would fairly sue me. Like it would be fair.
Yeah.
To sue me. Now I might still prefer they don't. I might like, well, if someone asks me, should they? Do you think they should sue you? Well, if that's just to ask me do I have a preference for them to sue me? Then no. But I think
but usually the question is indexed to some kind of moral system that you're applying some sort of like set of principles too. I guess I'm having I understand the case.
Can have a notion of fairness that's not identical to their preferences. Like
for example,
but that is a subjective thing still, and it's on some norms. It's on a subset of norms.
It's entirely reasonable to read the conclusion here, right, Avi, that says Democrats are.
I want to make sure Pisco's getting this because like you have a notion of fairness that is not exactly one-to-one with every single subjective norm that you have.
Yeah, but I kind of view that notion of fairness that's grounded out into some kind of preference too.
Yeah, okay, well you have some sort of fine. So the way Rob might be saying it is his notion on his preferences for fairness, yes, but on his preferences.
But he's not saying that
for other preferences that no. So he might either be saying, well, it's fair, but but for other reasons I prefer they don't do it, or he might be saying, I prefer they do it out of fairness, but I don't like it for other reasons. But
there could be a greater good that comes from not doing that, Justice. So, for example, it's entirely reasonable to read the following conclusion. The Democrats are justified in expanding the United States Supreme Court and say, yeah, I think they're justified, but they shouldn't do it. I'd like to take a moment to thank today's sponsor, Proton VPN. My audience knows I'm a huge tech boomer, and so I started using Proton VPN to stop with the constant tracking, and it's been a game changer. Proton VPN hides your IP from websites, advertisers, and the government, so you can access the web without being tracked. Proton VPN has a strict no logs policy that's been verified by independent security audits, and it has unlimited bandwidth, even on the free option. Click the link in the description to try Proton VPN 100% free. It helps the show, and more importantly, it empowers you to take control of your internet privacy, right? And you could have that as a Democrat. You could say, I just don't think it's good. I think it would be better to set the precedent that we don't do those things.
Like he's saying the first thing. He sounds like he's saying he's still on net
fairness norms.
Not do it, but on this, just on the fairness norms, they would get it. But on net,
but you would not. So you would grant that the Democrats, it would be according to fairness norms that
it's not sure that
they
would be justified
by fairness norms.
It would be justified
fair for them to respond again.
Yes,
okay,
I think reciprocation.
Right?
Reciprocation is fine. I don't think that going beyond that reciprocation is fine. I've been consistent with this everywhere.
Well,
right?
well, not exactly. So I don't think that's true. So like, if you actually felt that going beyond it would achieve a deterrent effect, I think you would say that it's justified to go beyond.
I disagree. No. I do not.
Really?
Yes, I still think that is not just. I don't think that because once you accept that, what happens is then you've now gone beyond the premise of just and neutrality. And now you're saying what is just and what's neutral is superseded by other independent things. So there are independent goods. For example, it might not be just or fair for me to execute some random guy. But if I said, I think by executing him, there's going to be all these positives. Because that's actually, I think that this guy was a gang leader and he led to that. Doesn't mean that it's just or fair for me to execute him, right?
But let's just apply to gerrymandering, right? Let's say that you knew that if you were to gerrymander an extra seat for Republicans, all of a sudden the Democrats would stand down and would
doesn't mean that it's justified. That's an independent good. You might say, look, it's not justified, but the net benefit would be better. Like, for example, I think my example is much better, right? If you could say here's this dude, forget about taking someone's life. Here's this dude. And if we jailed him, you have this crystal ball again, and by jailing this guy, he's committed no crime, right? It's Minority Report. We see some sort of future shit. Well, don't even say that. Not that he's going to commit a crime, but just so you can see in the future. But by jailing this guy, GDP goes up 2%. Is it justified to jail him?
You would say not according to your fairness norms, but yes, according to the results.
No.
Okay.
No, because to me, justice has to do with the concept of fairness. You might say it's not justice, but it still would be net beneficial to do so. So I would do something that's unjust.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the difference.
So you would do something.
Reciprocity is just is neutrality. You're suggesting something above and beyond that.
So I think it's just in terms we just have different notions of justification that we're using, and you're using some sort of justification that's with respect to some sort of fairness, a set of fairness norms, and I'm using justification with respect to like what one ought do.
Okay, but again, then if that's your term of justification, then you must win that it would be mild deterrence for it to be justified.
Well, no, we just resolve the question on our different notions of justification.
I think if you're admitting that it's an overshoot, but the overshoot's okay because it's mild deterrence, and your term of justification is should we do it? It's not a concept of fairness. It's should we do it, right? And you're acknowledging that it's not fair, it's not neutral, but there is an independent benefit. You have to prove that independent benefit exists.
No. I grant that. In any one of these paradigms justification, the burden is going to be on the person putting forth the argument to provide a basis for that.
And think of the
wait. Please let me finish. All right, I'm just trying to respond. So, but I think if you take a different notion of justification to mean some sort of fairness norms, I think in order to show the argument, it's basically saying you have a different understanding of the proposition of the debate, and it would be correct to like run the argument on both of our different notions of justification.
No,
just like if someone had if what they meant by justification. So some people will say by justified I mean according to God's nature, right? They have a different view. Justification to them just means according to God's law.
What I would
So
say
to
is,
run the argument.
I'm saying that
I don't think he needs to use justification here to mean probability raising in terms of running an argument. He's just saying that he's not when someone says are they just in doing this action? Are Democrats just in doing this action? He's not saying are they raising the probability of doing this action?
No. But we mean different things, right?
Oh yeah,
So
you do mean different things, but not. But yeah, that's okay. You can,
If I could expound upon this is why my interpretation should be preferred. Because the problem with Pisco's interpretation is it would justify, ironically, we'll use that term, anyone that could come up with a hypothetical net positive beyond the injury of being able to enact that. So, for example, it would be entirely just if I said that we're justified in packing the court beyond injury and overshooting beyond reciprocity because I think that it'll lead to abortion being overturned and abortions killing babies, and I think that that's something that we need to stop, then I would say, therefore, it's justified to pack the court. Because that's a net benefit.
Yeah,
you may disagree with the net. Now the justification is contingent on an abortion debate. If I win that those are lies, that's a terrible way to evaluate this.
No, wait, hang on. But if the proposition literally were, should the Democrats expand the Supreme Court, that would be relevant. Everything you just said would be incredibly relevant.
My intention is this is exactly what I'm accusing you in a very negative light of doing.
Oh,
in effect,
please stop with this meta.
Listen to me. You haven't even let me finish. In effect, what you're doing saying, but we're the good guys. And when we get power, good things will happen. So even if it's beyond reciprocity, that's okay. Even if we pack the court to 4 and we end the filibuster and we do this and we do this and we do that, it's all good because we will have net benefits because Democrats are good. And so therefore we should do. That's exactly my criticism from the beginning. This isn't about neutrality. Yeah. It's about partisanship and saying, but we're good, so we should be allowed to do this. That's my argument, and you're conceding it.
Rob, on your notion of justification, if you found out, would you support like a similar reciprocal action by the Democrats in terms of, do you think, let's ignore the word justification, let's put in your term, or let's put in Pisco's terms actually. Do you think they should have a preference for the Democrats to block the next Supreme Court nominee, vacancy or whatever? So do you have a preference for them to do that only and just to the same degree that the Republicans did and no more?
No, I don't want them to do that because I'm a partisan hack, but they would be justified.
Okay, so it would be. So you're saying it would be fair, but I think they should not do that on my norms, on my values. Yeah.
Correct. Right. That's it, but that's still to the question. That's how we should prefer the
Avi, he's making a further claim, which is like my notion of justification. What I mean by the term justification is preferred. He's making some kind of semantic.
Oh, that is a further.
Yeah.
Right, and the reason I'm saying that is because Pisco acknowledges that it's basically just, but good things happen when we're in power. So we're justified in going beyond the scope because I think that'll lead to good things. In this case, he's saying mild deterrence, but it might as well be anything. It might as well be because I think the treatment of illegals has been poor, because I think the Voting Rights Act case was bad, and this is likely to reverse that. And that
like, this is the craziest shit I've ever heard. Like, I mean justification in terms of my preferences. Like, justification is reason. This is where it's like, it's batshit bonkers, batshit crazy. They're literally tyrants in terms of, like, they can't even, like, they don't even know what reasoning is. Let alone have respect for or recognize or have reverence for sound reasoning. Do you know what I mean? It's literally batshit bonkers crazy from these motherfuckers. Like, literally, like, Pisco's argument here is my preferences, quite literally. This is crazy.
Voting rights decision has negative. All of those things might as well stand in for going above and beyond for some good. In effect, what you're saying is you're not arguing for neutrality or for justice and fairness. You're saying we're allowed to go beyond that because we're good, and good things will happen when we go beyond it. But if you guys went beyond it, good things wouldn't happen. This is why you specifically say the only fucking way you'll learn your lesson or the Republicans will learn their lesson. You're differentiating for Democrats to do this. All things equal, it's still preferable than Republicans because Democrats good, Republicans bad.
Yeah, no. I don't think anywhere that's entailed in the argument. No, you can make that separate claim, but I think you need to demonstrate that claim.
Well, I think that I'm demonstrating that claim by the argument that you've just given, that when you say justification, you don't just mean, is it fair? You mean, is it good for the values that you have? And therefore, it logically entails, when you're suggesting going far beyond reciprocity, because you're not just suggesting adding 4 seats.
It doesn't entail that, Rob.
Let me finish. You're not just suggesting adding 4 seats. You're also suggesting ending the filibuster and adding 2 new states and all of this stuff. So there's all these things that are against norms or that are abnormal right now that you're wanting to do at the same time. And your interpretation of what justified means of it is good things will happen if we do it.
So let's just make sure that the proposition that you're offering is clear. You're saying my notion of justification is like more correct about the word justification means. You're making an argument about, yeah. So you're saying the word justification should mean fairness, and I'm asking you like why.
I just explained, because the consequences of accepting your action is any side will be able to justify anything that goes beyond reciprocity by saying we're the good guys. And so it would completely justify, if I in my heart believe Republicans are the good guys and good things will happen if they win and bad things will happen if Democrats, then it would be justified for me to advocate packing the court by 10.
Yeah, no, but Rob, we have arguments about what should happen all the time. I mean, so
that's different than justification.
No, but like the terminology, if the prompt were just should Democrats pack the court, or Democrats should pack the court, none of this would be. This would all be stupid, right? Like whether they use the term should or justified is any additional
if my aunt was a man, she'd be my uncle.
Let me finish. No, but is anything happening in terms of the actual world or people's intuitions by changing whether we use the term justification or use the term should?
No, because we could argue no, they shouldn't for all sorts of reasons. They shouldn't because I don't like Democrats and don't want them to win. That would be a valid response to that, whether they should or not. And so people should just decide based on partisan metrics, right? Justification is something different. It speaks to like sort of something beyond the scope of our personal preferences as to whether or not someone's justified. I just want to backtrack please, just a second. I just want to backtrack for a second. It seemed to be you're acknowledging that if we accept your interpretation of justification just means it would be good that they should do it because good things will come, then you'd have to agree.
That's just what I think would be good.
Okay, you have to agree. In the example I just gave, if I believe that it would be good for Republicans to win, they should pack the court right now with 4 seats. If I think that's good for me, it makes sense that they should pack the court, correct?
That's what I understand good to be.
I mean, I don't know what to say. So this is my entire criticism of your position. And I'm very happy you're admitting it.
I know that you understand what I'm saying here. That like I understand good to be stance dependent. And when Rob, when you say this is good, I just understand that to being I prefer this. This is according to my values.
I totally agree. I agree. It's subjective, the concept of good. But what I'm saying is, if a person believes it's good based on their subjective interpretation, then they would accept the conclusion that my side is
really true, in my view.
It is not.
Then I have a question. So I agree with everything that was said. But then, and this is why I'm very hesitant to, unless I really delve into like the semantics of moral propositions. Why debate a moral proposition? Because if all you mean by the moral proposition is that you have the preference, does Rob actually disagree that Pisco has the preference?
I do. There's no.
Wait, you think Pisco doesn't have the preference that the Democrats?
No. What I'm saying is, if that's what we mean by justified, then why have these debates in the first place? Literally, the conclusion to all these debates is as follows: I like my side, and if I subjectively think that anything, no matter what violation of norms, whatever, if I think that it'll have a net benefit, then I think they're justified in doing it. My argument with a moral proposition is morality is more than just personal preferences. That there's soming objective that we should.
What else would it be?
That's
the question.
Okay, wait a minute. I don't know if we have time for this. Okay,
no, wait, Avi, no. We don't have time for it, and we can let you go in a second. I promise we can let you go in a second. But I think we need to get a word in on why the objective morality stuff is.
No. So yeah,
rocking my brain.
So if there was some notion that there is something objective to be talked about here, then it's a different conversation. But if it's just subjective, if it is just to say that if we're using justified in the sense of it's good, and if all we mean by it's good is that the person advancing the proposition has this preference, that Pisco has the preference that the Democrats pack the court, then it becomes trivial to debate it because, like, okay, well, why would anyone take up the proposition against Pisco that Pisco has?
No, but here's
that's exactly my point. But so the clear inference is that's not what justified means.
No.
Wait. But then I would just say to avoid strictly talking about those moral propositions like that, there's ways of modifying the proposition to make it a debate. You can instead say, okay, well, it would be on standard
on your view,
law, or on your view, on your moral view, on your values, on standard notions of law, on standard notions of justice, on standard notions of this. Those are more meaningful propositions that won't trivialize the debate that you could do.
No, I disagree fundamentally. I think
but that's like, oh my God, man. It's like crazy. It's literally crazy because like this is the thing that like if you genuinely were a moral relativist or a moral subjectivist, you wouldn't engage in these debates. You know what I mean? Because like to you it would be an irrelevant debate. It's like the same thing like a true nihilist would not advocate or debate for nihilism because it would be meaningless. Their belief is it would be meaningless. Do you know what I mean? Dry making me hungry and chat. Good night. Lasagna, hot, too hot. Had to adjust my helmet. Is this the radar? It's Mr. Coffee, sir. 100%.
looking at this in the exact inverse way. I think that actually everything that's been said here is shocking and the most important part of the debate, and actually proves everything that I've been saying. Because if Pisco takes the preference of his conclusion, which is what we're arguing in this debate ultimately, right? Your conclusion. You've interpreted the prompt of should as justified, correct?
Yeah,
that's how you interpret
right,
it. So your conclusion of the Democrats are justified in expanding the United States Supreme Court. He is saying what that means to me is it would be good because my personal preferences think good things will happen because of that.
That's just what I understand good. That's just what I understand good to be, Rob.
I'm arguing that that's clearly not what the entailment of what or the most logical interpretation of what we should be debating or what justified means in this context. Because it
when
does.
You say should, when you say should, when you say should, what do you mean there? When you say should, what do you mean there?
Can I finish a point? Right?
Yeah,
so the point that I'm trying to make is when you say, again, what we are debating is this conclusion. The Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. And if your argument is, my personal preference is Democrats should be able to do this. Doesn't matter if it's fair or whatever. I just think it would be good. Then I could just say, okay, I think it would be bad. What's the debate?
Yeah, so the debate is relying on shared moral intuitions. And that's why, this is, so it's getting people to, at least as presented here, most people, regardless of where they come from normatively, and the reason I presented this as a neutral argument, they share this kind of notion of repairing injuries that are done wrongfully. Okay,
no, that's irrelevant to your position. That's not relevant.
I know you take the view. I know you take the view that like any proposition about moral propositions should be indexed to something objective, right? Is that your view that it's wrong to have any debate on morality that isn't indexed to something objective? That's your view, right?
I'm not really that sort of religious or Phil Bro type person. I think that we should point to something that's sort of universal or something that connects us in a mutual understanding, as opposed to my morality is whatever makes me feel good is moral. Therefore, I can punch you in the face and say it's moral. I think it needs to be beyond pure subjectivity, But nonetheless, there needs to be some sort of connective tissue.
But usually, people share a lot of like intuitive moral notions, not perfectly, not overlapping, that are overlapping, and that regardless of where you're coming from normatively, oftentimes you're able to get like basic agreement on propositions like you should repair wrongful injuries.
Okay, all right. So here's what I'm going to say, right? I accept that, right? What I say is because what you're suggesting goes beyond that, right? You're basically just having appealed to democracy at this point, which is hilarious because I knew that, yes, because then what we would say, if you're saying, no. What my conclusion ultimately is Democrats, I think it'd be good if Democrats expand the court. And you're like, there's all sorts of reasons I think it would be good. One of them is because I think we have a shared understanding of fairness, but you're acknowledging that you go beyond fairness. So I have two arguments. One, most people, I'm willing to bet, would say, no, we don't think that you're allowed to go beyond fairness because you're like, because I just subjectively think it would be good. Other good things would happen. I intuitively think that the majority of people would say, no, that's not our shared understanding of justice. Our shared understanding of justice is someone's injured, you make them whole. You have, tit for tat.
I don't know. Wait, Rob, can we pause? Let me address that. I want to address that directly. I think most people would say if someone is coming up and punches you in the face, you're allowed to hit them more than just what they punched you with.
I don't think that they would say you could chop off their arm. Right?
No, I agree on that. I agree on that. But most people have indexed to their notions of justice and fairness that there are occasions, sometimes there are greater goods entailed in going a little bit further for self-defense purposes.
I disagree. And I
think you agree with that.
I disagree. And I think the analogy is poor for this reason. It's not directly analogous. A better analogy would be you punch me in the face, 11 years from now, I come and I break your arm. No, most people would say, dude, no, it wasn't an act of self-defense at that point. You went above and beyond. Or you punch me in the face and it gives me a black eye, and I punch you in the face and it like cuts your eye even worse. No, I don't think they would say that. There's a time frame issue.
No, but you know the reason for that, right? The reason for that is on the specific self-defense point is the state has a monopoly on violence, and we want to, and the reason why we limit self-help to the cases of imminence is because we want to channel those kinds of conflict resolutions and justice through like court systems and stuff like that. But if we were to go to a court system to get reparation for an injury, I think that there are people who have intuitive notions that it could be fair in the context to not just do the damage that you actually caused, though that certainly is included. Sometimes to go even further, right?
I think that ironically, the first example you get about someone punching, you immediately backtrack and say, actually, you're right, Rob, that would be bad. Because let me finish, because we don't accept that as people. We don't say if someone punches you, you get to days later go and punch them. Instead, we say the state has a monopoly of force, therefore proving that your original claim of the intuition is exactly backwards. The majority of people would not say if someone punches you get to 20 days later go punch them. That's not what the majority. You can backtrack. That's the truth. That's what you've done. You said the majority of people say if you punch me, I get to punch you back harder.
Rob, totally bad faith. And let me explain myself. But let me explain. No, it's totally bad faith. What I'm telling you is what you're adjusting is the imminence scale, right? The imminence scale. And you're saying 10 years later, come and break your arm. Of course, people are going to reject that. They reject it because we have, in terms of timeliness, we only ever accept for self-defense purposes imminence. You need to have a requirement of imminence before you're allowed to do self-help. However, if someone was punching you, if someone was punching you, Rob, if it were like to like in imminent situations, you would be okay with breaking their arm to stop them, correct? Yes or no?
In a specific act of let me finish. Okay, you asked a question, now expand. In a specific act of self-defense, yes. However, what we're seeing here isn't a specific act of imminent self-defense. That's not what you're suggesting. What you're suggesting is something that happened 11 years ago that you just intuit it might happen again. So the correct analogy would be this. You punch me in the face, right? The courts deal with it or whatever, or they don't deal with it, whatever. And then 11 years from now, I see you and I think, oh shit, Pisco may come punch me in the face again. So I'm justified in going and enacting more force on him than the initial punch I got. My guess is the majority of people would say, that's fucking insane.
No. So I understand that in the context of physical self-defense, there is this additional burden requirement of imminence that is done as a function of having like a workable democratic society where we channel these conflicts through like court systems. That's so the thing that's being that is the unjustified thing that you're adjusting, right, is the imminence aspect, which is baked into every single self-defense case.
That's not what I'm doing. That's different. Again, you are fundamentally misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Bro.
The analogy you're saying is like this is it's literally if the imminence thing, what you're saying is that would have to mean right now they're going to pack the court, and so we have to do this to stop them. That would be that's not what you're suggesting or what anyone's suggesting. The analogy doesn't make sense, right? Because without the imminence, just like this current situation doesn't have imminence, what we see is no, it's not justified to use force above and beyond because you think that something bad may happen in the future. To the extent it is, it's justified for both parties.
Rob,
the mere fact you're suggesting it would justify us packing the court.
Rob, let's just be very, very just slow about this, okay? An additional principle at stake in physical self-defense, which I don't think is at stake in these kinds of political back and forths, is imminence specifically. That's not an issue in these cases that we're talking about with respect to the political back and forth.
In other words, it's a bad analogy. Make it different.
No. What is on point about it though is in the context in which it does apply. That is to say, where self-defense is at issue. That is to say, in imminent situations, you're allowed to respond more than what you're getting. That's the moral
not
intuition.
Self-defense. That's no longer self-defense if it's not imminent.
No, you grant it is, right? Like, so, no. In the cases in which, so self-defense only applies, right, in the imminent situation.
Your argument is, right? You're arguing for self-defense.
No, for physical self-defense.
You're arguing, physical self-defense. Your case is, what you're arguing is, your plan is
not physical
self-defense.
It's a type of political self-defense. You're equivocating now, Rob.
No, I'm not.
You must see that.
Okay, no. But, he's not talking about self-defense as governed by the rules of assault versus protection from murder within the physical realm. He's talking about something more like akin to when you defame someone. If you did it with like a certain degree of malice, you might get rewarded extra or something like that.
That's correct. The idea, like that there is possible when you have personally been aggrieved in a criminal sense or a civil sense, that there is punitive damages is not analogous to what we're talking about here. Most people's sense of fairness, I think, and you're appealing to the common sense of what people think is just. Most people would not think it's just to have what happened to Merrick Garland justify packing the court with 4 people. Right? They would not. And if we would take that, you can see everybody knows what happened with Merrick Garland, and the polling is overwhelming that people are against packing the court, let alone packing it up to 4 people. This intuitively applies. Let me finish. This intuitively applies, seeing as how people are aware of these situations, that no, you're wrong, that collectively their concept of justified would be more akin to yours, which is justified just means doing something good. I fundamentally disagree, or else it would be a popular position. It's not.
Yeah, no. No, I'm not saying that the specific proposal is popular. What I'm saying is the general moral intuition that in cases of wrongful injury, that there are justifications, not always, but in many examples that we can find, to go beyond just the damage that was done. I think that you need to grant that. I mean, that follows most people's moral intuitions on many. And not just in physical self-defense, not just in legal cases. There are definitely situations where, reprisals to wrongful injuries, people are okay with it going a little bit further.
Sometimes that could be the case. However, there's a tradition of, would you also acknowledge that one of the most fundamental concepts of what people evaluate as fairness goes back to Hammurabi's code, is eye for an eye?
Yeah, sometimes.
Okay, so we're in the same position. Now that we've talked about the abstract, we talk about the specifics. No, I don't think that the majority of people in the following 2 things would agree. That justified, whether or not someone's justified, is purely a calculus of whether or not you think it's good. I think people would say no, justified has to do with the concept of fairness, so they would reject if we're appealing to the masses. And secondly, just to the concept of whether or not it would be good itself, I think in this specific plan, overwhelmingly, people would say no, it is not good to pack the court. That's what they say. The polling is clear. Therefore, you lose.
No, I'm not making the argument that the plan itself is popular. I'm not making that argument.
Your argument, correct me if I'm wrong, when you said, yes, I acknowledge that my conclusion is just the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court because that just means it would be good if they did it. And there could be as long as I think it's good based on my subjective interpretation of good, that's my conclusion.
Just what I understand, Rob, that's just what I understand
Okay,
Z,
great.
right?
So then,
wait. Can we pause? Anytime in a debate is it good to do X? Is it good to do Y? Is it good to do Z? I just understand that as is that something that aligns with a particular stance, like person's values, right? So when we're assessing
that's
that,
not the debate.
that's just
Where's
how I
the
understand
topic
the
say, is it good to do this? Where's it say that? Where's the
No,
conclusion say, is it good to do this? I don't read that anywhere. Where is it?
So I am telling you that what I understand justification to mean is moral justification, and what I understand moral justification to mean, at least in
my preference
is what is good. Yeah. Well, do you have another notion of good?
No, I don't think that justified means good.
No, I know that you don't mean justified means good, but if indexed to good on debates about what is good, what is bad, whether something is good or bad, do you share my intuition about goodness and badness?
I have a different interpretation that I think that my sense of good comes from a higher power and a sense of morality. And so there's at least, even if I subjectively misinterpret what God believes, my sense of morality comes from what I think is an objective source. So no, it's not just my preferences. So I fundamentally disagree on what is good and what is morality, but it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Do you have a preference to follow God's laws?
No, it has nothing to do with my preference. It's what I think the truth is. I think there's a truth that was created by a creator, and that is truth. My preference many times would be to not follow that. In fact, I sin all the time. Just because it's my preference, for example, to maybe
this goes like his body language right now. He is just defeated. He's just defeated. He wants to go home. He wants to cry to his mama. He is defeated because and again, like Andrew's been beating the drum for this for years. He's been beating this drum. Where it's like essentially all their fucking position comes down to is my preferences. My preferences. Trump is a tyrant because of my preferences. That shit don't cut the cheese no more, baby.
And alcohol, which I don't do much anymore. That still doesn't mean it's not a sin. It doesn't mean, now it's morally virtuous to do so. My preference has allowed me to do something that I would have to acknowledge isn't morally virtuous. Again, neither here nor there when it comes to this specific topic, because the conclusion that you're operating with is the Democrats are justified in expanding the court. Now, if you don't interrupt me this time, I'll take it a step further. One, you've acknowledged that just means you think it's good based on your subjective preferences. But you say it's not as bad as it sounds there because you intuit that the majority of people will say, when we say, is it good, they will evaluate things in a similar way with you in regards to the idea of injury and things like that.
Yeah, I think that the argument will be able to successfully convince certain people who share some sort of like certain base principles, if that makes sense, right? Like, so even though the given result is unintuitive, when people like accept those base principles and they're like, yeah, I kind of agree with that, they're able to see that an entailment, given those initial, moral insights, that it actually does follow an otherwise unintuitive result does follow given the preference.
So if, let's say hypothetically, everyone disagreed with you, right? And
on
so
what?
They said
on the result?
On your interpretation of what you're saying about good there, that they would think that this is good, your suggestion, right?
Wait, I'm not tracking. So on whether or not the court expansion
your
plan is
argument
good,
was,
or whether or
I
not
think the majority of people would have some concept of good that includes the idea of trying to correct some sort of injurious behavior.
Oh yeah. So you're saying
let's say hypothetically
wait, Rob, let me respond, okay? So you're saying the good principle there is the kind of base level principle that I'm describing.
Correct. And you're saying because to me it sounds like this is what happened. I point out like, holy shit, this is completely subjective. You're just saying, I like Democrats, I think they should pack the court because they're good and they should win. Right? That's it. And you're like, yeah, that is what I'm saying. But in order to buttress against how bad that sounds, you're like, well, but wait. There is some sort of collective notion of what good is, right? And so I think other people would agree with certain segments of what I think is good. That's basically what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I think that there's some like...
And like just to kind of like really drive this point home. Like we brought up many times before. Fuck it, I might as well. Might as well show Plato's 5 stages of soul degradation. And let me share this. Plato outlines 5 stages or types of soul degradation and corresponding political regimes in books 8 and 9 of the Republic. Right? Tripartite soul as foundation, so reason, the logisticon, spirit, appetite, right? So basically, it slowly erodes away where it's like all you really left is just with your appetite. Now, the aristocratic soul, corresponding to aristocracy / kingship, the ideal ruled by reason / philosophy. Okay? So the aspect that it's like reason above all. So sound reasoning is the justification. What our boy Pisco is saying here is just my preferences is the justification, is not just the timocratic soul, not the oligarchic soul, which again, like timocratic would be basically, honor, military glory, competition, ambition, reputation, things like that. Oligarchic would be, like money making, you know what I mean? Like the whole like aspect of make that bag, make that money, you know what I mean? That's an oligarchic soul. The democratic soul is basically like let's look at the polls. What do the polls say? You know what I mean? Like whatever the majority says, that's what we're going to go with. That's what truth is. But our boy Pisco here is the tyrannical soul, corresponding to tyranny. The lowest one, dominant in lawless appetite, often erotic or power-driven, enslaves the rest, including reason. It's like reason has been thrown out the window, justification has been thrown out the window, right? All it is my preferences. Trump is a tyrant because I said so. This is good because I said so. It is my preference. See what I'm saying, Sha? And again, the tyrannical soul is the most miserable, full of fear, regret, and inner conflict, despite apparent power. You know what I mean? Because I said so. Because I said so, comrades. That's basically what Pisco's here. And this is why they, like, Ryan and Rob are doing a terrific job of exposing these motherfuckers are just being tyrants. They're just being tyrants. That's all they are. And I dare say it's all they'll ever be. You can hope for them to change, but I wouldn't hold my breath.
Shared normative intuitions that can get people to get on board with an otherwise unintuitive result.
Okay, so if we could see that crystal ball again, and it turns out everyone disagreed with your interpretation of what they thought this was good, should we reject the premise? Should we reject the conclusion?
It wouldn't be a basis, like strictly speaking, to reject the premise, because that is indexed
the conclusion.
To a stance. And
reject the conclusion.
Yeah. So it wouldn't be a basis to reject the conclusion. No.
Why?
Right, because the argument is indexed to.
They don't think it's good, therefore it's not justified, so they should reject it.
Yeah, yeah. They should reject it. Yeah.
And doesn't it prove then in that world that it's purely just your subjective preference as to what's good, and there's not this collective intuition?
Rob, we're just going to keep running into this. I just take good to be indexed to preferences and stances.
Correct, but what I'm saying is you seem to buttress that as we just got through. You're like, because you understand it's bad, and it's really bad to just hear that basically it's bad for you to have to admit, like, I think Democrats should pack the court because fuck Republicans and I like Democrats and it would be good. That's bad. That's a bad look.
No. What I'm responding to, all my moral, I just want you to know, I'm an anti-realist. I'm not a realist. So what I'm trying to respond to is the kind of Avi critique, which is like, why even debate moral propositions at all if it's all just trivial, right? And I think the response to that is, you're trying to convince people to get to unintuitive results based on like some initial building blocks that they're going to sign on to, right? And you probably.
It's very frustrating. You're very frustrating. You're very frustrating. Let me see. I'll just have to, instead of trying to set up arguments, what I say is like, we set up an argument, like, yeah, I agree with that. And you say, yeah, I agree with that. And like, therefore the conclusion. Like, I'm like, premise. You're like, no, I won't do the premise. I refuse to talk about the premise.
You made it.
That's what you concept. So I'm just going to say what I was getting. I'm just going to say, if you give me 2 minutes, I'll say what I was getting to here. And then you can have your time to say, I disagree with that. So let me explain what I was getting to.
Rob, I don't want to do that. All right, I don't want to do. I want to finish this point,
please,
and then
Rob,
you can give your 2 minutes. No, can we finish this, and then you can.
This is the point that I'm trying to do. Fair? That's what the 2 minutes is.
So no. I want you to respond to what I just said, right? So what I just said is no. I'm not trying to say that it looks bad to have moral argument.
What the fuck do you think I do? What the fuck do you think I just done? I steel man your position, and then I showed how it's wrong. What are you talking about, Pisco?
That are built out on subjective views, because that's all I take moral arguments often, or at least usually, unless they're meta-ethical debates specifically, to be. The reason why I'm saying that it's premised on this like shared building blocks of intuitive moral notions is to address the triviality concern raised by Avi, that there's still a usefulness in setting forth these arguments if there's some reason to believe that the building blocks we're using are going to be accepted by some people who otherwise wouldn't arrive to the unintuitive result. That's what I'm trying to say there, not what you're saying.
Put that in the debate proposition.
I disagree with you, and I'll explain why. Because I think even if we accept that framing, which I don't, but that it would still fall into the triviality if the majority or a healthy portion of people ended up not agreeing with you. And so the idea, and I can't believe I got this concession, which is you're just like, the Democrats should pack the court because I like Democrats and fuck Republicans. That's what it ultimately comes down to.
No, wait. So that's bad faith. I didn't say that.
Okay,
isn't
that
You
the
didn't
logical
say
entailment of
that,
what you
but
said?
that's the logical entailment. Good man, Rob. That's the logical entailment of what you're saying when it's like, it's just my preference. When I say it's good, it's just my preference. When I say justification, it means good, like the justification is, it's just my preference. Which essentially comes down to, I don't like the Republicans. I like the Democrats. So fuck the Republicans. Let's back the court. That's the logical entailment.
No, it's not.
Okay, let me.
Everything Pisco says is deliberately meant to confuse and misdirect. Choose to follow Rob's very clear lines of reasoning. Yeah, but like, I'm genuinely starting to doubt that this motherfucker even knows what reasoning is. He just thinks it's his preferences. He doesn't understand that there's actually laws of logic and how to do sound reasoning. Like, what's the difference between sound reasoning and valid reasoning? You know what I mean? He does not know them. And the scary thing about this is that this dude is a qualified lawyer, apparently. He has a degree in lawyering. Charlie Kelly from Always Sunny in Philadelphia. I would trust him more than this cunt to be my lawyer. Like, holy shit. But another thing to get, I think what you're saying at Rips is like, it's optics games. It's all optics, like that whole kind of illusion of, oh, I sound like I'm reasoning, but I'm not actually. Like the whole performative non-performance. You know?
Let me try to steal, man. I think Democrats should pack the court because under my subjective interpretation of good, it would be good for Democrats to pack the court.
It would be good for Democrats to pack the court.
Because I think it would be good under my subjective interpretation.
So I take good to be indexed to values and preferences, and so yeah, it's according with my values that it happens.
Okay, that's it. So according to your subjective values, you think it would be good for Democrats to pack the court.
Wait. I just take good to be indexed to values. So it's redundant.
Okay, the values are subjective, correct?
I take I'm an anti-realist, Rob. Do you understand that?
I don't quite understand what anti-realist is, nor do I care. The fact that you're equivocating when I said something that you're like, sure, that's true, but it's redundant.
There's no equivocation.
Just because other people, my guess is if we polled 1,000 people that watch this debate and say, can you
And just real quick, an anti-realist is a philosophical an anti-realist is a philosophical stance proposing that reality is not objective or mind independent. So like what he's saying there is like an anti-realist, Rob, is that like there is no such thing as objective truth. There is no such thing as reasoning. There is no such thing as reality. It's all just your preferences, and whatever you think it is, then that's what it is. You know? You can just spout off a bunch of fancy words very quickly without saying anything coherent at all. 100%. You know? But this is why I keep saying Ragnarok is coming. All these motherfuckers are going to get exposed.
define anti-realist, the vast majority of them wouldn't be able to give a definition you would be happy with.
And
so when I say that actually what you're saying is, I think Democrats should pack the court because I think it would be good. And by good, I just mean my subjective belief in what is good based on my subjective values. I think it's fair for me to say that as an understanding for people. Do you agree that that's what you're saying?
I agree that my assessment of good is indexed to my preferences. Yeah.
When it comes to Avi's trivial argument, then what I would say is if most people don't agree with you, then it would still be considered trivial. And so in effect, if it's all just subjective in your values, then it comes down to what I said about in the beginning, whether or not the majority of people agree. So if the majority of people agree or disagree, since all of our values, there's no reason that one of our values is better than another's, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I just don't even know what that would mean.
Okay, so then it's all power. All of us just have our preference of what we think's good, and we want our team to win because we think they're good. That's what it comes down to.
Well, I just don't understand a notion of good that isn't indexed to preferences and values. Maybe you have some notion of it.
Well, the reason is, again, I've said that I sort of have an objective metric for what I think's good outside the scope of what you do, but it's not relevant because the proposition I'm arguing, or the conclusion that I'm arguing, is Democrats are justified, which is outside the scope of just my subjective interpretation as to what is good based on my values.
As you understand it, yeah. So you're understanding some notion of fairness norms, and those fairness norms are based in what? God?
No, based on reciprocity, eye for an eye. One side does one thing, the other does the other.
Yeah.
But the idea of why we should prefer fairness.
Why are those things? Wait, why are those things fair, Rob?
Why are they fair? Why do I prefer fairness?
No. Well, I guess both, but like, why are they fair? On your view, why are they fair?
They're fair because in our interpretation of fair, it basically means the sides are even. What happens to one happens to another. Reciprocity. Those are concepts of fairness, right? Why I prefer fairness is a better question. And yes, it comes from my morality. I prefer it because I think that my morality. The point is, right?
Subjective. So subjective.
You may argue, and it's no wait. It's not subjective. I believe that my morality comes from an objective source. I might subjectively interpret what that objective source is, but at least as an attempt to objectivity.
Your fairness norms come from God?
Yes. No. The reason that's not the question. Yes, the concept of me appreciating fairness comes from the truth, which comes from God. Yes.
So the reason that you appreciate fairness is because of God.
Because I have a sense of morality that comes from what I think is objective truth that comes from God. I may be mistaken in interpreting it, but that's my intent.
But you also said fairness isn't equal to good. So if fairness comes from God and what God says
fairness
is good,
is not equal to good. It is a different concept. Fairness is good. It is not equal to good.
Wait a second. So things that are fair, by which we mean according to God's view of fairness, aren't necessarily good.
That's true.
So God's vision of fairness can include things that are bad.
No.
Like the fact that Pisco, an apparently qualified lawyer, or he has a law degree or whatever the fuck way he phrases it, right? It like is struggling to understand what fair is. Why the fuck does Lady Justice, you ever like walk past a courtroom and there's like a chick with a blindfold on and she's holding up a scales? Like this whole aspect of balance. Di favore. Di favore, chatta. Di favore.
Per favore. Per favore. Perché rischiamo veramente di diventare il campo profughi d'Europa. Rischiamo veramente di essere lo zimbello del mondo. Ci stanno ridendo in faccia in tutto il mondo. Vi prego.
Vi prego, chatta. Vi prego.
God by himself would preference things that are good. What God wants would be good. The concept of fairness is something we should normally strive for. Everything could be taken as a virtue or as something that could be overused that then becomes everyone believes that. Again,
so you can follow so you can follow God's fairness norms and it could cause you to do bad things.
That's true. And
then I don't understand.
The point is, okay, now I've allowed you. Notice how I always leave you interrogate me, and then when I try to do it to you, it's like pulling teeth.
I let you do it too.
Now,
I'll get
back to my original point. Your tactic here is really just my preferences. There is no reason that if I said, I think Democrats murder children, therefore we should add 100 seats to the court. If people agree abortion's bad, you would agree they should say, yeah, pack the court.
Well, I mean, I think it depends on like which abortions you think are bad, but in general, on their view, I think it would be irrational. I think that would follow, right? Just like I think that would follow, wouldn't it?
All right. So what I'm arguing is that no, there should be something beyond the scope of that. It shouldn't just be purely our preferences of what team we want to.
It should be independent, standard, applied across board, no matter what person you are, comrades. Oh my god, but this is what happens when you're fucking an anti-realist. You don't believe in objective standards, you don't believe in objective reality even. You don't even believe in objective reality.
We should have a concept that goes beyond that of a concept of fairness. That's how we should try to operate. Otherwise, there is literally no limiting principle you could give on why do you even give a shit if norms break? What's the point?
Yeah, because my values are to be consistent with those norms.
Why?
What do you mean why?
Why?
I mean, that's it. That's why.
But why?
You're asking me
Why is your values to be consistent with those norms? Why?
Are you asking me for a factual account for why I have the preferences I do?
That's correct. Where does that preference come from?
I mean, I guess some of my genetics, some of how I was brought up, the country I was born in. It's a little opaque to me why I have the preferences I do, Rob.
So the way you were born, your genetic material makes up your concept of why we should follow norms.
Oh, sorry. You're saying, are you asking me why I have
You said
I do, or why we
I
should
said
follow?
What if norms? The implicit. You tell me if I'm wrong. The reason that you would suggest following norms is because there are these things that we should have, are the process that we normally go through, and is it a good thing to do that? And if we violate that, that's bad. Why is it okay? So if better outcomes could be made under your subjective values by violating norms, should we do it?
Yeah, I guess it depends on. So by better here, you mean
your
with respect to
subjective
my values,
preference?
right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So if what you're saying is, if violating the norms was my preference, we should violate norms.
Correct.
And I think that's just trivial. Yeah. And should here
I'm
just means my
asking
preferences.
you.
So
if they're you're rephrasing it. I want to make it clear. I want to make it clear in what I'm actually saying. I want to make it clear what I'm actually saying. You have a value on following norms, but if a higher calling comes, a higher value comes, right, that violating those norms that leads to a better preference for you, you would say violate the norms.
You're asking if my preference was to violate norms, would it be my preference? That's what you're asking. It's
so
that's
the
what I mean.
only so it's, then the only all of your objectives and norms just comes down to I don't like it.
Wait, hang on. You're just asking a question about my preferences. You're asking if your preference would not follow norms, would that be your preference?
Correct.
That's what you're asking.
So the only justification we have of following norms is just your argument. I like norms.
What do you mean by justification there?
You say we should follow norms.
We ought to follow norms as a society to increase harmony and balance in society, aka peace.
That it's really bad to not follow norms. Your justification is because I like norms.
No. I just take what it means for something to be bad is to be counter to my values.
Let me repeat the question, and you tell me if I'm right or wrong instead of obfuscating into something else. Your reason for why we should follow norms is because you like norms.
So, I'm sorry.
Can you answer yes or no and then expound?
Wait, so I'm repeating the question. The reason for following norms is because you like norms.
Correct. Yeah, that's your argument. Let's rephrase it one more time. The reason we should follow norms is because I like norms. That's your argument.
Yeah, that's my preference.
Okay.
Like makes it seem like a fleeting thing, but it's my subjective values.
I'm trying to address something to a concept. Like, we can have a metaphysical conversation on where truth comes from, but in the concept of what I'm doing, it's shocking to hear that your entire justification for this is literally just what's my preferences. That's it. And so if that's what it's going to come,
that's just what I understand good to be.
And what it comes down to is just if the majority of people say, yeah, fuck that, court packing's a bad idea, so be it.
Absolute tyrants. And that's why, as we went through with the Plato stages, the fourth stage is democracy, and then you end up in tyranny. That's why they always say, we have to protect our democracy, because it basically leads to tyranny. And that's what they want, because they're a bunch of tyrants, their mentality. But let me quickly play the Australian clip that a girl, I should say, or a woman, Jess linked me in the Discord. So let's run through this before we wrap up.
No, Jacinta, you're not going to believe this. There's a billboard driving around calling you a witch.
Bubble, toilet, what? Oh no, Ben! This must be the work of the Dark Forces!
Hey, no, it's the guy that owns Gotham City. It's this great brothel, apparently.
No, Ben, I'm right, I'm a woman! It's the Dark Forces! She has returned, the Wicked Witch of North Queensland! She who shall not be named!
Who, Pauline Hanson?
Ah, don't say her name, Ben!
What are you talking about?
It all makes sense now. This is why Victoria's such a shithole.
I thought it was our incompetence in corruption.
No, Ben! It's the Dark Forces! Look at all these negative comments I'm getting on Instagram, Ben! They're obviously bots!
I thought you bought those bots to boost your followers.
Oh, no, Ben, these are different! These are evil right-wing bots! If we don't stop her, the Dark Forces will take over the state! We need the help of the greatest witch that's ever lived! Julia Gillard!
Julia Gillard. Isn't she in the UK or something? Yes! She's the headmaster at Hogwarts now. Oh, yeah, right. And how do you get there? I suppose we just jump on the Hogwarts Express, huh? Where's that? Platform 9 3/4? No, Ben!
Yeah, so what you want to do is take the Frankston line all the way to the end, and then just jump on the bus with Hogwarts Express on it.
Thank you, Metro Train guy. All right, Ben, you're in charge while I go back to Hogwarts. Be careful of the Dark Forces, Ben! Dark Forces. Melbourne's the safest place in the world. Hermione, Ron, don't you think Hogwarts seems a little different now Headmaster Gillard is in charge? Harry's right. The Sorting Hat was pretty harsh this year. I hope I get Slytherin. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Slytherin, Slytherin, Slytherin. Nazi! Nazi! Gryffindor! Nazi! Die, Nazi scum! Yes, and Dumbledore seems a bit...
I'm gay now, just as the author intended.
I think he looks fabulous.
Since when is Snape black?
Always was, always will be.
And is that kitty litter for Professor McGonagall's Animagus cat form?
She just identifies as a cat, Harry. Don't be so rude. I, for one, like Hogwarts under Julia Gillard's rule. She's my hero.
Julia! Jacinta Allen? What are you doing here? I need your help, Julia! It's the Dark Forces! Well, luckily Hogwarts has got one of the best defenders against the Dark Forces in the world. Who? Hello, class. Today I'm going to teach you my famous misogyny spell. I've made an entire career out of this spell. Yes! Yes! Cool. Not you, Longbottom. Only women can use the misogyny spell. You see, when I was Prime Minister, the Dark Forces would constantly criticise me. They would draw me in cartoons in unflattering ways. They would do impressions of me with a silly voice. Sounds like politics. No, Potter, it was the Dark Forces. They hated me because I was a woman. It had nothing to do with me being a very bad Prime Minister. It was only because I was a woman. Now, Potter, criticise me. Miss, go on, criticise me. Take your best shot. Well, you were never elected as Australia's first female Prime Minister. You lied about the carbon tax. Why are all your jackets so ill-fitting? Misogynist repellent! What did you do to him? He's been branded a misogynist. Well, that's not so bad. And now the Dementors are going to take him to Azkaban, where he belongs. Huh? Huh? Ah! Ah! Hermione! What the hell was that?
That was the most inspirational class I've ever taken. Isn't Julia Gillard brilliant?
Brilliant? She just imprisoned Harry for raising some fair points, and you don't even care.
Is that criticism I just heard, Ron?
Hermione?
You've had it too good for too long, Ron, you white privileged cisgendered freckled freak. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go to the women's room.
Blimey, a bloke can't say a word around here without getting taken off to Azkaban.
Hello, Hermione.
Hagrid?
I'm not Hagrid. I'm Ingrid.
You can't be in here.
Of course I can. I'm a woman now. Well, if you'll excuse me, Hermione, I need to take a massive shite.
Ah!
What's the matter, love?
Let go of me.
But Hermione, us women need to stick together.
You're scaring me.
Well, that ain't allowed. You gotta be comfortable with me being in here.
I can feel your wand digging into me.
I ain't got a wand.
Well, I do. Misogynist repellent.
Oh, no, you don't.
Well, I better get on me broom and get back to Victoria. Thanks for teaching me the misogyny spell, Julia. Jacinta, the magic was inside of you all along. How else would you have made $15 billion disappear?
Mrs. Gillard, this little witch tried to use a misogyny spell on me.
How could you do that to a fellow woman?
Hagrid's not a woman. He's a biological man.
Ingrid is a biological man, but also a trans woman, which is a woman.
What? That's insane.
No, it's the law.
What law?
The Sex Discrimination Act. I changed it so that gender identity replaces biological sex.
So let me get this straight. You go on about how everyone hates you just for being a woman, and the second you got power, you made woman mean anything at all.
That sounds like something the Dark Forces would say.
Oh, will you shut up about the Dark Forces? You're responsible for everything that's gone wrong in Victoria.
How dare you criticise the woman? That's misogyny.
I will not be lectured on misogyny by this woman. You call yourselves champions for women, but all you've done is help erase and endanger us. You're the misogynists.
And what are you going to do about it, huh?
You don't even have a wand.
But I do! Run? It's Bronn now.
Misogynist! Repello!
What? You can't cast my own spell on me!
Finally, it's time to ditch the witch.
My comeuppance! I'll get you, my pretty, the second I get bail!
Thanks, Bronn.
My pleasure, Hermione. So you want to grab a butterbeer?
No, thank you. I only date men.
Ah! Who knew actions had consequences?
Well, at least we're in a woman's only cell.
Hello, ladies.
To the Australians, make sure you support One Nation. It's your only chance, to be honest. It's your only chance. But I thoroughly enjoyed the clip, and it's funny because it's true. That's what these people are genuinely like. But, ladies and gentlemen, I think Jess has signed off, but we end the show the same way each time because there's no better way, I'd say, to end the show other than the same way of saying, I know I'm a leprechaun. To all the Americans out there, I'm not asking you to trust me. All I'm simply asking you to do is to trust your president. Especially that Truth Social post he put out about the communists and preparing a long time for the communists to make their move. The communists have made their move. Let's see what comes. Ladies and gentlemen, trust your president, trust the plan. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. I'll see you motherfuckers later on for VK, baby.
Why wouldn't you dedicate yourself to public service?
Because I think it's a very mean life. I would love and I would dedicate my life to this country, but I see it as being a mean life, and I also see it as somebody with strong views and somebody with the kind of views that are maybe a little bit unpopular, which may be right, but may be unpopular.
I am your voice. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we